Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 63, Calamity Mage. Chapter 63, Calamity Mage. Translator, Lonely Tree. As he had been living in a wooden house outside the city recently, and people would visit him from time to time, Matthew decided to set Mondays and Tuesdays as his rest days every week. He would return home to live in the next 2 days and deal with some matters related to him in the town. However, he did not expect this. The number of visitors on his first rest day had already exceeded 5. Fortunately, the living room was big enough. After the initial reception, Matthew went over one by one and asked why they were here. Sif was there for a class. The value of a super version of the magic bag was obviously not something that could be offset by a hasty history class. In fact, Matthew was already mentally prepared to give her a private lesson for half a year. Rieger's reason for being there was more interesting. Matthew guessed that the father and daughter had been arguing at home already. In the end, Rieger promised Sif to come to Matthew's place every Monday for tuition, but the condition was that he had to follow along. Matthew did not have any objections to this. After all, when it came to lectures, it didn't matter how many students there were. As long as Rieger didn't get in his way, there wouldn't be a problem. Among the other visitors, Blake had come to ask Matthew if he needed help with the guarding of the oak forest. He knew that Matthew had been staying in the oak forest recently, and he happened to receive an order to increase patrols, so he came to ask Matthew if he needed the help of the garrison. Zeller and Richard's visit was obviously related to the ritual of plunder that Matthew recalled. As for Samantha, she brought the information about the Sioux country as promised. In the living room, Matthew's brain spun rapidly. He was preparing to arrange the reception according to the priority of the matter. At this moment, Sif stood up obediently. Matthew, since you have so many guests, I'll go to the kitchen with Peggy first. As she spoke, she decided to drag the confused Rieger to the kitchen. But at this moment, Zeller, who had been smiling, said, I took a look around outside. There's actually nothing particularly urgent for Matthew, right? I heard from Sif that she's here for your lessons. I've long been interested in Mr. Matthew's history class. If you don't mind, you can teach Sif first while we listen from the side. Isn't this a very novel experience? It was unknown if it was due to his high charm. Zeller's words received unanimous approval from the others. Yes, yes. I've long heard that Matthew's class is very popular, but I haven't had the chance to attend it. Blake scratched his beard, his face filled with interest. Richard elegantly put his cane aside. Sure, I have no objections. Rieger was originally there to accompany the lecture, so he naturally wouldn't say anything. Samantha was the only one left. Matthew looked at her questioningly. The latter smiled sweetly. My knowledge of history is almost zero. If you don't mind, I'd like to sit down and listen too. Thus, the slightly disturbed living room quickly quieted down. Everyone looked at Matthew curiously. Matthew wasn't afraid. He treated the living room as a school and the adults in front of him as children. He took out the thick history book that he had prepared for Sif. Just as he was about to open the book and begin his lecture. At this moment, a faint voice came from the kitchen. Matthew, remember to make it exciting. The first lesson can be free, but the lessons after this will not be free. Matthew smiled helplessly. He cleared his throat. Last time, I told Sif about the historical event of the 100 City Division. This event is actually familiar to everyone. It means that the influence of the alliance of 7 saints on the city-states across the continent has reached an unprecedented peak. Its effect was objective. After the division, every major city on the continent had at least one mage from the 7 Saint Alliance. These mages had made indelible contributions to the development and construction of their respective cities. Even after 100 years, people would never forget the contributions of that batch of mages. Of course, the subsequent development of the 100 Cities Division didn't follow the 7 Saint Alliance's plan. In the actual implementation of the plan, many flaws appeared, so much so that there were several disputes within the alliance over whether to continue the strategy or not. From the perspective of hindsight, this plan was actually a failure. Hundreds of years after the gods had left, the largest human organization in Ander was still the loose Seven Saint Alliance, which was essentially a mage organization. The human kingdom is just a name that the Seven Saint Alliance has created. In fact, we all know that no human force on this continent is qualified to be called a kingdom. We have towns, cities, manor owners, and lords, but we don't have a kingdom or a king. And all of this was thanks to the gods. At this point, Matthew paused for a moment and took a sip of water while observing everyone's reaction. There were 6 audiences present. Half of them were confused. They were Sif, Blake, and Samantha. The remaining 3 revealed thoughtful expressions. Isn't this what it should be like? Isn't this a good thing? Under Matthew's encouraging gaze, Samantha boldly asked. Chapter 64, Calamity Mage. Chapter 64, Calamity Mage. Translator, Lonely Tree. Whether it's humans, elves, or druids, we're all doing pretty well now. I mean, the structure of a city-state is also very good. People don't disturb each other, so why must we form a kingdom? Matthew did not answer immediately. He looked at Rieger. The latter's expression was also very serious. He actually took the initiative to say, in terms of social organization, a kingdom that can control more city-state resources at the same time will be a more advanced, risk-resistant, and powerful existence than an independent city-state. I've traveled to other worlds, and many of their places are indeed more developed than ours. The simplest and crudest example is that if a kingdom composed of multiple city-states declared war on an independent city-state, the latter would almost certainly lose. Matthew nodded in agreement. We all know the principle of strength in numbers. As a social creature, an organization that could allow more humans to form groups would definitely trample over those fighting alone. In fact, the transition from a single city-state to a union of many city-states was inevitable in the development of history. This point could be verified by the development of other planes or worlds. We might not have much information in this area, but the Seven Saint Alliance has looked into it a lot. Sif was puzzled. Then why hasn't there been a kingdom on the continent yet? Weren't the gods exiled long ago? Matthew said in a deep voice, you might forget what I'm about to say after hearing it today, but it doesn't matter. Forgetting doesn't mean that the truth doesn't exist. We all know that 470 years ago, the founder of the Seven Saint Alliance, the great existence whose name is still unknown to the people. We usually respectfully address her as the first and only Calamity Mage in human history. She was angry at the gods' lack of progress and enslavement of all living beings, so she human society. 2,000 years ago, human ancestors fished in the river and farmed on the ground. 2,000 years later, their descendants still used the same fishing tools and farming methods. At that time, the world was lifeless, and you could not feel the progress of the world from the changes of time. This was because, in the early days of the Age of Enlightenment, the gods who divided the theocracy and faith had woven rules and regulations for everything in the world. They used their clergy to divide their territories and bound everything with their concepts. They treated this world as their pasture. They only wanted to harvest the faith of all living beings day after day. They were not willing to see their believers make any meaningful progress. Time was meaningless to this world. It was just a counter for the gods to harvest faith. Under the high pressure of the gods, all living beings could not save themselves, they could not even develop the consciousness to save themselves. Until the arrival of the Calamity Mage. This situation was finally broken. That day, all the statues on the continent collapsed. Countless shrines or temples rose out of thin air, and the heavenly palace, which symbolized the glory of the gods in the past, also soared into the sky. They carried and bound the will of the gods and flew to the highest point of the astral world with a shrill cry. People knelt around the temple in fear. They did not know what had happened. To this day, we still don't know what happened that day. We only know that after that day, most of the existences that had been touched by the divine in this world were banished forever by the Calamity Mage. This is the ascension of the heavenly palace. Matthew's tone was very calm. However, the history itself was enough to shock all audiences. Even Rieger and Zeller. They might have heard of the ascension of the heavenly palace. However, they only vaguely knew that that was when the gods left. They didn't know that the gods had been exiled. They couldn't imagine that the one who banished the gods was a mere human mage. Is this a myth? Rieger muttered, I thought it was the 7 saints who joined forces to reach an agreement with the gods. And the gods left willingly. Matthew smiled and shook his head. The 7 saints were very strong, but they were not strong enough to bargain with the gods. In history, they were all disciples of the Calamity Mage. After the gods left, our world finally began to change. Farmers invented farming tools and discovered crops with higher yields. Fishing boats floated on the seas and rivers. We had fishing nets, harpoons, and all kinds of new fishing gear. Tailors found better materials than cotton, linen, and animal skins. The craftsmen improved the craftsmanship and production process. City-states rose up one after another, and human exchanges became more frequent. According to normal development, we should have welcomed the first true human kingdom long ago. However, the gods who were far away were still unwilling to be left out. After the Calamity Mages left, they imposed 3 curses on the land in an attempt to delay the changes of the world and ensure that the divine concepts they defined continued to exist. Hearing this, everyone's expression was solemn. They were all shocked by this mysterious and bold narration, and at the same time, they were extremely curious about the curse of the gods that Matthew mentioned. He took a sip of water and continued. Chapter 65, Calamity Mage. Chapter 65, Calamity Mage. Translator, Lonely Tree. I only know 2 of the 3 curses. The last one was not even introduced in the book that Great Mage Ronan gave me. The 2 curses that I know of are known as the Intelligence Lock and the Civilization Lock. As he spoke, he first explained the contents of the locks. Then, he explained Civilization Lock. Similar to the Intelligence Lock, the curse of the gods has actually taken away a part of what made us humans. The Intelligence Lock takes away the memory ability of history and knowledge of all humans with intelligence below 15 points, while the Civilization Lock blocks the possibility of the evolution of human civilization. As he spoke, Matthew looked at Rieger. Mr. Rieger, you are the Lord of Rolling Stone Town. You have a large territory, including 16 villages in the north and south and 2 trading posts. But have you ever thought of expanding the scale of Rolling Stone Town? Have you ever thought of annexing the surrounding cities? Don't you want more power? Rieger frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head hard. My rationality tells me that what you said is not a bad idea, but for some reason, I'm not interested in the concept of expanding my domain. Is this the function of the Civilization Lock? Matthew nodded. If you were the only one who despised expanding territory, then it might be a coincidence. However, almost all the city lords have no ambition to annex the territory around them. This is clearly the power of the curse. Samantha suddenly said. But isn't it a good thing that there's no war? At least there wouldn't be so many people who would be displaced and separated from each other. Matthew replied seriously. That is true from an individual point of view, but objective laws cannot be ignored. If our civilization remains stagnant, we may one day die suddenly, perhaps due to an accident or an invasion from an enemy. This is not an exaggeration, but these are words left behind by the Calamity Mage within the Alliance. I believe that she came from beyond the heavens, so she must have witnessed the rise and fall of some civilizations. The reason why she made the decision to exile the gods was probably not because of anger, but something else. Samantha was stunned. Although her thinking was old-fashioned, she was quite smart. She instantly understood Matthew's meaning. Are you saying that our world might be invaded by foreign enemies in the future? In the face of such an enemy, we could only survive by having all the races form a kingdom. Matthew blinked. It is indeed possible. The Seven Saint Alliance has made many guesses about this, but they are all just guesses at the moment. After all, the existence of purgatory and abyss has been proven. If demons or devils invade our world one day, it will be difficult for us to survive on our own strength without the protection of the gods. All in all, the era of the gods was long gone. Even if there were curses left behind, their power would become weaker and weaker. According to Master Ronan's prediction, our world is on the eve of rapid changes. In the next second, this world might undergo earth-shattering changes. I think we're lucky to be born in this era. At the very least, compared to our ancestors, we will have the opportunity to use our own strength to change the world, or even To redefine some new concepts. Samantha looked at Matthew thoughtfully. Like nature. Matthew smiled and closed his book. That will be the content of the next class. Peggy, who appeared out of nowhere, interrupted. That's right, that's right. After the lesson. In the living room, there is only silence. Everyone was silently digesting the cognitive shock brought by Matthew. Matthew himself was also using this to strengthen his memory. His intelligence was high enough to be immune to the intelligence lock, but there was a certain chance that he would forget. Teaching was a good way to strengthen his memory, which was the main reason why he did not reject giving everyone a lesson that night. 10 minutes later. Matthew took a bag of documents from Samantha and sent her away. At the door. Samantha suddenly turned around and looked into Matthew's eyes. Is Eli with you now? Matthew explained frankly. He was grateful for my unintentional enlightenment in his domain, so he temporarily worked as a forest ranger at my forest. Samantha nodded thoughtfully. Is the forest the origin of your oak domain? Matthew nodded. Your domain enlightenment is very special and left a deep impression on me. That oak forest is the same. Perhaps I should find time to go there and take a look. Samantha bit her lip. Her eyes drifted as she said this. Then, she transformed into a leopard and jumped away. The second to leave was Blake. Matthew was very grateful that Big Beard always remembered him. The two of them discussed for a while. In the end, he rejected Blake's suggestion to increase the number of patrols near the oak forest. This might alert the enemy. Blake's alternative was to set up a hidden sentry not far from the oak forest. Most of the time, there would be guards on duty. This way, once a battle broke out in the oak forest, Blake would be the first to receive the news and rush over to provide support. Matthew did not feel invincible just because he had the bone dragon. It was safer to have the support of the garrison. Blake agreed to this request. He patted his chest and assured Matthew that the secret sentry would be set up tomorrow night at the latest. This made Matthew feel much more at ease. Finally, it was Zeller and Richard. Matthew, according to what you said about the initiation ritual, we have picked out 3 iconic buildings: the Giant Windmill in the North Trade Station, the Black Vulture Inn in the South Trade Station, and the Seven Saints Square in Rolling Stone Town. If a bloody tragedy happens in these 3 places, it will definitely shock the entire Rolling Stone Town the next day. At present, we have secretly strengthened the reconnaissance and patrols in these 3 places. Zeller asked quickly, in addition, our operation must begin. Are you ready? Matthew knew that Zeller's plan was for him to disguise himself as Ronin and create a cloud of suspicion to slow down the evil organization's pace of crime. I don't have a problem with it, but you have to tell me your plan first. Matthew replied. The Late Spring Festival is coming soon. We all know that every year during the Late Spring Festival, the Great Mage Ronin will release huge magic fireworks in the Seven Saints Square, the North-South Trade Post, and some small villages to celebrate the prosperity of spring with the residents. Zeller calmly explained, but in fact, Ronin is very busy. There were several years when he was not in Rolling Stone Town during the Spring Festival. Those fireworks were set off by his apprentice. In order not to affect the festive atmosphere, he had already made arrangements for this. At present, there were still some devices in the warehouse of the city hall that could release magic fireworks, so releasing fireworks itself was not a problem. This year, we couldn't contact Ronin, and we didn't hear from his apprentice. If we want to make it look like he's still with us, the key is his image. It's difficult to fool the enemy with just makeup. We need the help of magic. Matthew shook his head. I don't know anything about transfiguration. Zeller smiled gently. What a coincidence. Me too. However, I have another way. Since our goal is to create a false sense of confusion, there's no need to make everything seem real. We just need to keep them suspicious. I don't think they'll come up close to check whether you're the real Ronin or not. I'll try my best to dress you up as Ronin and then use the mirror image spell to send your image to all parts of Rolling Stone Town. At that time, someone else will set off the fireworks. What you need to do is to make yourself look like a great mage. After all, you are the only mage we can find in our town. Matthew put his hands together and thought for a while before finally agreeing to Zeller's plan. There was no risk in this plan. If it could really deter the evil organization, it would be considered a merit. Immediately, the two of them discussed many details. All the way until late at night. Zeller reluctantly left Matthew's house with Richard, who was yawning crazily. Meanwhile, Sif had been brought home by Rieger. After all the guests had left, the lively atmosphere instantly disappeared. Matthew sat alone in the living room, enjoying the sweet silence. He sat. His chest suddenly felt as if it had been pried open by something powerful. The scenery in front of him began to blur. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he saw that the gray comma of the Tai Chi symbol had been filled up without him realizing it. At this moment, countless gray dots were jumping out of it. Hint: you are visiting the subdomain of death, undying. Chapter 66, Cross-dressing and Succubus. Chapter 66, Cross-dressing and Succubus. Translator, Lonely Tree. Looking up, he saw an endless plain. Countless craters were scattered across the ground. The sky is grayish-brown. The same was true of the horizon. A huge full moon hung between heaven and earth. It was like the undying soul fire. The silence was the eternal theme here. Even the wind was silent. Endless whirlwinds came from an unknown place and blew to the next unknown place. The undead creatures that were swept up by the whirlwind either choked and fell or regained their vitality. Death and metamorphosis played out different stories in the same negative energy whirlwind. Matthew walked alone on this quiet land. It was different from the lively and noisy experience in the oak tree domain. Everything here was so quiet. It was very similar to the concept of this place. Death. A skeleton walked towards him. Almost none of its bones were intact, and its soul fire was pitifully weak. It seemed that as long as a gust of wind blew, this newborn skeleton soldier would lose its last chance to live again. However, it was very tenacious. Matthew saw with his own eyes that it was blown into a bottomless pit by the negative energy whirlwind. According to his guess, this skeleton would definitely fall apart. And that indeed happened. Matthew noticed that it stayed in the hole for a long time. It was so long that Matthew began to doubt whether time had meaning in this domain. At a certain moment, he saw the skeleton climb out of the hole again. The earlier tornado had destroyed its last remaining thigh bone. It managed to recover a little before it struggled to get up from the ground. Matthew noticed. The soul fire in its eyes burned even brighter. It turns out that undead creatures also have such a strong will to live. Matthew was slightly moved. This skeleton clearly did not have much intelligence. It did not even know where it should go. However, from the moment it ignited its soul fire, it possessed the instinct to survive. Perhaps in the next moment, it would be completely extinguished by another whirlwind. But before that, it would continue to move forward. To that unknown place, a place where the fire of life could bloom. After stopping for a moment, Matthew continued forward. Along the way, he brushed past all kinds of undead creatures. Zombies, ghosts, banshees, vampires, ghouls, headless horsemen, death horsemen, dark knight, abomination, tomb guard, mummy. Some of them were strong, and some were weak. However, they were all heading towards the unknown. Here, none of the undead creatures knew what was ahead. Very few people could explain the purpose of constant moving. But moving forward was the only purpose. Death is eternal silence, and the undead are existences that persist in advancing in eternal silence. They may not be actual living creatures, but they are just like living creatures, fighting against death tirelessly. They were destined to be unable to escape the barrier of death, but they could no longer be simply regarded as the vassals of death. This is the undead. Matthew came to the end of the horizon with this conclusion. He stood in front of the eternal full moon. A wind blew from above. So the negative energy wind is blowing down from the moon. He curiously looked at the celestial body that was close at hand but far away on the horizon. In the next second, the scene in front of him shattered like a mirror. The view shook slightly. Matthew's consciousness returned to his living room. Based on the accumulation of summoning undead creatures and the exploration of negative energy planes, you have successfully entered the subdomain of death, undying. As a reward for stepping into the domain, you can choose one of the following 3 abilities. Undead body, your body can instantly transform into the shell of an undead creature. During this period, you will obtain the immunity and other characteristics of the undead creature. In the state of undead body, you will have the opportunity to gain more understanding of the undying domain. Lasts for 60 seconds once a day. Negative energy control, you will gain the opportunity to control negative energy. After choosing this ability, you will have the opportunity to obtain some negative energy spells. New summon, you will receive a random summoned undead that is not lower than tier 3. It was a difficult choice. Matthew frowned slightly. Unlike the oak domain and the temperance domain, he really wanted the 3 abilities given by the undying domain. As for the undead body, it was a life-saving skill and had the chance to increase the exploration progress of the undying domain. Negative energy control was the ability that necromancers dreamed of. With this ability, casting negative energy-related spells would be twice as effective. After all, the 2 main skills of necromancers were summoning undead creatures and negative energy spells. As for the third option, new summon, it was less tempting. Matthew actually did not lack undead followers, but it would be perfect if he could summon a headless horseman or a dark knight. This would make up for his lack of strong followers in the melee. Although Peggy was also very fierce, Matthew was not willing to risk her life. Or death. He hesitated. Matthew gritted his teeth and chose the undead body. This was also out of consideration for the unity of knowledge and action. He didn't want to miss any life-saving skill, not to mention that this ability could increase the progress of the exploration of the undying domain. Perhaps it could lead to a virtuous cycle of progression. Chapter 67, Cross-dressing and Succubus. Chapter 67, Cross-dressing and Succubus. Translator, Lonely Tree. You have completed the enlightenment of the undying domain. Current status, just entered the domain. You have obtained a permanent status, Undead Army. Undead Army, your maximum number of active summoned creatures has been increased by 10 times. You have obtained a temporary status, Pale Hand. Pale Hand, if not controlled, your right hand will continue to emit negative energy. When it comes into contact with any living thing, it will be instantly killed. Duration, 30 days. These 2 buffs are not bad. Matthew was quite satisfied. The Undead Army meant that the maximum number of his summoned creatures had increased to 120. This was a huge gap between him and an ordinary necromancer. The Pale Hand was equally powerful. It could inject negative energy into the undead creatures, making them energetic. At the same time, it could also give the enemy a fatal blow in an intense battle. Although the probability of instant death was very low. But what if he succeeded? What Matthew had to lose was a chance. But the enemy could lose his life at any time. This was the power of a domain. Matthew noticed. At this moment, the Tai-Chi symbol became balanced again. The green dot on the right was slightly fuller, but not by much. What was even more interesting was there was a small brown comma right below the Tai-Chi symbol. Its size was only 1/10 of the size of the top commas. There were also light spots in the small commas, but the number was very small. Matthew knew that it represented the temperance domain. Now, he had already dabbled in 3 fields, oak, temperance, and the undying. Although he was only in the initial stage, as time passed, he would obtain a higher level of mastery of the domain. The most common legendary requirement is to master 1 domain. A legend who dabbles in 3 domains at the same time is already an elite. I'm only a tier 2 necromancer, but I've already dabbled in 3 domains in advance. The greatest convenience that the system provided him was the stepping stone to the domains represented by death and nature. Under a situation where the experience was abundant, he only needed to plant trees slowly, accumulate levels and spells, and in the future, he would soar to the sky. 2 days have passed since the beginning of the year. Unknowingly, it was already the end of March. Rolling Stone Town welcomed the second festival of spring, Late Spring Festival. With the help of the Silvermoon zombies, Matthew's planting efficiency greatly increased. Before the Spring Festival, he had finally strengthened Soldier to level 14. He was only 1 level away from Matthew's highest level summoned creature, Filey. Other than the rapid advancement in level, Soldier also gained a series of new abilities such as Clone Technique, Ruthless Multi-Slash, Concealment Technique, Ground Shrinking, and Picking Onions on Dry Land. The quality of these keywords was only blue and white, but it also greatly enriched soldiers' combat methods. This blade dancer was like a nightmare for low and middle-level adventurers. Of course. Matthew also encountered two questionable keywords. Alcoholic, Gray. Your skeleton is addicted to alcohol. Every 72 hours, he needs to drink at least one bottle of ale to relieve his restlessness. Cross-dressing, Gray. Your skeleton has awakened the power of drag. He desires to wear some bright clothes or skirts. If you can dress him up beautifully, he will feel very happy. To be honest, Matthew was stunned when he first saw these two keywords. A skeleton that was addicted to alcohol. How could he drink it? Once the drink entered his mouth, wouldn't it leak out? As for the other keyword, it was easier to satisfy. Soldier's dark night cloak was getting more powerful. Matthew could easily find Soldier some beautiful dresses to wear underneath it. What made Matthew most dissatisfied was that whether it was to do drag or to drink, he had to spend money. In order to save costs, Matthew bought some of the cheapest ale, and Soldier drank it without hesitation. Just as Matthew expected, the ale immediately spilt down Soldier's throat. However, Matthew also noticed a portion of the alcohol seemed to have been absorbed by Soldier's soul fire. This was actually very interesting. It seriously violated the law of the undead. Anyone who could break the rules was definitely not an ordinary person. In this aspect, Soldier was already on par with Peggy. This was one of the few things that made Matthew feel gratified. As for female clothing, Matthew went to the second-hand shop in town to buy 2 dresses. They were both tattered old ladies' clothes, but Soldier wore them with ease. It was just that Matthew wished he could unsee certain things. But aside from these small flaws, Soldier's strength had increased steadily. Late Spring Festival. Matthew brought only one of his underlings to the Lord's mansion. At this moment, the sky is dimly lit. The Spring Festival celebration had already begun. On the way, Matthew could hear the joyful sound of gongs and drums from the Spring Festival team outside the village. Late Spring Festival was the 3rd and last day of the last week of March. Spring in Rolling Stone Town came and went very quickly. 2 months ago, it was a snowy winter, and after March, it was a scorching summer. Therefore, there was a grand festival in March. There were the Early Spring Festival at the beginning of the month and the Late Spring Festival at the end of the month. These 2 festivals were often celebrated grandly. They were also the 2 most significant festivals for the residents of Rolling Stone Town in the first half of the year. If they missed the Late Spring Festival, the next festival of the same scale would be the Harvest Festival in autumn. Chapter 68, Cross-dressing and Succubus. Chapter 68, Cross-dressing and Succubus. Translator. Lonely Tree. Today, regardless of whether it was the residents of the town or the farmers in the countryside, they all woke up very early. This was because most people were very keen to participate in the various activities of the Late Spring Festival. Unlike the Early Spring Festival, which focused on celebrations, performances, and gatherings, the Late Spring Festival attracted more attention from the different competitions and activities organized by the residents. This tradition originated from the Age of Enlightenment. It was said that the gods at that time held various sports competitions in the spring to select warriors from the human race. Later, it gradually evolved into a semi-official entertainment activity. Anyone could apply for a contest with the officials of Rolling Stone Town. Once the application was approved, they would receive a subsidy from the city hall. The participants of the contest were all registered on the spot, and the main purpose was to be entertaining and lively. When Matthew passed by the entrance of the mage area in the morning, he found that the people in charge of the grass-eating competition and ring competition were already moving materials to the spot. Near 7 Saints Square, the most popular Martin Run event was also drawing the finish line. There was also the one-handed and one-legged wrestling competition and the face-to-face wrestling fight that were also in the process of preparation. The entire Rolling Stone Town was thriving. This scene made Matthew feel a little enlightened. In the past years, due to his obsession with planting trees, he did not even have the chance to watch the Late Spring Festival, let alone participate in it. Today, the rich festive atmosphere aroused the idea in Matthew of participating in a few activities. Unfortunately, he had another mission. Today, I am the great mage Ronan. With this thought in mind, Under the guidance of the guards, Matthew and Soldier arrived at the side hall of the Lord's residence. Although it was early, the manor was already bustling with noise. The servants were busy decorating for the festival, and the masters did not sleep in. Matthew heard Sift's voice as he walked through a porch. "Oh, Daddy, I'm not a 15-year-old girl anymore. I don't want to dress like a little princess from a fairy tale today," Sif complained. "But even after the day after tomorrow, you will still be a 16-year-old girl." Rieger's voice was very gentle. "And isn't it good to dress like a little princess? They are very happy in the fairy tale." Sif snorted in dissatisfaction. "I don't like it. Those clothes are too childish. Even if it's a fairy tale, I want to wear them like the female knights in the fairy tales." Rieger was silent for a few seconds before he reluctantly said, "When you grow up, you'll have plenty of time to wear mature clothes. But today, promise me that you'll wear clothes that should be worn at your age, okay? These clothes are very beautiful. You might not wear them for a long time in the future. Just treat it as spending a few more years with them." There was a hint of reluctance in Rieger's voice. Sif was stunned for a moment, then happily agreed, all right, I'll listen to you. I'll pick a princess dress." "I love you, Dad." Rieger's pampering voice drifted over. "I love you more, my little princess. Go to the next room and let Shia help you put it on." What a sharp child. Matthew could even imagine the change in expression on Sift's face when she heard what Rieger had said. Although this girl had a strong personality, her nature was sharp and gentle. At least she did not let down Rieger's love for her. Matthew did not stay in the corridor for long. They passed through 3 corridors in a row. He finally arrived at the destination of this trip, a domed building on the west side of the Lord's residence. This was the residence of Zeller, Rieger's only magic consultant. "You came on time. I was just about to get ready." Zeller, who was dressed fashionably and had a handsome face, came out to welcome him. His gaze lingered for a few seconds near Soldier, who was wearing the dark night cloak. Then he led Matthew into the house. "I've finished setting up the mirror image technique. I tested it twice yesterday, and the results were perfect." Zeller asked. "By the way, have you eaten?" "I've eaten fried spring rolls and a cup of yogurt," Matthew replied. "Peggy is such an enviable partner." Zeller looked enlightened. "I heard Sif mention that her culinary skills are superb." Matthew smiled and nodded. "Then I'll take you to get your makeup done." Zeller brought Matthew to the innermost room. There were many mirrors and a large number of bottles and jars of medicinal powders. Most of the materials were things that Matthew's knowledge was blind to. Although charm is bestowed by the heavens, as a man, you have to know how to take care of yourself and cherish it, Zeller explained with a smile. Then, like a hairdresser, he made Matthew sit down in front of a mirror. Then, he snapped his fingers. In the mirror in front of Matthew. Suddenly, a blonde, blue-eyed woman with an explosive figure appeared. "Good morning, Zeller." The girl lazily rubbed her sleepy eyes as she walked out of the mirror. An incredible fragrance assaulted him. A force called desire began to tease Matthew's nerves. "Lesna, don't use your charm on my guest. He won't fall for it," Zeller ordered sternly. The girl stuck out her tongue. In the next second, she sat on the stage in front of the mirror with her legs crossed. Her short skirt was silently pulled up, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. A slender tail with a heart at the tip extended from the bottom and swayed unconsciously. This scene was enough to make most men's mouths go dry. However, Matthew looked at Zeller calmly. "Is this the makeup artist you found for me?" Zeller heaved a sigh of relief. "This is Lesna, my contracted partner. In most cases, she is also my family. Hint, your ability, Heart of Tranquil Water, is in effect. You have successfully resisted the charm of Succubus Lesna. Your will +1. Chapter 69, Martin Run. Chapter 69, Martin Run. Translator, Lonely Tree. Warlocks were indeed the legendary rich and handsome profession. Even their contracted creatures were blonde succubi, unlike a bitter necromancer like him, who could only accompany skeletons and zombies all day long. This thought flashed across Matthew's mind. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. Matthew joked with Zeller, with such a charming contract partner, no wonder you haven't married yet. Zeller waved his hand. You're mistaken. My relationship with Lesna is very pure. Matthew didn't believe it. Can you control yourself? Before Zeller could say anything, Lesna complained to Matthew. To tell you the truth, I often wonder if Zeller likes men. He always treats me as if I'm nothing. Most of the time, my charm seems to be released to the air. Zeller smiled gently. Of course not. There's no doubt about Lesna's charm, but I have my own way of doing things. Frankly speaking, it was not easy to resist her charm. Sometimes, I would be impulsive and waver, but I saw it as a form of training and challenge. Fortunately, I could always maintain control. Lesna rolled her eyes. Matthew had a little eye-opener. He had heard that most warlocks had a very licentious private life. They would do it with any creature that moved. However, Zeller was clearly an exception among warlocks. He had a succubus pet, but he could sit still and cultivate his willpower. This made Matthew suspect this guy's sexual orientation. The three of them chatted for a while. The atmosphere in the room gradually became lively. Lesna began to put makeup on Matthew. According to Zeller, this succubus lady was an expert in the field of makeup and disguise. Most of the time, the makeup done by Lesna's hands had an effect that surpassed illusions. Matthew did not have much understanding of this for the time being. He could only feel Lesna's small hands holding a powder pad and a paintbrush as she smeared it all over his face. It was itchy. Her body was very close to him. It was the instinct of a succubus. Matthew could feel the strong hormones that she inadvertently emitted at all times. If it weren't for the heart like still water, he would have made a fool of himself by now. Lesna was very focused on her work, but her expression didn't look very happy. About an hour later, the boring makeup session finally came to an end. Lesna threw away the pink cushion in her hand in frustration and said in an unfriendly tone, "All right. Being in the same room with you two men is like going to jail. I thought you were scary enough, Zeller, but I didn't expect your friend to be the same as you. We've been glued together for so long," but he didn't react at all. "Tell me. You must be gay too, right?" Her tone was very aggressive. However, her expression was full of frustration, and her eyes were filled with self-doubt. "I'm a normal man, but I'm better at temperance. Matthew explained calmly, not bothering to argue with a succubus. Then, he looked into the mirror, and his eyes lit up. The man in the mirror was exactly the same as the great mage Ronan in his memories. Very exquisite craftsmanship. Matthew couldn't help but praise. This sentence made Lesna feel much better. She gently bit her lower lip and reminded him, "You'd better stuff a few more insoles into your shoes. I remember that Ronan is a few centimeters taller than you, and his body is also a little stronger than yours. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, you'll have a cloak to help cover it up later." As they spoke, Zeller had already walked over from the next room with a replica of the Archmage's robe and a magic cloak that Ronan used to wear on the late spring festival. "Why don't you try on the clothes first? I'll get someone to look for the insoles later." Zeller looked at Matthew's face seriously and then showed a satisfied expression. Matthew took out a height-increasing scroll from his magical bag. "If it's height, maybe this thing will come in handy." Zeller looked past the height-increasing scroll and focused on Matthew's bag for a few seconds. "Is it the super version?" Matthew was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "You sure know how to spend." "I've wanted to get a super magic bag for a long time," Zeller said. "But I was too short of money to get one." Lesna snorted coldly and interrupted, "If you stopped donating to the orphanage, you could have bought yourself more than a few bags already. Or perhaps, if you had established your own family earlier, you would have earned much more than you do now." Zeller shrugged. "Lesna, don't even think about it. I'm not leaving Rolling Stone Town. Never. I promised Rieger." Lesna was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. "That man again. I shouldn't have followed you because I thought highly of your potential. For the sake of Rieger, you even rejected the position of the Lord of Dragon Nest City. I think the man's wife was not as loyal to him as you were to him." "Enough." Zeller's tone suddenly became stern. "In front of the guests, please pay attention to your words. Lesna was obviously hot-tempered, or rather, she had a strong sense of resentment from the beginning to the end. Did you just yell at me? How many times have you scolded me for rigor? You. A loud slap sounded. Chapter 70, Martin Run. Chapter 70, Martin Run. Translator, Lonely Tree. Lesna was slapped to the ground by Zeller. You seem to be pushing your luck, succubus. Zeller bent down and pinched her chin hard. His tone was unprecedentedly cold. If you're really dissatisfied with the current situation, I can send you back to the abyss at any time, no matter which demon lord's territory it is. But if you still want to stay by my side, you should learn to behave yourself. Promise me that this will be the last time. Lesna's eyes were filled with fear. She stammered, I promise, this is the last time. The last time what? Zeller asked coldly. This is the last time I tried to take advantage of you. I was wrong, Zeller. I didn't manage to arouse your friend's lust, so I was a little muddle-headed. Lesna replied with a trembling voice, don't send me back to the abyss. I beg you. They'll break me. Very good. Now, apologize to Matthew. Zeller let go. Lesna stumbled and fell to the ground, 2 bruises on her smooth chin. I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew. I shouldn't have spoken nonsense in front of you. She apologized nervously. Matthew waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Lesna was instantly relieved. With Zeller's permission. She carefully entered the mirror in front of Matthew and disappeared completely. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Matthew. Zeller returned to his gentle and amiable appearance. Demons are different from ordinary creatures. If I treat them kindly, they will be more likely to be ungrateful and complaisant. Lesna is an exempli. If I don't punish her occasionally, she might think that she is my master. As he spoke, he smiled helplessly. Your summoned creature, Peggy, I see that you treat her very well too. Will she show such signs too? Matthew could understand Zeller's helplessness. Demons were indeed a unique species and could only be controlled by using both and cruelty. Thinking of this, he didn't envy Zeller for having a succubus anymore. At least his kindness with his summons was rewarded. No, no. Matthew smiled. Peggy has a lot of shortcomings, but overall, her personality is quite cute. The only thing that annoys me is that she often asks for a raise in salary, but I don't think that's her fault. A hint of envy appeared in Zeller's eyes. Then, shall we get up and change? The celebration is about to begin, and we're going to set off fireworks at the climax of the celebration. Matthew nodded. Then, he hesitated. What's wrong? Zeller asked. Although it's a little presumptuous, and the timing isn't right, can I ask Lady Lesna to charge my magic staff? Matthew took out his cough magic staff in embarrassment. He had followed the method of Tower Spirit 177 and charged the staff by holding the staff and imagining coughing. The result was shockingly inefficient. About 3 seconds of imagination counted as one official charge, but at least 10,000 official charges were needed to charge the staff fully. Matthew had originally planned to charge it slowly, but since he had run into a succubus, he might as well take advantage of it. After all, Matthew didn't ask Zeller or the officials of Rolling Stone Town for compensation for helping him this time, right? Zeller took the staff and studied it for a while before nodding. Psionic energy. It shouldn't be a problem. I'll give it to Lesna later. The two of them stood up. After changing his clothes and getting taller, Zeller led Matthew to the hall where the mirror image ritual was set up. At noon, the Seven Saints Square in the center of Rolling Stone Town was packed with people. This was where many awards were given out. Although it had only started today, there were already many small contests that had already concluded. The contestants and their families and neighbors came to receive the award happily. A cheerful atmosphere pervaded the air. Under the statues of the Seven Saints, 2 men dressed as traveling merchants were whispering to each other. In front of them was a large wooden box with a large string of cotton candy inside. Today is the best day to break out of the prison. Look, a large number of guards have been transferred to the square to maintain order. I dare to bet that there is no one in the prison at all. A man in his 20s said in a low voice. You're right, Jonas, but Dean doesn't want to come out. That is our main problem. The man who answered him looked to be in his 30s. He was thin, and his eyes were bright, but he always looked lazy. Leon, why do you think Boss Dean is not willing to leave the prison? Jonas was puzzled. Who knows? Perhaps the food in the prison was better. Leon grabbed a marshmallow for himself and said casually while eating. I keep feeling like we're two big idiots. We came to Rolling Stone Town and didn't even know the specific mission. Jonas said unhappily, they only told us to disguise ourselves and sneak into the prison. In the end, Boss Dean ignored us. Are we really here to sell cotton candy? Leon comforted, we're not the only two who are here. There are other members of the Brotherhood and 2 other organizations. Don't worry. They must be doing something big. We just need to follow the orders and observe the situation in Rolling Stone Town. Jonas's eyes glided as he looked at the people around him, who were filled with laughter. But I feel that we've been discovered. How could they laugh so happily? Did they recognize us long? Chapter 71, Martin Run. Chapter 71, Martin Run. Translator, Lonely Tree. Leon said helplessly. You're really too nervous, Jonas. Why don't you sit by the side? Jonas shook his head and said. No need. That will make me even more uncomfortable. Damn it, why would this countryside town make me so nervous? You have to know that I didn't even feel anything when I set fire to the White Bullport's dock. Leon licked his marshmallow. Do you want one candy too? Or, you can just participate in a competition and have some fun. That's a good idea. Jonas's eyes lit up. I just saw that the prize for one of the events is a big jar of honey. My mother likes to eat honey. Why don't I give it a try? Leon put down the cotton candy in his hand. Wait, are you serious? Why? Participating in the activities of the country bumpkins was also a form of scouting, right? Jonas pushed away the box in front of him righteously and then walked towards a corner of the square impatiently. Leon could only push the cart to keep up. Hey guys, it's time for the annual Martin Run. Wipe the soles of your shoes. Open your eyes. Remember to keep your balance and don't fall. Every year, people run into the manure pit or the drain, and that's not why we're holding the Martin Run. Remember, the route is very important. I'll repeat the route one last time. Start from the starting point, circle around the 7 Saints Square, and run to the east wall. When you reach the tower, remember to pick up the beacon. Then, turn back and pass through the craftsman area. After getting 2 beacons along the way, sprint towards the 7 Saints statue with all your strength. We will meet you there at the finish line. Now, everyone gets ready. Accompanied by the host's hoarse shouts, the surrounding crowd erupted into cheers and cheers. The Martin Run was the most popular event every year. Even other cities sent competitors over. Jonas was mixed in with the crowd, but he was not as nervous as before. He looked behind him. Behind the dense crowd of contestants, 3 people in huge fluffy uniforms were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They would play the role of the monsters chasing Martin in the event. The contestants were playing the role of the hero of the mythical story in Rolling Stone Town, the omnipotent and fastest Super Martin. Jonas had just listened to the host recount the story of Super Martin. He had to admit, that story was quite interesting. Hey, foreigner. A provocative voice came from beside him. Jonas frowned and looked over. The one who spoke was a fierce-looking big guy. Remember to scram further away when I speed up later. Otherwise, don't cry when you get knocked into the shit pit. Jonas was instantly annoyed. When he killed and set fire in White Bull Harbor, these country bumpkins were still playing house. He actually dared to take the initiative to threaten him. He wanted to teach this big guy a lesson. But at this moment, the host in front suddenly shouted, Martins. Run! The crowd exploded. The 3 monsters let out strange cries. More than 40 people rushed forward. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Jonas was initially wrapped in the crowd. But very quickly, he found an opportunity to break out of the crowd. Arsonists were originally good at running, not to mention that Jonas was an outstanding arsonist. With a few swift moves, he had gotten to the middle of the group. "Stop that foreigner. He just pushed me." The big guy's angry roar came from behind. Jonas sneered. He didn't expect these locals to be so uncultured. Do they even want to form cliques for a running competition? As expected. Suddenly, two men squeezed towards him. Jonas was angered. With a shout, his speed increased drastically. Whoosh! He passed those people like a phantom. Wow! The audience exclaimed from both sides of the road. Jonas was extremely pleased. Let these country bumpkins see what true speed is. He quickened his pace. He moved forward at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already surpassed the first group, who had the advantage of starting the run first. So powerful. Good luck. He runs really fast. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Jonas was completely immersed in the world of running. He tried to adjust his breathing and control his pace. The arsonist's strength was actually sprinting, but he did not want to lose to others, so he maintained a good speed even after taking the lead. The scene in front of him gradually became blurry. Only the cheers from both sides continued. Unknowingly, Jonas' hand was already filled with 3 beacons. In front of him, the finish line was just drawn under the statues of the 7 saints. At that moment, a tsunami of cheers came. Almost everyone was cheering for Jonas' wonderful performance. He was also greatly encouraged. He sprinted all the way to the finish line. Let us welcome the champion of this Martin run, Mr. Jonas. He is joining the race for the first time. The host roared. Everyone applauded. A few young men ran over enthusiastically. Someone helped Jonas put on the wreath that symbolized a champion. The others joined forces to lift him up and throw him into the air. He fell down, and then they threw him into the air again. Jonas! Jonas! Impressive Jonas! Everyone was celebrating enthusiastically. Jonas himself was completely smug. He enjoyed the crowd. In a daze, he was escorted to the makeshift podium by everyone. "Hey, the amazing Jonas!" the host said loudly. "You are the well-deserved champion, and you even beat the previous record by a full minute. May I ask how you did it?" Jonas was about to answer. The host suddenly stuffed a large jar of honey into his hand. "This is the reward for the champion." Immediately after, a few fully armed garrison members appeared behind him. Ah! Before Jonas could react, he was already subdued by the powerful team members. "Sorry, but you ran too fast. We have reason to suspect that you are a member of the Silverfrost Brotherhood." The bearded leader explained apologetically, "Come with us. If it's proved to be our mistake later, I'll personally compensate you with a jar of honey." At that moment, Jonas felt his ears buzzing. He frantically searched for traces of Leon in the crowd. But he couldn't find Leon. All he saw were shocked faces. The people did not seem to have realized why the garrison team wanted to arrest this young man who was running so fast. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that the sky had turned dark. Bang! At the same time, the clear sound of fireworks exploded in the man-made night. Colorful patterns spread out at any time. The crowd cheered and clapped for the sudden magic fireworks. Ronan! Ronan! Someone was cheering the name of the mage. When he heard this word, Jonas' muddled mind suddenly became extremely clear-headed. At that moment, out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a figure walking away from the crowd. That back view. It was the man he had seen in the portrait. Legendary mage. Ronan. No, no, no. This was impossible. I have to tell everyone this news. Ronan was not lost in the astral plane. He is still in the town. Jonas subconsciously struggled. However, he was completely lifted up by the garrison members. Then, he was mercilessly sent to prison. Rolling Stone Town, which was originally filled with joy, had its undercurrents surge again because of the brilliant fireworks. Hint: you have completed a large-scale bluff performance. You have mastered 2 basic elements of the deception domain, bluffing and trickery. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, At the Touch of Fire. Chapter 72, At the Touch of Fire. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the hall that was reflecting rays of bright light, the arcane runes that activated long-range mirror image were extinguished one by one. Matthew blinked to adjust to the change in the light. It's over. You did well. Zeller walked over from the side. As he removed the rest of the mirror image spell, he signaled Matthew to relax. Matthew quickly took off his stiff cloak and could not help but ask, "Is this really going to work?" The reason why he asked this was because he felt that he had not contributed much in the process just now. He was only disguised as Master Ronan and walked around the area that Zeller had planned out, trying to make himself look more like a legendary mage. Zeller explained the principle to him in advance. He would use the mirror image technique to present Ronan's image in Rolling Stone Town and the North-South Trade Post. At the same time, he ordered the others hiding at the scene to detonate the magic fireworks left behind by Ronan. Thanks to the strong festive atmosphere, most people would not notice Matthew pretending to be Ronan before the fireworks exploded. However, after the fireworks exploded, under everyone's conscious search, there was naturally no lack of observant people who would see Archmage Ronan. Then, everything else would follow. However, after the entire process ended, Matthew still had a strong sense of unreality. It's hard to say, but everything depends on one's actions. At least we've muddied the waters, haven't we? I still have some things to deal with. Give me a moment, please. Zeller smiled apologetically at Matthew. Then, he hurriedly walked to another side hall. Matthew had to remove his makeup himself. It was also at this moment that he suddenly received a notification from the system. The 2 elements of deception. Matthew touched his chin. Doesn't this mean that we've succeeded? Elements were the prerequisites for a domain. Under normal circumstances, if mortals wanted to dabble in a domain, they had to collect the elements of the relevant domain in advance. The more relevant elements they collected, the higher the possibility of them entering the domain. Elements were the key to accessing domains. But this didn't mean that it was the entirety of the domain. For example, Matthew had completely ignored the key and directly barged into the domain 3 times already. It could be seen how convenient the system was. Especially after unlocking the legendary path. Matthew could clearly feel that his entry into the domains was thousands of times simpler than others. Even this time. If it were anyone else, it would at most be a meaningful deception experience. Although Matthew did not directly step into the domain of deception, he had indirectly grasped 2 keys to the domain of deception. If he worked hard in this direction, he would have soon entered the domain of deception. According to Mage Ronan, domains were more advanced tools than spells. Matthew gradually realized that his natural talent in the field might be his greatest strength. Next, I can focus on the 3 domains I have now. I can cultivate in the 3 domains and obtain more abilities in the respective domains. I can also expand horizontally and get involved in other related domains. As he pondered, Matthew had removed most of his makeup. Zeller rushed in. There's good news. It proves that our work is not for nothing. Matthew looked at him curiously. Zeller smiled. When we were setting off the fireworks, Blake captured a member of the Silverfrost Brotherhood. Matthew nodded. Our garrison captain is quite capable. How did he discover that the other party is a member of the Silverfrost Brotherhood? Zeller couldn't help but laugh. It said that the criminal volunteered to participate in the Martin Run event and won first place. He ran so fast that people recognized him as a supernatural being at a glance. Was there such a thing? Matthew was stunned for 3 seconds. Then he must have accomplices, Matthew said. Zeller nodded and replied. This is obvious. The members of the Silverfrost Brotherhood usually work in groups of 2. Although we haven't found his companions, we can be sure that he and his companions have seen Archmage Ronan with their own eyes. Especially when he was arrested, he reacted violently. He seemed to be eager to pass on this important news. To be honest, I'm currently wondering if I should find a chance to release him. Matthew thought for a moment. There's no need to be too deliberate. Zeller agreed. You're right. There are so many people present at the late spring festival. The news will definitely spread. In short, we're doing well so far. Thank you for your hard work, Matthew. Matthew shook his head. I didn't help much. Zeller said seriously, at least you're a real mage. This is very significant in the aspect of anti-divination. All right, your mission is over. Next, we will deal with the 3 evil organizations. If there is nothing else, we will not disturb you anymore. Of course, if you're willing, I would like to invite you to join the Lord's Mansion formally. Your status is temporarily the Lord's magic consultant, which is similar to my role. Matthew's heart jumped. Will Rieger agree? Chapter 73, At the Touch of Fire. Chapter 73, At the Touch of Fire. Translator, Lonely Tree. Zeller smiled. I will convince him. I'm very good at this. Matthew thought for a moment and threw out 2 more questions. If I become the advisor of the Lord's Manor, what do I need to do? How much is the reward? Zeller's invitation was obviously not a spur of the moment. After hearing Matthew's words, he said without hesitation. Usually nothing. When an incident occurs, you only need to provide related knowledge and assistance. As you can see, I am only a warlock. My understanding of magic is far inferior to that of mages. Rolling Stone Town has always been lacking a formal magic consultant, and I think you're the perfect candidate. As for the remuneration, it will not be less than 200 gold coins per month for the first year. We will reevaluate it based on your contributions in the past year, but the remuneration will only increase and not decrease. If the intensity of the work was as easy as what he said, then the pay was quite generous. However, Matthew did not agree immediately. He only nodded. I will consider it carefully. That should be the case. However, I still hope to have the opportunity to continue working with you. Zeller smiled and snapped his fingers. In the mirror, Lesna timidly looked at the 2 of them while leaning against her glasses. Charge this staff. Zeller handed the item over. Lesna took the staff, and her face blushed. Okay, please wait a moment. After a while, her fiery figure appeared in the mirror again, but the flush on her face was even more obvious. Here. Matthew took the cough staff and was delighted to find that the staff had become charged and could be used at any time. The only strange thing was, when Matthew first took the staff, it felt a little wet and warm. Thank you. He didn't ask how the succubus charged the staff. After chatting with Zeller for a while more, Matthew got up and left the Lord's Mansion. It was the afternoon, and there was still a commotion outside. Matthew brought Soldier around the town for a whole afternoon. After experiencing the rare festive atmosphere, he hurried back to the oak forest. At dusk, Matthew's busy figure once again appeared near the pit in the northern wasteland. He had no choice. No matter how late it was, he had to make up for the work he missed during the day. There were only 4 days left until the temporary state of double harvest ended. In the next 4 days, nothing could stop Matthew from planting trees with all his might. Night fell. In an abandoned mine northeast of Rolling Stone Town, the sparkles of torches illuminated the dark and damp mine pit. Shadows of different heights and sizes swayed along with the light. These shadows reflected on the rock walls of the pit, looking exceptionally ferocious. The rustling sounds of discussion and the increasingly loud quarrels echoed in the cave for a long time. Ronan can't be here. A dull voice instantly drowned out the other noises. It was a young man with a greasy face and a torch in his right hand. He was wearing a grayish-brown robe, and his entire body was enveloped in a faint black light, which added a hint of evil to him. I swear in the name of my lord that Ronan's true body is definitely trapped in the astral plane. This is a fact that has been verified by many parties. The man's eyes looked around fiercely. His eyes were filled with undisguised malice, and those who were stared at by him would involuntarily have their hair stand on end. However, there were also people who were not afraid of him. A slender black panther walked out gracefully. Her voice was hoarse and magnetic, and it instantly attracted the attention of all the male creatures present. But we all saw Ronan with our own eyes. Anderson, before the evil god behind you shows his true sincerity, everyone will only believe their own eyes. Anderson glared at Black Panther with an unfriendly gaze. You'd better use the right words, Quina. My lord is not an evil god. He has lived in the heavenly palace for a long time and was once the ruler of this land. Quina sneered. Every evil art master firmly believes that their master is the true god of the heavenly palace. You'd better show us something practical. In order to cooperate with your damn ritual, we've already lost the initiative. Rolling Stone Town has strengthened its defenses, and everyone is now in a passive position. What you should do now is, to be honest, and not continue to hide. This is not beneficial to our cooperation. As soon as she said this, she immediately received a lot of resonance. In the shadows, Leon from the Silver Frost Brotherhood took a step forward. Madam Quina is not wrong. The declaration of war was your order's suggestion. We've already cooperated with you and done a lot of work. Now that our brothers have infiltrated the town, but we've discovered that Ronan might still be in town. Legendary mages are no joke. I also heard that the Lord of Rolling Stone Town has sent people to seek the support of a legendary monk. I'm afraid none of us wants to face such a threat. The others also agreed. The people of the three major organizations were not united. They were incited by Anderson, the Southern Patriarch of the Order of Calamity, to imitate the plundering ritual of the Age of Enlightenment and reap benefits from all sides by destroying Rolling Stone Town. Their main goal was the path of legend. Whether it was the arsonist, the witherer, or the evil art master, if they could personally participate in the destruction of a territory of order and good, it would benefit them endlessly. However, Rolling Stone Town was obviously different from that of the average poor and remote village. Chapter 74, At the Touch of Fire. Chapter 74, At the Touch of Fire. Translator, Lonely Tree. Under Blake's lead, the garrison had greatly strengthened the patrols and inspections at the North-South Trade Post and Rolling Stone Town. This greatly increased the difficulty of the evil organization members sneaking in. Even if they managed to sneak in, most people had to give up their weapons to fit in. This was one of the difficulties Leon mentioned. Even if they were inside the town, they were barehanded. How were they going to do anything? The news that Ronan was still suspected to be in Rolling Stone Town became the final fuse. These evil people were not stupid. They were much better than ordinary people in terms of adapting to the situation. Even if something felt a little wrong, they would rather retreat first and then watch. No one was willing to be the first to die. The mine was gradually filled with quarrels and accusations. The members of the three major organizations argued for a long time, but no one was willing to complete the most important activation ceremony. Enough! Anderson shouted angrily. I knew that it would be difficult to accomplish anything with a bunch of motley crew like you. Fortunately, I didn't count on you from the beginning. His cold, venomous gaze swept across the crowd. Firstly, shut your mouths. Your equipment and weapons will arrive soon. Secondly, I'll personally conduct the activation ceremony. After tomorrow, I'll let the shadow of fear fill the sky above Rolling Stone Town. I hope you weaklings won't find any other excuses. And then I have to emphasize again, Ronan is trapped in the astral plane. This is the news that my lord personally told me. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. You should have a channel to verify it. Finally, you should fight for the legendary path that you want and not grumble like a group of chickens. Anderson said as he walked out of the crowd. He opened his hands and suddenly began to chant a spell loudly. Everyone immediately retreated vigilantly. Anderson's spell took effect extremely quickly. After a while, in the next moment, almost transparent jelly-like living creatures appeared in the open space in front of him. Molting gel. Quina's voice was solemn as she took 7 steps back. Now, I'll go to the farm to look for a few unlucky experiment subjects. Those who have the guts, come with me. As he spoke, Anderson waved his hand. The staff in his hand shot out black shadows. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so molting gels on the ground were put into wooden boxes that appeared out of thin air. In the shadows, a group of short figures rushed out. They struggled to lift the box and followed behind evil art master Anderson. Everyone saw clearly that it was a group of kobolds. What do we say now? Let him enjoy the rewards of the activation ceremony alone. Seeing Anderson's tenacious determination, the evil organization members wavered again. Some of them even began to calculate the benefits of the activation ceremony. At the very least, We should go and take a look. Anderson was the only member of the Order of Natural Disaster who had come today. The others probably had other plans. Quina's eyes flickered as she said, I don't remember there ever being any kobolds under the command of the Order of Calamity. In the mine. Everyone discussed for a while and became restless again. They planned to follow him from a distance and observe the situation. They had only taken a few steps. Where did Anderson say he was going to find the unlucky subjects? Leon replied casually, a farm. Damn it. Quina straightened her claws. There's an oak forest on the way from here to the farm. Leon was still confused. And then? Is there a flower fairy living in the oak forest? He even made a small joke. No, I didn't. It's all right now. Quina seemed to have thought of something, and her posture became relaxed again. In the next second, she quickened her pace impatiently. Keep up. If we're late, there won't be any fun to watch. North of the oak forest, the 5 Silvermoon zombies were still working hard. Matthew quietly put down his shovel. His eyes were fixed on the north. Eli appeared out of nowhere and stood beside him. There is an evil smell, and it is unprecedentedly strong. They are coming. Following Eli's warning, a series of shadows of varying heights walked out from the entrance of a mine ahead. At this moment, dark clouds were drifting past, covering the bright moonlight. But at that moment, both sides saw each other. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The battle was about to start. Chapter 75, Kill. Chapter 75, Kill. Translator, Lonely Tree. Hint, you have encountered the evil arts master Anderson, LV-15, and 33 kobolds. Almost at the same time when the two sides met, Matthew shouted loudly. Ella. Miss Owl, who was doing an enlightenment ceremony for the oak forest, heard Matthew's call and flew southwest without saying a word. That was the location where Matthew and Blake had agreed to set up a new sentry post. Seeing Ella leave safely to report the situation, Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have time to change his robe. He quickly took out the defensive psalm and held it in his left hand. He put the cough staff and the withered wood staff on his waist so that he could use them at any time. Eli's reaction was even more extreme. He glared with his eyes wide open and pounced forward on all fours. His entire body expanded, and with a roar, a tall and mighty saber-toothed tiger appeared on the barren land under the moonlight. He actually pounced straight at the enemy. Ambush battles always caught people off guard, but Anderson's reaction was quick. He shook off the cloak on his back and took out a huge mace from his back. The mace emitted a dark red, evil luster. Under his orders, the kobolds' people swarmed out. They charged Eli with their small wooden sticks and small round shields. Matthew keenly noticed that some of the kobolds were holding wooden boxes in their hands. Compared to normal kobolds, their eyeballs were more prominent. Their eyes were bloodshot and had a strange luster similar to Anderson's hammer. Roar! Eli bravely charged into the crowd of kobolds. His body size was enough to crush these small and medium-sized creatures. The saber-toothed tiger pounced, raised its fangs and swept its tail. Immediately, 3 to 4 kobolds died. However, something unexpected happened. The kobolds, who were known for their tendency to flee when their morale was low, displayed illogical bravery. The death of their companion did not make them afraid. Instead, they continued to surge at Eli fearlessly. Eli was strong and would not be hurt by the kobolds. However, there were too many kobolds. With the support of courage, even the ferocious saber-toothed tiger had to circle around them. It was not easy to attack them head-on. A few seconds later, Anderson himself also joined the battle with the dog-headed people. He waved his huge mace and shouted something. The evil art master's incantation was complicated and obscure. He chanted it quickly and incoherently. Matthew did not even have the chance to interrupt it with his cough staff. Anderson had already ended the casting phase. Matthew could only vaguely determine that he had used a total of 3 spells. The first spell was the summoning of a magic pet. Black smoke rose from the moon, and a demon that looked like a hyena with sharp barbs on its tail quietly appeared. Susuva Magic Hound, Elite/LV10 an abyssal creature, a mid-level demon, usually accompanied by elite gnolls. Just as the information about this summoned creature appeared in front of Matthew's eyes, he had also completed his summoning. The glow of the undying contract gradually dimmed. A Tauren skeleton appeared in front of Matthew. "Matthew, what's the meaning of this?" "I was just listening to some music at home," Peggy grumbled, and then she saw the situation in front of her. She pulled out her bone blade and said, "Who should I chop?" Matthew pointed at the Susuva magic hound that was running toward him. Peggy immediately went up and fought with the demon. Dog. On the other side. Due to Eli's reckless advance, his position was held back by the kobolds. Matthew had just commanded the Silvermoon zombies to reinforce him when the evil arts master Anderson had reached the saber-toothed tiger with his mace. At this moment, Matthew could also tell that the second spell that Anderson cast was a kind of power infusion or physique-strengthening spell that originated from his evil god. This was because he saw Anderson's body expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thrust. The black, thorn-like hair tore through the evil art master's robe. As his body size soared, evil art master Anderson also revealed his hideous appearance. The illusion of human appearance was broken. Under the moonlight, he became a giant gnoll that was 2 meters tall and had abnormally bulging muscles. Die. The huge gnoll smashed the saber-toothed tiger's waist with its mace. Eli couldn't dodge it completely. He was hit from the side and immediately screamed. Seeing this, the kobolds attacked even harder. Even though the Silvermoon zombies had already rushed to the vicinity to support Eli, Anderson's target, Eli, was in a sorry state. The latter did not expect this evil art master to have the terrifying close combat ability of a gnoll. Anderson kept waving his mace. Eli was slowly being cornered. Helpless. Eli could only hurriedly cast 2 buffs on himself. Then, he prepared to wait for an opportunity to escape. Matthew was also preparing to support Eli. He took out his withered wood staff and aimed it at Anderson's back. At this moment, the evil art master seemed to be wholly focused on chasing after Eli, completely unconcerned about what was happening behind him. All signs indicated that this was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Matthew gripped his withered wood staff tightly. He was indeed preparing to cast the strongest single-target spell he could cast, Enhanced Exhaustion Ray. However, at this critical moment, he suddenly remembered the third spell that Anderson had chanted. "I'm a caster, so it's illogical for him to ignore me." He had cast 3 spells, so what was the last one? What was the third spell? Matthew stared at Anderson's back, which was emitting red light, and chanted rapidly. A second later, cold air burst out from the tip of the withered wood staff. Immediately after, then, a 1-meter-long ball of white cold air enveloped Anderson's body. Whoosh! A red light flashed on Anderson's body. The white mist instantly disappeared. Matthew felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand that was holding the magic staff. A slight sense of nausea quickly rose in his heart. Hint: you have used the rank O cantrip, Frost Mist, on evil mage Anderson. You have suffered Anderson's counterspell, Magic Contract Enhanced. Your Frost Mist has lost its effect. You will suffer the punishment of being countered. For 12 minutes, you will not be able to cast any spell of the same level as Frost Mist. Your focus, 0.5, lasts for 18 seconds. Hint: you have successfully identified and used a rank O cantrip to break the enemy's counterspell. You will soon have the opportunity to explore the elements of the battle domain. I knew there was something else. And it's a counterspell that was strengthened by his evil god. Matthew was secretly glad that he had sensed that something was wrong. If he had used a Tier 2 spell, the punishment he would have to endure would probably destroy him. Ever since Matthew had transmigrated, he had hardly fought with a proper spellcaster. This was his first time. As expected, actual combat was different from theory. If Matthew had not been cautious enough, this vicious counterspell would have definitely made him suffer. This planned counterspell also made Matthew realize that Anderson's target from the beginning was him. As expected, after sensing that Matthew had been punished by the law, Anderson turned around. He brandished the mace and quickly launched a surprise attack in Matthew's direction. The kobolds ran even faster. A small portion of them went past the Silvermoon zombies and charged towards Matthew. The rest of them were fighting with the zombies. Seeing this, Eli hurriedly prepared to run back to support Matthew. However, there was already some distance between the two sides. He could only barely catch up to some of the kobolds who were lagging behind. Hiss hiss hiss. Even Susuva's hound, who was fighting with Peggy, found an opportunity to shake her off. This cunning demon sped up and wanted to attack Matthew from the other side. At the crucial moment, Peggy suddenly took a step forward and threw a bone blade in front of her. Puff. The bone blade that left her hand easily tore the demon dog's head apart. The demon immediately convulsed and fell to the ground. Brain matter and blood mixed together and gushed out from the hole that had been cut open by the bone blade. She couldn't be bothered to deal with the demon dog. Peggy pulled out her bone blade and went to Matthew's side to protect him. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. The soul fire in her brain was burning brightly. Her golden bones gradually turned into a noble dark gold under the moonlight. A gratified smile flashed across Matthew's face. However, his attention was still focused on the Knoll evil art master who was charging at him. In the next moment, he gripped the withered wood staff tightly and focused his attention. He aimed at Anderson's tall body and fired a solid, enhanced exhaustion ray. Anderson took the ray full of negative energy head-on. Its body size had almost shrunk by a portion. Under the weakening of the exhaustion ray, not only was Anderson's life slowly fading, but his powerful attributes were also slowly decreasing. However, he did not stop his assault. The kobolds at the front had already started fighting with Peggy. Fortunately, Matthew's reinforcements had also arrived. The skeleton dormitory was not far from here. Matthew used the summoning of the dead to summon 12 skeleton soldiers at the start of the battle. Now, they had finally arrived and surrounded Matthew in the middle. These bones can't protect you. Anderson roared as he charged over. His powerful mace smashed into Peggy, shattering her arm bones and sternum, causing her to stagger to the side. This Tier 4 evil art master's close combat ability was evident. Matthew stared at Anderson. He quickly took 2 steps back. He aimed the withered wood staff in his hand at his opponent again. Whoosh! A gray light flashed. Hint: you have used the negative armor spell on evil art master Anderson. Anderson's armor, bio fur, has been weakened to -1. Your spells can't hurt me. Anderson swept the area with force again. 2 skeleton soldiers were sent flying by him. At this moment, there were less than 20 steps between him and Matthew. However, when he saw Matthew's face under the moonlight, Anderson couldn't help but feel surprised. Because there was a confident and calm smile. It was now. Kill him, Matthew whispered. In the shadows that no one could see clearly, a skeleton with his hips twisting appeared silently behind the tall knoll. Anderson didn't have time to turn around. Firefly and Bright Moon had already landed impatiently on his thick neck. The blade went in as if it was kissing a lover's skin. Stab. Blood splattered before the sound. His head fell to the ground with a miserable cry. Under the moonlight, the giant knoll's head rolled on the ground like a ball on the beach. It happened to roll in front of Matthew. Matthew lifted his leg. He stepped on it heavily. Coincidentally, at this moment, another group of figures came out of the cave. They watched in shock as Matthew stepped on Anderson's head. His eyeballs squeezed out of the eye sockets. Blood splattered up half a meter. It dyed the necromancer's shoes and clothes red under the moonlight. Chapter 76, Banishment Letter. Chapter 76, Banishment Letter. Translator, Lonely Tree. At the entrance of the mine, Quina watched in disbelief as Matthew stepped on Anderson's head. Of course, she knew that there was a strange necromancer living in the oak forest, and she suspected that he was the one who had the ability to summon bone dragons. However, she did not expect Anderson to be defeated so quickly. He was the Southern Patriarch of the Order of Calamity, a genuine Tier 4 evil arts master, the organizer of the 3 organizations' expedition, and the strongest among them. This scene also shocked the other members. Their originally unstable fighting spirit instantly melted away like melting snow. Many people subconsciously retreated, wanting to hide behind the others. In the end, they realized that everyone had retreated. After Anderson's head fell to the ground, the situation on the battlefield also became clear. The originally fearless kobolds all covered their heads and scurried towards the entrance of the cave. However, their escape route was blocked by Eli. The saber-toothed tiger showed off its might as he dealt with the escaping kobolds. One slap, one kill. Soon, all the kobolds were eliminated. The only fish that had escaped the net was the Susuva demon hound. This demon's vitality was shockingly tenacious. Even though Peggy had punctured its skull and a small amount of brain matter was leaking out, it still managed to stumble away. This scene fell into Matthew's eyes. He frowned. The Susuva demon hound is a creature from another world. After the gnoll dies, it should not be able to maintain its existence in the prime material plane. Almost at the same time, suddenly, a violent tremor came from under his feet. Matthew reacted quickly. He lifted his leg and launched a heavy kick. Bang! Anderson's head exploded in the air, turning into a strange blood mist. Matthew saw it clearly. There were human faces, bugs, brain grooves, and clusters of extremely evil runes in the blood mist. At the same time, the badge of the goddess of moonlight on his chest began to tremble violently. Retreat! Matthew growled. Under cover of the skeletons, they quickly left the blood mist and the headless corpse. The blood mist wrapped the gnoll's corpse like an octopus. In the next moment, a solemn voice came from the blood mist. That person's words were extremely rigid and clear. It was as if it was echoing in the hearts of everyone present. I'll grant you an undying body. Wherever the night goes, you'll live endlessly and be indestructible. As soon as he finished speaking, the headless corpse of the gnoll slowly stood up from the ground. Unknowingly, a smooth neck grew out from the undamaged head. Everyone was stunned by this strange scene. Even for the members of the evil organization, such a scene of resurrection was extremely rare. I'm immortal. Anderson shook his neck from side to side as if he was trying to get used to this new head. His eyes were evil and unscrupulous as he locked onto Matthew as if he wanted to swallow him alive. The blood mist still hadn't dispersed. It was like a protective halo that enveloped the gnoll. Matthew sensed a strong domain from the blood mist. At this moment, a message formed by moonlight suddenly appeared on the constantly vibrating badge. The god of the gnoll Anderson is the evil demon Trier of the ancient land, and Trier is actually the incarnation of the god of midnight. The blessing of the god of midnight is only effective at midnight. If it is delayed until dawn, his undying blessing will be broken. Asha Moonlight, the midnight god. Was this matter actually related to the heavenly palace? Matthew didn't doubt the authenticity of this information. After all, this was in line with the goddess of moonlight's many attempts to curry favor with him. Even if she had any designs on him, it would be something else. However, whether it was Asha or the god of midnight who had transformed a man into an evil spirit, it meant that the exiled gods had started to make their move. This was not good news for this world that was lagging behind in development. This thought flashed through Matthew's mind. He suddenly pulled out a crossbow and aimed it at Anderson, who was in the blood mist. Come on. You can't kill me. Anderson shouted crazily. Matthew judged that he was still in a temporary state of paralysis after being resurrected, so he no longer hesitated. An arrow shot out from the pile of skeleton soldiers and hit Anderson in the chest. The arrow pierced the gnoll's chest, and the gnoll pulled it out as if it did not feel pain. It then twisted the arrow in half in front of Matthew. However, Matthew did not stop. He raised his hand and swiftly took out another loaded crossbow from his magical bag and aimed it at Anderson. Whoosh! Another arrow. Anderson glared angrily. You're doing useless work. He had just pulled out the second arrow from his chest when the third arrow flew over. However, Matthew missed this time, and the arrow pierced the gnoll's knee. The 3 consecutive arrows made him furious. The blood mist began to move slowly toward Matthew. However, Matthew, who had missed his 3 shots, sneakily retreated towards the oak forest. He met up with Eli. With the Silvermoon zombies and skeleton soldiers as protection, they retreated in an orderly manner. Only Soldier was ordered by Matthew to harass the evil art masters in the blood mist. After receiving the order, Soldier immediately limped towards Anderson. His dance steps were sometimes stiff and sometimes smooth. Everyone saw the skeleton that was always twisting its hips around the blood mist in a probing manner. From time to time, he would strike. The short knife could easily tear open the skin of the gnoll, leaving a mark on his body that was neither deep nor shallow. However, the effect was limited. The blood mist seemed to have given Anderson an insufferably vibrant life force. No matter how Soldier added wounds to his body, he could always recover quickly, and his aura became stronger and stronger. "This gnoll's close combat ability is too strong," said Eli fearfully. "I'm afraid that only guardians of the same level can take him head-on. Ordinary warriors can't do anything to him." Matthew nodded lightly. Peggy and Eli were both Tier 3 melee experts, but they were barely a match for Anderson. The pressure that this guy gave off on the battlefield was indeed too great. He had seen through this, which was why he had chosen to lure the enemy in and cooperate with Soldier's sneak attack. However, who knew that an evil art master actually had the protection of a true god? Even though the heavenly palace was far away and the god of midnight could not directly interfere on the battlefield, the blessing he gave through his avatar was already troublesome enough. "Eli, I need you to cooperate with my skeleton assassin and continue to pressure him. I'll give you some support from behind." Matthew voiced his thoughts. Eli didn't refuse. He just asked curiously, "He's immortal now. What's the use of your crossbow and our harassment? I'm not thinking of killing him now. I'm just trying to weaken him as much as possible." Matthew said calmly, "Didn't you notice that his movements are much slower than before?" Eli was enlightened. "Are you using poisoned arrows?" Matthew nodded. "It seems that his immortal body is not omnipotent. The effects of the powerful exhaustion ray and the negative armor debuff have been purified, but the poison on the crossbow will still slow him down. This is not enough to kill him. We are facing a protracted battle." Eli took a deep breath. "I understand. You need me to force him to use his other abilities." Matthew's eyes flashed with caution. "Yes, while the others are still hesitating, try your best to put pressure on him. I suspect that he still has a powerful killing move other than resurrection, so you have to be careful." Anderson was the strongest enemy Matthew had ever faced since he transmigrated. Because it was an ambush, both sides were almost unprepared. The attack just now was the best decision Matthew made on the spot. Things had come to this. Matthew didn't have many cards in his hand, and he definitely couldn't use his trump card, Bone Dragon, for two reasons. First, revealing his trump card meant that he had to be prepared to escape. Clearly, he had not reached that step yet. Second, Matthew's trump card was actually a non-secret. The Order of Calamity was aware of the existence of the skeletal dragon, but they still dared to come and cause trouble. This meant that they had the means to fight the skeletal dragon. In such a situation, showing his cards first was equivalent to sending himself to his death. Matthew had to rely on other methods to delay Anderson. At this moment, his gaze was locked onto the gnoll evil art master. His attention was unprecedentedly focused, and he did not want to miss a single detail. Eli understood Matthew's tactics. He switched from his wild form to a more agile jungle lynx, and he worked with Soldier to harass Anderson. The injured Peggy was in charge of supporting them from further away. Matthew, on the other hand, kept retreating at a moderate pace. In the blood mist, Anderson was pincered from both front and back. Even though his recovery ability was amazing, he was still harassed tirelessly. The spiked hammer in his hand was extremely lethal, but it just couldn't hit Soldier and Eli. The former's footsteps were strange. He was clearly a skeleton, but his movements were as slippery as an earthworm. After the latter transformed into a lynx, his agility skyrocketed. Furthermore, Eli did not focus on attacking but on harassing. He didn't give Anderson any chance to hurt him. The group retreated while fighting. They gradually approached the edge of the oak forest. Finally, Anderson also realized that his movements were a little too slow. He cast purification on himself to temporarily suppress the poison. The blood mist dispersed bit by bit. He seemed to have been completely freed from the stun of resurrection. Suddenly, he rushed forward and almost injured Eli, but Soldier, under Matthew's command, pounced behind Anderson like a ghost. Firefly and Bright Moon were about to repeat the same trick. But this time, Anderson dodged at the last moment. The pair of daggers only tore through the gnoll's scalp and did not decapitate it again. Unable to succeed, Soldier quickly blended into the shadows. Anderson's face was flushed red from the tactic. He finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Under Matthew's scorching gaze, the gnoll tore off a palm-sized piece of fur from its chest. The back of the fur was filled with twisted words. Anderson held the fur in his hand and glared in the direction where Soldier disappeared. He shouted, "You don't belong here." As he spoke, that piece of fur actually started to burn out of thin air. Soldier's figure suddenly appeared. His movements were a little stiff at first, and then a dark gray negative energy halo lit up under his feet. "You don't belong here." Anderson roared again. The halo completely engulfed Soldier. Hint: the evil art master Anderson has used the banishment letter on your summoned creature. Soldier has been banished for a short period of time. Currently, Soldier is in the negative energy plane. Time limit before you can summon Soldier again, 4 hours. Banishment letter, magic contract enhancement and exile spell stained with the blood of the great demon Trier. It can banish any non-legendary creature from the material world for a short period of time. The duration depends on the level of the banished subject and the will of the summoner. Soldier was banished. Anderson had completely regained his spirit, and his movements became faster and faster. The pressure on Eli instantly increased a lot. Anderson used his hammer to force Eli back. Then, he charged toward Matthew without any regard for anything else. However, Matthew's eyes flashed with indescribable excitement. "So, the banishment document is your trump card against the Bone Dragon." He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he ordered the skeleton soldiers and zombies to disperse. He quickly ran towards the oak forest. In the forest, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Matthew ran with a smile on his face. He knew. He was definitely not fighting alone. Chapter 77, The Southern Four. Chapter 77, The Southern Four. Translator, Lonely Tree. The significance of the sentry post was vividly reflected in this battle. Matthew had never thought of fighting against the 3 evil organizations on his own, and so after the failed ambush, his tactics immediately changed to delaying and probing. And Ella didn't disappoint. Amidst the sound of horse hooves, a total of 8 cavalrymen had successfully arrived in front of Matthew. The leader of the group was Blake, who was fully armed, and Zeller, who was dressed in casual clothes. The remaining 6 knights were also armed to the teeth. Matthew knew that they were not members of the garrison but the Lord's guards. His lordship already knows. He ordered me to come over first, and follow-up reinforcements are already on the way. Zeller dismounted and stood beside Matthew. The knights, on the other hand, were slowly advancing with their spears in their hands. Under the night sky, the 3-meter-long spear gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. This was a real military weapon. Even Anderson, who thought highly of himself, was no longer arrogant. He did not dare to continue chasing but hurriedly retreated to the entrance of the mine. Blake and the others were about to give chase. Matthew quickly reminded them, "Be careful. Those wooden boxes are strange." Hearing this, the knights hurriedly tightened their reins. The moonlight shone on the barren land in front of them. There were more than 10 wooden boxes scattered around the corpses of the kobolds. A few of the boxes had been knocked open by the fall, and they looked empty. However, Matthew's nerves were beating violently. "Be careful. It's a molting gel. Do you have sight powder?" He saw the notification. He knew that the monster in the wooden box had sneaked over under the cover of the night and in its unique form. Without saying a word, Zeller threw a glass bottle at the empty space in front of him. With a bang, the bottle shattered, and light purple smoke spread out from it. Wherever the smoke went, some of the molting gel that was originally difficult to distinguish with the naked eye was instantly dyed with a thick layer of purple. This was sight powder, a powerful tool for mid- and low-level adventurers to fight against invisible units. The disadvantage was that it was expensive, and even Matthew could not afford it. The fastest molting gel was already close to its position. The horse at the front suddenly raised its front hooves in shock and neighed. The knight managed to maintain his balance and pulled the reins to the side. Blake reacted quickly and stabbed his spear forward. The iron spear easily pierced through the jelly-like body of the molting gel, but the latter was only nailed to the ground and could not move. It seemed that it was not dead. We can't kill them like this. We need fire or lightning, or we can just dry the water in their bodies. As a mage, Matthew's basic skills were still passable. The molting gel was a kind of sludge-like monster, and its form was transparent and jelly-like. Their movement speed was not fast, but they were also extremely easy to miss. Once a living creature accidentally touches the molting gel, the gel will rapidly expand and engulf the living creature at the fastest speed. The person wrapped in the molting gel will suffer great pain for 72 hours. They will not be able to escape or struggle and can only await the arrival of death. Their flesh, blood, internal organs, and even bones would be easily digested by the molting gel, leaving behind only a few strands of hair and complete human skin. The molting gel would spit out the human skin and hair after digestion. After leaving it in place, it would set off to look for the next prey. It was precisely because of this characteristic that some evil spellcasters or organizations would store molting gel and use it to skin themselves. Of course, there were many examples in history where they were accidentally eaten alive because of the molting gel. This thing was far from being as clumsy and harmless as it looked. Matthew reminded everyone. Everyone began to eliminate the molting gel. Zeller also carefully calculated the number of wooden boxes to prevent any of the molting gel from getting away and harming the residents nearby. Matthew took advantage of this opportunity to cast the undead summoning spell on the pile of kobold corpses. Hint: undead summoning has been successfully cast. You have obtained 30 silver moon kobold zombies, average level 6. You have obtained 3 kobold skeleton soldiers, average level 0. After a round of summoning, Matthew's mana was mostly depleted. The kobolds who had been fighting for the Order of Calamity instantly turned into undead and turned against them. Other than 3 whose corpses were too damaged by Eli and thus could only be revived as skeletons, the rest of the kobolds were all transformed into Silvermoon zombies. Compared to the Silvermoon zombies transformed from humans, these undead kobolds were smaller in size and lower in level, but they also inherited the characteristics of Bark Spell, Moonlight Power, and Holy Moon Armor. Other than their reduced agility, they were stronger than living kobolds in all other aspects. This was the first time Matthew had controlled so many undead creatures at the same time. However, he did not feel flustered. Instead, it felt like he was playing an RTS game. He drew a frame in his mind and ordered the kobolds to attack, defend, or idle. Easy orders could usually be carried out smoothly, but it was difficult to give more detailed instructions. If he wanted to carry out more detailed microcontrol, Matthew had to learn the magic skills related to group control. With the help of the kobold zombies, he cleaned up the molting gel. The pressure on the knights was instantly reduced. They turned their attention to the entrance of the mine. Chapter 78, The Southern Foreman Team. Chapter 78, The Southern Foreman Team. Translator, Lonely Tree. At this moment, the people at the entrance also had a fierce argument with Anderson. We've been discovered by the officials of Rolling Stone Town. That evil necromancer doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. We don't have any weapons, and we lack manpower. It's time to admit that this operation failed. A one-eyed man said this and walked into the mine without looking back. Although the others did not say it explicitly, they all agreed with his opinion. Only Anderson's eyes were gloomy and burning with anger, but he had no intention of retreating. Quina and Leon looked at each other. Both of them sensed that something was amiss. However, there were a few knights outside the cave who had already bypassed the remaining molting gel and were chasing after them. Their eyes revealed the intention to retreat. For the members of the evil organization, the courage to admit defeat and know how to protect themselves was the highest principle of survival. If Anderson and the Order of Calamity could really tear open the wounds of Rolling Stone Town through the activation ceremony and cause panic there, they would not mind adding icing on the cake and joining forces with the Order of Calamity to carry out a party of evil organizations in Rolling Stone Town. However, the current situation was different. Rolling Stone Town was harder to deal with than they had imagined. Then they had better leave. That was the best plan. More and more people retreated into the cave. A mocking smile appeared on Anderson's face. Quina and Leon frowned and walked into the cave. But not long after. The people who had left earlier suddenly ran out of the cave. Move aside. A rough voice came from the depths of the cave. Several peripheral members of the Silverfrost Brotherhood were unable to dodge in time and were sent flying to the stone wall by a huge force. Boom. 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 The entire mine cave shook violently. Everyone was forced to regroup at the entrance of the cave in shock. Another feminine voice sounded, "How many times have I told you not to hammer people into the wall? The soil here is soft. If you're not careful, you'll be buried alive." Accompanied by a voice. A dark-skinned, slim female drow walked out of the shadows. She had very little fabric on her body and could barely protect her vital parts. Other than her hot figure, the thing that attracted everyone's attention the most was the scimitars hanging on both sides of her long thighs. The curved edge of the scimitar was very wide, and the edge of the scimitar flickered with silver light. There was no doubt that this was a drow warrior with extraordinary combat strength. Behind her, a troll with dark blue skin and a head that almost reached the ceiling. The cave was walking lazily. Compared to a normal troll, the most special thing about this troll was that he was too fat. He alone almost filled the entire tunnel. It was clearly this troll who sent the gang members flying. "Hey, little girl, it doesn't matter how many times you tell Sinwak." The troll threw a tantrum at the drow warrior and said, "Sinwak's memory lasts for 17 seconds at most. It's useless for you to tell him this. It's useless." The drow warrior rolled her eyes. She couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on this idiot. Everyone was forced out of the cave. They watched as the fat troll struggled to squeeze its body out of the hole and fell to the side. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. The troll lay on the ground and moaned comfortably. "Sinwak, you're the most self-aware troll I've ever seen, but please tell me in advance the next time you lie down. I have a phobia of earthquakes." Two more people walked out from behind the troll. The one who spoke was a boarman holding a huge axe. And the warrior beside him was even more eye-catching. He was not tall, and there was a circle of fine scales and a short horn on his forehead. He had a long tail on his back, and the scales on his tail were dark blue, emitting a strange luster in the night. Combined with his deep pupils, the identity of this warrior was obvious. He was a half-dragon or a draken. Warning, you have encountered the Order of Calamity Southern Quartet Dash. Headhunter Lara, Drow Warrior /LV-15, Angry Mountain Sinwalk, Troll /LV-14. 100 Men Slayer Medis, Draken Spellcaster /LV-14. Deep Howling Butcher Banwin, Boar Warrior /LV-14. You have encountered the Underground Coalition Army from the Abyss, kobolds, gnolls, imps, lesser inferior demons, etc. There are more than 300 of them. He looked at the lines of information. Matthew's eyelids twitched. He guessed that the Order of Calamity would not send Anderson alone. However, he did not expect the other party's reinforcements to be so fierce. It was fine if there were just 4 elite adventurers. But there was a whole army as well. I'm afraid this isn't a plundering ritual at all. The Church of Calamity wants to attack Rolling Stone Town. Zeller looked very serious. We might have misjudged the enemy's true purpose. Matthew was also on guard. He looked in the direction of the cave in the distance. Countless kobolds and gnolls were pouring out of the cave, and they were still giving weapons to the Silverfrost Brotherhood and the Withering Order. At this juncture, the other 2 organizations had no other choices. They were forced to join the Order of Calamity. War. At the very least, a small-scale battle was unavoidable. We might need to retreat first. Zeller suggested. Wait a moment. After Matthew said this, he stared in the direction of the cave entrance. Zeller followed his gaze. He saw evil art master Anderson cursing at his subordinates. Do it. Matthew suddenly whispered. The air around Anderson twisted, and several half-broken bottles smashed into his body and feet. In the next second, the gnoll's head, back, and chest suddenly burst into flames. Who is it? The gnoll roared angrily and smashed the mace in its hand, but it missed. Peggy, who had sneaked in and succeeded in her attack, ran quickly. Before Anderson could react, the Tauren skeleton had already run far away. Only the others were left to put out the fire in a hurry. However, what Peggy used were the blazing glue and Molotov cocktail that Matthew had obtained from the arsonist. Once the flame was ignited, it could not be contained. Moreover, Anderson's fur had become the best fuel. In just a few seconds. In the process of Anderson jumping up and down, his black fur was burnt clean. The strange blood mist appeared again. The resurrection power bestowed by the god of midnight could save the gnoll's life and also have the opportunity to quickly regenerate his fur. However, the most important pieces of fur were no longer there. Hint: Paige used blazing glue to burn the gnoll's fur and 2 copies of banishment letters hidden in its chest hair. So you were still hiding your 2 more banishment letters. Such schemes. Matthew smiled in relief. In the next second, just as Anderson furiously ordered his men to charge into the oak forest, a bright circle of light flashed across the open space in front of them. A mountain-sized skeleton appeared out of thin air. It turned its head and looked straight at the entrance of the cave. The soul fire in its skull was as terrifying as the lamp of the Grim Reaper. At that moment, everyone felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was shattering. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Changes in the Battle. Chapter 79, Changes in the Battle. Translator, Lonely Tree. Filey entered the arena with the might of a dragon. In an instant, it intimidated the kobolds and gnolls who had just charged forward. The skeletal dragon slightly opened its wings, and its bony neck twisted in the air. In the next second, its jaw opened, and thick black smoke gushed out from its chest. Dragon breath. The dragon breath that was mixed with poison and acid shot out in a cone shape. The fan-shaped area in front of the skeletal dragon was covered in black smoke. The underground creatures at the front didn't even have the chance to scream before they were killed by the terrifying breath. Filey charged forward again. Boom. Filey's mountain-like body rolled over the barren land. Dozens of dead bodies appeared on the ground. It had made outstanding military achievements when it first appeared, but it was not greedy for credit. Seeing that the enemy's main force was fleeing in fear, it instead cautiously stood guard in place, only its head facing Matthew's direction, looking proud of itself. Filey's action was in line with Matthew's train of thought. The bone dragon was definitely a great weapon to kill small fries. However, the evil art masters, who were nearly invincible in close combat, and the newly arrived Southern Foreman team were deep behind the enemy formation. Their levels were not much different from the bone dragon, and if they rushed over rashly, there was a risk of being torn apart. Without the banishment letter, the battle will only drag on to our advantage. Matthew's train of thought was very clear. This was Rolling Stone Town, his home ground, and in a tug-of-war, the more corpses on the ground, the better for the Necromancer. Therefore, he and Zeller quickly communicated for a while. The knights slowly drew back their formation in the direction of the oak forest. Everyone paid close attention to the changes in the enemy. At the entrance of the cave, over 100 underground creatures were intimidated by the skeletal dragon and were running around like headless flies. Some of the weaker ones were even trampled to death by their companions. Seeing this scene, the few members of the Order of Calamity acted decisively. The burly Borman warrior carried a brown flag and rushed into the chaotic formation. With his physique, the underground creatures he bumped into along the way were sent flying. Just like that, the wild Borman knocked away more than 10 kobolds and came to a relatively empty wasteland. The next moment, he suddenly stuck the flag into the ground in front of him. Hoya! The wild boar warrior patted the mane on his chest and let out a loud roar. The battle flag shook without wind. The halo spread through the battleground. The panicked underground creatures were relieved of their shock. At the same time, the Draken swordsman had been following him. When he saw the flag's effect activated, the half-dragon pulled out a pitch-black horn. Woo! The horn sounded. The underground creatures trembled when they heard the sound, and then they moved toward the direction of the flag. The fear in their eyes disappeared. What replaced it was a strong battle intent. Just like that. With a flag and a horn, the chaotic situation instantly calmed down. The army of the Order of Calamity had assembled once again. During this process, more and more underground creatures were coming out of the cave. More and more underground troops gathered on the barren land. Well done, Banwin, Medes. Anderson praised loudly. Then, he looked at the fat troll beside him. Sinwak, it's your turn. I know it'll be easy for you to take down that damned bone dragon. Who knew that the troll was lying comfortably on the ground? For a moment, he refused to get up. Shush. Sinwak isn't going anywhere. I'll just lie here and wait for the enemies to come before I tear them apart. Anderson couldn't help but berate, we are at war. For the sake of the great Yurkus, can't you rest after the match? The troll was indifferent. The great Yurkus didn't say that Sinwak couldn't lie down for a while. Sinwak had already rushed for half a day and successfully arrived at the battlefield. What else do you want Sinwak to do? Anderson was furious at his attitude. Don't make me beat you up, Sinwak. He raised the mace in his hand sternly. It doesn't matter. Sinwak's memory is only 17 seconds at most. The troll lay down lazily. Only two thick moss-covered buttocks were exposed, facing Anderson. Bang. Anderson was so angry that he smashed his hammer down, accurately hitting the troll's head. The latter's eyes turned white, and his body trembled. Then, a heavy snore sounded. Sinwak. Anderson was furious. Let him sleep for a while. Considering the age of the trolls, Sinwak is still a 5-year-old child. The drow warrior beside him said casually. Anderson looked at her angrily. How long will he sleep? Lara tidied her hair. Who knows? Last time, he dared to sleep in front of the old black dragon and slept for a full 80 hours. The black dragon was so angry that it almost castrated him. Fortnatelv. The black dragon's subordinates could not find the Sinwak's genitals. He's really too fat. I'm really worried about his future wife. Anderson was speechless. He glanced at the depths of the mine. So where is Black Dragon Aegis? Did he refuse to come? Lara said sarcastically, it's not like you don't know the old Black Dragon's character. When he was young, he fantasized about dominating the underground world. Later, after being defeated by the Dracolich and the Fire Tribe, he was scared out of his wits. To this day, he only wants to live a peaceful life with his hundreds of wives of different races. He's already giving the order face by lending his troops. Anderson said coldly. It's not like he doesn't have the intention of coveting the surface world. The reason why he doesn't want to come personally is because he's afraid of Ronan. Lara said matter-of-factly, who isn't afraid of that lunatic Ronan? If it weren't for the fact that my lord had explicitly told me that Ronan was trapped in the astral plane, I would never have gotten involved in this mess. Anderson nodded. His tone was much gentler. Lara, do you see that bone dragon? It is a great enemy on the battlefield. I need you to kill that necromancer. This will greatly reduce our losses. Don't worry. I've already fought with that necromancer. His level isn't high, at most 3rd tier. His bone dragon should have been obtained by chance. Who knew that Lara would quickly shake her head and refuse? My mission is to contact the old Black Dragon Aegis, mobilize the army, and protect your life. I won't do anything else. Anderson's blood pressure, which had just dropped, rose again. So, you plan to stand by and watch? Lara replied without hesitation, the purpose of my existence is to ensure that even if you are defeated, your corpse can be transported back to the Holy Church in a relatively complete state for resurrection. After all, this was a precious body bestowed by the gods. In all of the South, you are the only one with such an honor. I can't let your dead body be left outside. Anderson shook his head angrily, his mace clenched tightly. Lara was still expressionless. I thought you had already gotten used to life in the Order. It seems that your greatness still needs some growth. I advise you not to look at me like that. I'm not a stupid troll. If I feel threatened, I don't mind turning you into a corpse and bringing you back to the Holy Church in advance. As she spoke, her right hand was already on the scimitar on the outside of her thigh. Please, can't you show any of the Order's camaraderie and unity? Anderson, didn't you always say that we're a family? The wild Borman warriors guarding the battle flag in the distance seemed to have sensed the tense atmosphere. He complained loudly, besides, can't you control the 2 groups of people you've roped in? They've already run away. Anderson was stunned. He quickly looked in the direction the Borman warrior was pointing. The Silverfrost Brotherhood and the Order of Withering had scattered and fled after taking their weapons. But this time, they did not run into the mine. Instead, they retreated towards the northwest. One of them did not seem to be running away from Rolling Stone Town. Anderson shouted with a gloomy expression, "Don't bother about them. Let's finish the battle quickly. Banwin, you and Medes are old partners. You two can lead the team to take down the Bone Dragon." After receiving the affirmative reply from the Boreman and the Draken, Anderson then ordered a strong knoll to lead a small army to bypass the main battlefield and sneak attack the farm next to it and to create as much chaos as possible. That's why. Amidst the troll, Sinwak's deafening snores, the situation changed again. The underground coalition army launched its attack in an orderly manner. The Lord's Manor and the camp beside it were brightly lit. The sound of gathering footsteps could be heard. In a room, Sif, who was in her pajamas, looked worriedly at her father, who was getting armed. "Must you go? Uncle Zeller and the other cousins and Blake can handle it, right?" Rieger adjusted his armor and replied seriously. "The people of the Suki family will not run away from the battle. When our people are threatened by invaders, the only thing we need to do is to kill them with our own hands." He thought for a moment and said, "The battle is at the Oak Forest. Your teacher might be there too. Although I don't like him, I have to protect him." Sif bit her lip. "But I'm also a member of the Suki family. I also want to go together." Rieger turned around and gently patted her head. "The blood of the clan indeed flows in your veins. At some point in the future, you will step onto the battlefield like me and fight for things that are very important to you, but that is definitely not today." Sif broke free from his hand. "But you're not even willing to teach me how to fight. I'm going to be 16 soon. You've been lying to me all this time. I know you only want to protect me, but I really don't want to live under your protection forever." Rieger was stunned for a moment. He bent down and gently grabbed his daughter's shoulder, his eyes bright. "Fighting is not a difficult thing for the Blood Flag family. Sif, I swear to you that one day, you will become an outstanding warrior. But before that, my daughter, please let me protect you, okay?" Sif pursed her lips and took a few deep breaths. She pushed Rieger away with tears in her eyes. I know. I'm just worried about you, Uncle Zeller, and Matthew. I shouldn't have delayed you. I just couldn't control myself. You don't have to worry about me. Go. I promise you. I will stay safe in the house until you come back. Hurry." Hearing Sif's promise, Rieger smiled in relief. He put on his helmet and took a heavy two-handed sword from the wall. He carried it on his shoulder and walked out quickly. Very quickly. Outside the camp, under the leadership of Rieger, the Knights of the Lord's Guards rushed in the direction of the Oak Forest in an orderly manner. Just as the last team disappeared from the front of the Lord's residence, in an alley opposite, a few sneaky figures quietly appeared. Chapter 80, Withering Light. Chapter 80, Withering Light. Translator, Lonely Tree. Boss Leon. The Lord's Manor's people have come out in full force. At this moment, their internal defenses are empty. Should we go straight into the manor? In the alley, a member of the Silverfrost Brotherhood suppressed his excitement and said. Leon's expression changed. He raised his hand and smacked the man's head. Don't even think about it. Do you think the people of the Suki family are fools? Rieger had at least left a small team in the manor. The Lord's mansion must have other security forces. Moreover, what good would attacking the Lord's mansion do us? The lackey scratched his head in embarrassment. Leon looked at the flickering lights in the manor and waved his hand decisively. Let's go. Where to? A few lackeys quickly asked. Prison, of course. Boss Dean, Morris, and my stupid partner Jonas are all in prison. Now is the time to save them. Leon calmly led his men through Rolling Stone Town at night. After Jonas was arrested for participating in the Martin Run, he had secretly scouted Rolling Stone Town countless times. At this moment, he was familiar with the place. After a while, they arrived outside the high walls of Rolling Stone Town prison. Northeast. There was a tall tower. There seemed to be someone watching from above. Just as Leon was about to personally lead his team to the watchtower to take out the guards, suddenly, There was a commotion near the high wall. A few figures sneaked out from under the high wall. "Boss Dean!" Leon shouted uncertainly. "Leon. You came at the right time. Damn it, we finally met a reliable friend." In the darkness, Dean cursed as he walked out. Behind him was Jonas, who looked ashamed. As for the tall Morris, he was supporting Dean. Leon then noticed that Dean was limping. Before he could ask, Dean took the initiative to scold, "Jonas, that idiot. I brought him out of prison, but he fell in the tunnel I dug. In the end, he was fine, but he broke my leg." Leon had a strange look on his face. After a long time, he finally managed to hold back his laughter. Leon called the other lackeys over and looked at the watchtower nervously. "Then do we need to evacuate this town quickly? The Order of Calamity has brought the underground coalition army with them, and they are very powerful. If we continue to cooperate with them, our relationship will probably be out of balance." Dean shook his head. "You shouldn't have been instigated by the Order of Calamity from the beginning. They have a deep relationship with the underground people, and they are not on the same path as us. Rolling Stone Town isn't as simple as you think. I still don't understand how I was captured by them. The bearded garrison captain is indeed powerful, but he can't keep up with my speed. This is why I haven't escaped. If I hadn't received your emergency signal, I wouldn't have taken the risk to come out now." Morris couldn't help but interrupt, "Boss Dean, aren't we being too careful? Maybe we just slipped that day. And look at how we escaped, and their guards didn't even notice us. In my opinion, Rolling Stone Town isn't any different from other towns." Jonas expressed a different opinion. "I think this town is a little strange. I was caught just because I ran a little faster. This is unbelievable." However, Dean interrupted him, "I don't want to hear you again." "Shut up." Jonas lowered his head in the grievance. "We're already out. It's definitely impossible for us to leave just like that." Dean whispered, "Leon, report to me the information from the outside. Let's ignore the watchtower first." The group of people left the prison in small groups. A moment later, they found an abandoned workshop to hide in. Dean hurriedly dealt with the fractured calf and used his outstanding tenacity to suppress the pain. "So, are they going to have a decisive battle in the north of Rolling Stone Town?" After listening to Leon's narration, Dean's eyes lit up. "Then we can't just leave like this. We have to do something." Morris said excitedly, "Take advantage of the situation and kill them all." Leon cautiously suggested, "I don't think it's necessary for us to draw the attention of the Order of Calamity. We don't know the internal defense of Rolling Stone Town either. If we poke the hornet's nest rashly, we might get caught in it." Dean nodded in agreement. "You're right. We don't have to, and we don't have the right to kill in Rolling Stone Town. Remember our profession. We're arsonists, not murderers. Restraint is the most important virtue. We'll just set the fire and leave the rest to the Order of Calamity. The question now is, where should we start the fire?" Leon immediately drew a sketch of Rolling Stone Town on the ground. "First, we'll eliminate the Mage area, the Suki family area, and prison area." Although the Mage district in Rolling Stone Town has an empty title, Dean calmly analyzed. Ronan is also said to be trapped in the astral world. There is no need to take the initiative to make enemies with the legendary Mage. It's the same in the Suki family district. There are only small nobles and knights there, and our principle has always been to kill civilians rather than offend nobles. There are many guards in the prison area. Although these guards are not powerful, it is still troublesome to deal with them. Only the craftsman area, workshop area, civilian area, and farm area were left on the map. Theoretically, the civilian area and the farm area are the best, but the former is too far away from us and close to the battlefield. The latter is simply at the edge of the battlefield, so the risk is too high. There are not many people in the workshop area at night. Even if the fire is successfully set, it will be difficult to create chaos. Following Dean's exquisite analysis, only the craftsman district was left on the map. "Let's go there," Dean said decisively. The group moved out again. Jonas carried the limping Dean towards the craftsman's area. 10 minutes later, in the center of the craftsman area. "This is it." This iconic building is tailor-made for us. Dean suppressed his excitement. In the art of arson, the more people involved, the better the effect. The more famous the building that was burned, the better. The building in front of him was obviously the most eye-catching one in the craftsman's district. Jonas, carry me. Morris and I will set the fire inside. Leave a few people behind for support. Dean quickly arranged. After setting the fire, we will leave the town from the northwest. Leon, you go and arrange the retreat route. Of course, you can also choose some suitable targets to burn along the way. Leon nodded in dissatisfaction. Dean did this because he didn't want to share the spoils. He was clearly the most intelligent one in the Brotherhood. Leon suppressed his unhappiness and brought a few of his followers to the north of the craftsman's district. The rest of the people quietly sneaked into the building under Dean's lead. The moonlight shone gently. Outside the hall on the first floor, the sign of the Craftsman Protection Association was clearly visible. North of the oak forest, Evil Art Master Anderson's order was firmly carried out. On the battlefield, led by the flag-carrying Boar warrior, they advanced step by step. From the side, a strong gnoll led a group of people around the forest and attacked in a roundabout way. They want to attack the farm area, Matthew reminded. I'll go. Zeller suddenly mounted his horse. His riding skills were superb, and he soon arrived at the eastern part of the forest. It had to be said that his action was very dangerous. Under the pressure of the enemy, a spellcaster who left the team without permission could easily be targeted by the enemy. However, Zeller was very confident. He sat on the back of the horse and suddenly chanted a very short spell. Then, Matthew saw him take out a musket from his backpack. Magic gun. Matthew didn't expect Zeller to have such high-quality goods. Bang. Zeller gently pulled the trigger of the magic blaster, and a blazing fireball shot out. It actually crossed a distance of about 200 meters and hit the wild land east of the Gnoll Squad and the oak forest. Not only that. After the fireball landed on the ground, it burned fiercely into a wall of fire that was 30 meters long. At the same time, the spell Zeller had chanted earlier also took effect. A strong wind suddenly blew around him. Immediately after, an air elemental with an extremely muscular appearance appeared out of thin air. Zeller ordered him skillfully. The air elemental flew to the top of the wall of fire with a reluctant look on its face and then blew down fiercely. Hoo hoo hoo. The walls of fire extended for 50 to 60 meters on both sides. Its height had also increased to more than 2 meters. The knoll's eastward route was instantly blocked. Zeller had single-handedly obstructed Anderson's plan to divide his forces. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. He took a look at the shape and color of the air elemental and determined that it was an air elemental elder. This meant that Zeller was at least a tier 4 warlock. He felt much more at ease. Then, he turned his attention to the battlefield. In fact, ever since the appearance of the bone dragon, Matthew had been working hard on his job, summoning the dead. More and more corpses were awakened by him. The good ones would become Silvermoon zombies, and the bad ones would become skeleton soldiers. These undead creatures lined up in an irregular formation in the north of the oak forest, silently welcoming the army that was inspired by the horn. As Matthew summoned more and more undead creatures, his mana was also gradually running out. His head was in even more pain. I can't drop the ball at this juncture. Matthew took a deep breath. He took out 3 items from the bottom of the magic bag: negative energy stones, sobriety stickers, and mana tobacco leaves. He held the negative energy stone in his palm to reduce the negative energy consumption when summoning the dead. The sobriety sticker was pasted on his forehead. It could provide a cool and stinging sensation and stimulate the recovery of mana to a certain extent. However, long-term use had great side effects, and it was easy for me to become addicted. In the end, Matthew stuffed the crumpled mana tobacco leaf into his mouth and chewed it carefully. In the next moment, a strong force surged out of his mouth. His eyes began to tear up, and thick black smoke came out of his nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. It was the first time Matthew had taken mana tobacco, and he choked. But after a brief discomfort, he could feel that his mana, which was gradually running out, had recovered a little. Phew. Matthew exhaled a long cloud of smoke. In the next moment, he chewed up all the tobacco leaves and swallowed them. Then, he continued to summon the dead souls tirelessly. A few seconds later. Hint, you have summoned and maintained more than 100 undead. During the summoning process, you have gained a new understanding of the undying domain. You have mastered a new ability, Withering Light. Withering Light, you can activate a gray light on your undead. Those who are enveloped by the gray light will continue to suffer the debuff of decreasing. Chapter 81, Who said necromancers can fight? Chapter 81, Who said necromancers can fight? Translator, Lonely Tree. Withering Light was a unique ability. After activation, it was similar to a halo effect, but it could not be stacked. The HP reduction was not much, but the advantage was that it continued to reduce HP. This characteristic was very advantageous in a long tug-of-war. Another unique feature was that it was not Matthew's mana that was used to activate and maintain this ability. It was the soul fire of the chosen undead. In a sense, this was a mutual destruction. However, Matthew did not care about this flaw. Would a necromancer lack cannon fodder? He looked at the densely packed kobolds and silvermoon zombies in front of him. Matthew felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Withering Light is also a perfect ability for corpse explosion, but the casting distance is not far enough. In fact, summoning so many undead creatures at the same time, Matthew also realized that his control range was reaching its limit. This was not only related to mana but also to vision. Matthew looked around. Soon, he locked onto a tall oak tree. In the next moment, he transformed into a raven and spread his wings while he flew. At this moment, the moonlight was strong, and Matthew did not sway forward at all when he entered the wilderness form. His movements were very smooth. With a few flops, he successfully arrived at the top of the tree. After transforming back into his human form, Matthew stood still and looked ahead. His vision suddenly widened, and his control over the undead creatures returned to a steady level of proficiency. At this moment, the owl Ella flew over. She shouted nervously, "Matthew, there are too many enemies. I'm a little afraid. I don't dare to fight with you. I can only give you some help within my ability." As she spoke, a white light appeared from her body and quickly entered Matthew's body. Hint, you have received the high-level blessing of Ella, the soul of nature, elegance of the wind. Elegance of the wind, your evasion has been greatly increased. Evasion was a good attribute. Before Matthew could thank her, another white light suddenly flew over from the crown of the oak tree and sank into his body. Hint, you have received Fairy Princess Lulu's high-level blessing, good luck bang bang. Good luck bang bang, your luck has been greatly improved. Matthew looked down. Below the tree crown, a group of oak tree fairies were talking about something. Then, they cheered Matthew on. As for the shy Lulu, after casting the advanced blessing, it disappeared without a trace. However, Matthew still felt that his chances of winning were greatly increased with the two high-level blessings. He knew that even for nature's soul, casting a high-level blessing was extremely taxing. This could be seen from Ella's listless state. Lulu was probably no exception. I must guard the oak forest. Matthew turned his firm gaze back to the battlefield. Just as the enemy was completing their deployment and preparation, the first reinforcement from Rolling Stone Town was already in position. It was the garrison led by Blake. There were about 20 people. They were also well-equipped and well-armed. However, they did not have horses, so they arrived a little slower. Under Matthew and Blake's communication, this group of guards was arranged behind the undead creatures, forming the second line of defense in the north of the oak forest. If Matthew's undead army was broken through, then they would have to face the enemy head-on. The Knights of the Lord's Guards were arranged between the front line and the eastern firewall. This meant that they could cut into the battlefield from both sides at any time to complete tasks such as breaking the array. However, even territorial disputes were rare these days. In recent years, the Knights only had the experience of exterminating bandits and expelling kobolds. On the real battlefield, whether they could display actual combat strength was still a big question mark. Zeller and his elemental guarded the eastern route. No matter what, they could not let the gnolls attack the farm area. This was the consensus of Matthew and the others. However, in this way, the pressure of the main battlefield was almost completely on Matthew. But Matthew was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even more excited. Because this was what a necromancer should be like in his dreams. One person could defend against tens of millions of enemies. Boiling. The bone dragon that was hiding among the undead lowered its head. The flickering soul fire made it look even more mysterious and majestic. It's here. Matthew's eyes narrowed. At the very front, the wild boarman warrior carrying the flag was the first to charge into the kobold zombies. Withering light. Matthew immediately ignited the soul fire of a few zombies. Gray light filled with negative energy shot out from the bodies of the undead and quickly enveloped the body of the wild boar warrior. However, the latter was not afraid at all. He did not even use the huge axe on his back. Instead, he held the flag with both hands and waved it left and right as if he was sweeping the ground. Walala. The zombies in front of the wild boarman were sent flying. The kobolds on both sides that were hit by his battle flag were also sent flying in the air like trash that had been swept away. What a powerful warrior. Matthew's eyelids twitched. The undead army was not as resilient as the human infantry. At the same time, the boarman warrior's physique was too terrifying. No one could stand up to him. Matthew noticed that he had a dark red luster similar to Anderson's. This guy's position in the order of calamity was obviously not low. It looked like the fierce wild boarman warrior was about to tear through the defense line with his own strength. Chapter 82, Who said necromancers can't fight? Chapter 82, Who said necromancers can't fight? Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew could only order the bone dragon to intercept the boarman. An unwillingness came from the contract. However, Filey still charged forward aggressively. Rumble. The skeletal dragon trotted over and charged forward. The undead in front of it moved away. The wild boarman warrior shouted, "Perfect timing." He threw away his battle flag and charged at the bone dragon with his giant axe. Behind him, the low-profile draken warrior followed closely behind with a glowing magic sword in his hand. He chanted a spell in a low voice. Every few seconds, a layer of light appeared on the body of the wild boarman warrior. When he arrived in front of the bone dragon, the wild boarman seemed to be wearing colorful neon lights, which looked quite scary. These two are obviously old partners. Fortunately, the troll and the drow didn't join them. Matthew felt a lot of pressure. These two Tier 4 adventurers were too ruthless. The Drakenmen did not even make a move, and the undead on the battlefield was almost scattered by the boarmen. This made Matthew eager to have a dark night or death night. Just one bone dragon was still too weak. In his thoughts, Filey was about to collide head-on with the wild boarman warrior, but Filey was quite cunning. During the process of charging, it had always held back its strength. Just as it was about to collide, it suddenly changed its direction and tilted to the side. "Where are you going?" The wild boarman raised his battle axe and slashed in the direction the bone dragon turned. In the next second, bang! This sweeping tail hit the wild boarman right in the face. Almost instantly, his face was torn into a bloody mess, and his entire body was sent flying. "Good job." "How sinister." Matthew praised in surprise. From this exchange, it could be seen that Filey was not someone who only knew how to bully the weak. It also had its own unique understanding of battles between people of the same level. However, Matthew's happiness only lasted for less than 2 seconds. In the smoke, a fluorescent light shot into the sky. Unlike the wild boarman's brash bravery, the draken's charge was more elegant. His footsteps were steady, and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to little Filey's side. Puff! Filey was caught off guard, and the draken stabbed the demonic sword in his hand into the bones under Filey's rib. Bone dragons had no flesh and blood. The sword itself could not cause much damage to Filey. However, after the demonic sword stabbed in, bolts of light purple lightning kept pouring out. In just an instant, the pale purple lightning weaved layers of lightning nets on the skeletal dragon's body. Filey suddenly let out a sorrowful cry. His soul fire shook violently. His body swayed left and right, losing his balance. Warning, your bone dragon has been inflicted with the lightning bind curse of Scalona the sword. He has temporarily lost part of its ability to move. Filey struggled. His movements became slow and weak. The half-dragonman clutched the demonic sword tightly. The scales on his body became even more azure. To make matters worse, the Borman warrior, who had half of his face torn off, actually got up from the ground. He raised his axe and charged again. This time, his target was the skeletal dragon's tail. Woo! Under the assault of two Tier 4 elite warriors, the bone dragon's decline was obvious. At the critical moment, two kobold silvermoon zombies pounced over. Bang! Bang! Spell, the last dance. The zombie's self-destruction was more powerful than the skeleton's. Although it could not cause much damage to the draken, it cut off the communication between him and the magic sword in time. Matthew was worried, so he used corpse explosion on the zombie's body. The charging wild boarman was also entangled by a zombie. Matthew used a combo of self-destruct and corpse explosion combo. Under the violent explosion, the wild boarman's axe finally cracked. The purple lightning flashed and disappeared. After getting a chance to catch his breath, the skeletal dragon stood up almost immediately. Instead of running away, he turned around and pounced. Boom! The battlefield was filled with dust again. Filey's sudden attack forced the draken and the boarman to roll to the side. The former launched another skilled sweep. Even though the two Tier 4 powerhouses had also dodged it, a suitable distance appeared between the two sides. Just like that, under cover of the other undead, the bone dragon fought and retreated, finally leaving the attack range of the draken and the wild boarman. On the tree crown, Matthew wiped away his cold sweat. Elite Tier 4 was indeed difficult to deal with. Whether it was Anderson or the two foreign warriors in front of him, their resistance, combat power, techniques, and tactics were almost impeccable. He glanced at the eastern part of the battlefield. Over there, Anderson personally led the gnolls to attack. Blake took the initiative to fight him. To Matthew's surprise, Blake, who was only at Tier 3, could actually withstand Anderson's ferocious attack head-on. This meant that Big Beard could be considered to be born with divine strength. Eli and Zeller stood behind him to provide support. Zeller was at least a 4th-tier warlock. In a short period of time, both sides were in a stalemate. As long as the troll and drow warrior don't join the battle, we can still drag this on. Matthew retracted his gaze. He looked warily at the wild boarmen who were charging left and right among the undead. However, in the next second, Matthew suddenly realized that the boarman warrior in his field of vision had disappeared. His gaze suddenly shifted to the draken beside him. At this moment, the latter was holding the demonic sword high and silently muttering something, staring at him with burning eyes. A strong sense of danger struck. Matthew transformed into a raven and flew back without hesitation. However, it seemed to be too late. A blue portal appeared above the tree. The wild boarman warrior suddenly appeared. Half of his face had turned into a bloody paste, and his expression became even more ferocious. Ha 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 ha. Good teleportation, Medes. You are the 17th mage to die under our invincible cooperation. As he spoke, he waved his huge axe and hacked at the raven. In a life and death crisis, the Moonlight Society had given him a +1 attribute to all attributes while he was in the shape-shifting form. It was enough to allow the raven he had transformed into to have extraordinary speed. Whoosh! Matthew just flapped his wings and flew away. The terrifying axe wind brushed past his feathers. The wild boarman let out an when he missed his attack. However, his reaction was also very fast. He kicked on the branch and threw his axe at the raven. The raven's path was blocked off. Matthew had no choice but to take the challenge head-on. Before the wild boarman could catch him, Matthew took the initiative to undo his shape-shifting form. Bang! The two people's heads collided, and they hugged each other in midair. Oh, lovely Necromancer, you don't really want to fight me in a melee, do you? The wild boarman laughed wildly. The two of them hugged each other and fell down. As soon as he landed, the wild boarman's rough hands immediately grabbed Matthew's neck. He smiled cruelly and exerted force with both hands. Just as he was about to snap Matthew's neck, he felt the air in his hands. Under the boarman's incredulous gaze, the body part above Matthew's chest had actually turned incorporeal. Who said necromancers can't fight in melee? Matthew stared at him coldly. He shook off the glove on his right hand, and a violent, uncontrollable negative energy surged out. Pa! At that moment, Matthew's right hand also grabbed the thick neck of the wild boar. Hint, you have used undead body to transform part of your body into ghost form. You have used pale hand on the wild boar warrior. Chapter 83, Unforgivable. Chapter 83, Unforgivable. Translator, Lonely Tree. Even though he felt the negative energy overflowing from the pale hand, the Boorman warrior was not afraid at all. Instant death for spells or skills below legendary tier almost never worked. This was also an important reason why there were very few mid and low-level necromancers who focused on instant death spells. The wild Boorman relied on his strong physique and could easily bypass all of this. So he ignored Matthew's actions and placed his hands on the ground, trying to get up to find his axe. Undead form did not mean that it was immune to all damage. Many enchanted weapons could cause damage to specters, and his axe happened to be one of them. "You're dead, Necromancer." The wild boar warrior growled and wanted to walk to the side. However, Matthew stuck to him like gangrene. The neck of the Boorman warrior was very thick, and the pale hand could only grab a small part of it. Moreover, no matter how hard Matthew tried, he could not leave even a mark on the neck of the wild Boorman. Only the terrifying negative energy was continuously being injected into the enemy's body. Every minute and every second, the Boorman warrior was triggering the instant death check from pale hand. However, his physique was indeed extremely powerful. Matthew pinched him for a few seconds, but he was still safe and sound. "I told you, you're dead." The Boorman warrior was extremely rough. He dragged Matthew to the side. If Matthew's body weren't in the undead state, he would have been dragged until his skin and flesh were torn apart. But Matthew was also very persistent. He just hung onto the body of the wild boar warrior. All his strength was channeled into the pale hand. In the chaos, the wild boarman dragged Matthew and rushed 7 to 8 meters away. Just as he was about to grab his axe, a strange shriek suddenly came from the pale hand. "Wait!" The wild boar warrior seemed to have sensed something and let out a shrill roar. At that moment, the indomitable momentum of the wild boarman suddenly stopped. His eyes were wide open, and his entire body was turning gray. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a thick aura of death bloomed from his body. Bang! His sturdy body fell to the ground. His entire face turned into a stiff greenish-gray color, and a large amount of negative energy involuntarily dissipated from it. Matthew lay on his body and panted heavily. He could not help but look at his right hand. Something seemed to have awakened in the pale hand. Hint, due to your increased luck value, the pale hand's instant death has taken effect. You have killed Boorman warrior Banwin. Pale hand killed and captured a high-quality soul, LV-14. Effect increasing. Attack range +1 meter. Instant death check effectiveness slightly increased. The effectiveness of pale hand could be increased. Matthew, who had survived the disaster, was shocked at first, but then he was attacked by intense pain. The effect of the undead body had ended, and there were still many superficial wounds on his body from being dragged by the wild boarman. If it weren't for the sobriety sticker on his forehead, his will and focus would probably drop drastically at this moment. It hurts. Luckily, I have the undead body and pale hand. Matthew barely managed to stand up. He saw Ella and Peggy rushing back to help. At this moment, in the enemy camp ahead, a voice filled with grief and indignation was heard. The draken-cursed warrior revealed a sorrowful expression. In the next second, he charged at Matthew like a madman. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. After a few moves, he crossed the line of the undead. The guards immediately went up to meet them, but the draken's figure suddenly fluctuated violently. His figure disappeared from the spot. A few seconds later, he appeared again near an oak tree in a flash. The dragon's charge seemed elegant, but it was also unstoppable. When he passed by the oak tree, his body crashed into it and directly broke the 3-meter-tall oak tree. Boom. The oak tree fell to the ground. The dragon quickly approached Matthew. However, at that moment, he also saw the change in Matthew's expression. Originally, he was still grimacing in fear, but when the dragon crashed into the oak tree, all the fear on Matthew's face disappeared. In its place, there was only terrifying coldness and intense killing intent. "How dare you injure my tree?" Matthew was furious. His mind reacted, and then he charged at the dragon swordmaster. When the dragon saw the necromancer coming towards him, he was stunned. Then, he raised the magic sword in his hand in ecstasy. In a flash, a gust of cold wind came from behind him. The dragon, who had focused all his attention on Matthew because of his partner's tragic death, did not notice that a cunning and huge fellow had already sneaked behind him. Boom. The skeletal dragon's huge claws mercilessly slapped the dragon's back. The latter staggered. He did not even manage to hold onto the demonic sword properly, and his lower body was firmly pinned to the ground by the dragon. Just as he endured the pain and wanted to reach for his demonic sword, the necromancer had already rushed in front of him. The dragon struggled violently. However, the other party had already bent down and placed the terrifying hand on his head. Unforgivable. This was the last thing the dragon heard before he died. Hint: Pale Hand has killed and captured a high-quality soul, level 14. The effect is increasing. Attack range plus 1.5 meters, current attack range is 2.5 meters. Instant death check effectiveness slightly increased. Obtain a small amount of lifesteal effect. After killing the dragon, Matthew's anger subsided slightly. He quickly put away the magic sword, battle flag, and giant axe, then called 2 zombies to drag the 2 corpses away. The town guards who had returned to the defense team were speechless when they saw this scene. On the battlefield, the Underground Alliance army had lost their incomparably brave duo. The Underground Alliance army was quickly defeated. There was no need for others to take action. The Silvermoon zombies, which occasionally emitted a withering light, easily drove the kobolds and gnolls away. But Matthew did not slack off. He tidied himself up and climbed onto the skeletal dragon's back, finding a comfortable position to stand. "Let's go." Under Matthew's orders, Filey aggressively charged into the battlefield. Wherever the dragons might reach, the underground creatures scattered and fled. However, most of them were mercilessly killed by the bone dragon. If there were any that slipped through the onslaught, they died at Matthew's hands. He simply stood on the back of the bone dragon and stretched out his right hand. A steady stream of death notifications came from Matthew's system. Just like that, the man and the dragon were like harvesters on the battlefield. A large number of underground creatures died. The battle gradually died down. On the Eastern Front, Sinwak, "Lara, what the hell are you doing?" Anderson, who was being held down by Blake and the others, almost collapsed when he turned around and saw the situation on the battlefield. He angrily hammered Blake away with his mace and let out a raving roar. However, what made his blood pressure explode was the troll Sinwak was still sleeping soundly at the entrance of the cave. And the drow warrior Lara was already missing. Damn it. Damn it. You're all trash. Anderson waved his mace crazily. Blake and the others were shocked by his madness and moved away. Even the gnolls behind Anderson did not dare to approach their leader, who had completely gone berserk. At this moment, a shadow the size of a small mountain rushed over from the battlefield. Filey carried Matthew and broke through the formation of the underground creatures. Then, it charged towards Anderson without stopping. Dragon's Might. As soon as he got close, Filey tactfully took the initiative to release his Dragon's Might. Anderson's resistance was very strong. However, in the face of the targeted Dragon's Might, he still couldn't be completely immune to it. At the crucial moment, Zeller also sent an assist. He cast a powerful paralysis spell from afar. Anderson's muscles began to tremble. Seizing this opportunity, Filey directly pressed its huge body onto it. Rumble. The skeletal dragon's body crushed the Gnoll Evil Art Master's body like a mountain. Anderson's head was still stuck out from the mountain of bones. Matthew strode over. He activated Pale Hand from 2 meters away. A grayish-brown hand of negative energy extended from Matthew's right hand and pressed down on Anderson's head. Under the thick aura of death, he instinctively trembled. Then, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. "I am immortal." Hearing this, Matthew was unmoved. He asked with a playful expression, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, under Anderson's terrified gaze, a faint white light appeared in the eastern sky. "No, this is impossible." Anderson struggled violently, but the skeletal dragon's weight was heavy. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. "No one immos the sunrise time in Rolling Stone Town better than me." "You're too late." Matthew smiled. "At the end of the day, midnight will pass." As he spoke, he lowered his right hand. It completely pressed down on Anderson's head. Anderson screamed. The scream lasted for about 10 seconds. Anderson's face was filled with despair and fear, but it gradually turned into bewilderment. The smile on Matthew's face was slightly stiff. "I am immune to instant death." Anderson was ecstatic. At this moment, Zeller's paralysis effect was about to wear off. The Knoll evil art master once again displayed his almost abnormal physique. Boom. Anderson actually stood up while carrying the bone dragon. "I am immune." Anderson turned his head abruptly, trying to break free from the restraints of the Pale Hand. He instantly made preparations to retreat. At the critical moment, the Pale Hand twitched violently again. In the blink of an eye, it had drained Anderson's exuberant vitality. Anderson, who had just had a glimmer of hope, knelt down with his eyes wide open. They were lifeless. At the same time, the morning light in the east finally broke through the darkness and pierced the human world. A loud and clear cry came from that direction. Everyone could vaguely see it. A giant eagle seemed to be flying towards them from the sun. There was a bald figure sitting on its back, a few kilometers away from the battlefield. A team of well-trained cavalrymen was passing through the oak forest at high speed. The person at the front was the Lord, who was filled with fighting intent. "Our companions are ahead, our families are being threatened by evil creatures, and our territory is being trampled by the enemy." The Suki family would never give up on any of their citizens or let go of any of their enemies. "We've been at peace for too long. Perhaps we've already forgotten what kind of excellent warriors we are. It doesn't matter because we're going to start a massacre tonight. We need to let the outside world know what will happen to those reckless underground creatures if they provoke the enemy they shouldn't. On this land, we are the people they can't afford to offend. Now, the enemy is right in front of us. Everyone, please follow me." Accompanied by Rieger's extremely provocative, angry roars, the knights rushed out of the oak forest with high morale. "Kill them." Rieger rushed to the front with red eyes. But in the next second, his movements suddenly slowed down. Because the battlefield in front of him was not how he had imagined it at all. There was not a strong enemy army. He only saw undead creatures scattered across the vast wasteland. At the forefront of the undead, a tall and thin figure was riding on a bone dragon, chasing after the remaining underground creatures and killing them. Chapter 84, Divine Dragon Sex Disciple. Chapter 84, Divine Dragon Sex Disciple. Translator, Lonely Tree. "You're late, Rieger." "Of course, so am I." A voice full of energy sounded in Rieger's ears. Upon hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Rieger's face. He turned around and hugged the newcomer. Due to his heavy armor, he could only symbolically hug the other party's waist. "Welcome back, Weiqi Li." Rieger patted his back sincerely. Then, he couldn't help but touch the other party's smooth forehead. "The feeling is still the same as before, huh? If you dare to lay your hands on an evil monk who worships evil Queen Babasha, or Dusk Creator Galen, I can guarantee that your brains will be blown out." The warrior monk who came with the Eastern Eagle showed a helpless smile. "But you touched the head of Li Weiqi, so he can only roll his eyes at you. It's good to see you." Rieger looked at Li Weiqi with a sigh. "You haven't changed much from 10 years ago. Is this the help of Qi?" Li Weiqi smiled and said, Chi may be able to slow down aging, but following the precepts is the secret to eternal youth. As he spoke, his gaze turned to the battlefield in the distance. To be honest, I couldn't believe that there would be a necromancer in your army. Rieger's face darkened. This is an accident. He's not my subordinate. To some extent, he made my pre-war declaration a joke. Necromancers being annoying are not without reason. Li Weiqi asked curiously, you can't say that. If you had such a necromancer with you when you were exploring the purgatory, you would have suffered much less damage. Rieger was silent for a moment, and then he snorted. That's why it's even more annoying, isn't it? Let's not talk about this. When you went to the east to search for the legendary path, how was your harvest? Li Weiqi said calmly. I once climbed a lonely peak that was as tall as the 10 million meters and played with giant turtles and whales at the bottom of the sea, but I never found the trace I wanted. However, I've gained quite a lot along the way. Perhaps my strength hasn't increased, but my soul has been greatly satisfied. Rieger revealed a gloating smile. So your strength is still at the 4th tier like mine? Li Weiqi glanced at him. Pretty much. It's only 4 levels higher than tier 4. This time, it was Rieger's turn to roll his eyes. Hey, how could you two forget the real hero? The eastern giant eagle transformed into a human and interrupted unhappily. To be honest, Wowen, your flying speed might not be comparable to my divine steps. Li Weiqi said seriously, if you let me come back alone, I might have arrived sooner. The druid Hoven immediately became anxious. Do you think divine steps can allow you to run 3,000 miles? I let you ride me for a day and a night, and this is how you treat me. Li Weiqi, there must be something wrong with your training and commandments. Li Weiqi joked, there is no such thing as taking care of a small animal's self-esteem in my commandments. Wowen immediately turned into a sparrow and pecked at his head. However, Li Weiqi's bald head was undamaged. The sparrow pecked for a long time and almost pecked its mouth sore. Rieger snickered at the side. It wasn't until Zeller walked over that the fight that didn't match their age came to an end. Pay attention to your status and image. You are no longer the youths from 20 to 30 years ago. Zeller smiled and hugged Li Weiqi. The latter immediately said emotionally, oh, Zeller, you are still so handsome and charming. Resisting your charm is probably the hardest commandment of mine to keep. Li, your flattery is still so lame, stiff, and even a little disgusting. Leonard Nagusum's all over MS race. Wowen is right. I have never seen a monk who loves to talk more than you. Li Weiqi spread his hands. Is there a possibility that you have seen too few monks? Wowen stepped on Li Weiqi's head and flapped his wings. It's rare for everyone to gather together. We must have a good drink. Li Weiqi is treating. Li Weiqi took out his empty pocket. My commandments forbid me from drinking, and my commandments have made me poor. Rieger shook his head. What a pity. It seems that only the 3 of us can drink. Li Weiqi blinked. For this occasion, I could break my commandments. The 4 of them pushed and laughed for a while. Meeting again after so many years. They were clearly old people from a turbid world. However, in front of the comrades who had fought side by side in the past, everyone saw the shadows of each other when they were young. It was as if they had returned to their high-spirited teenage years. No worries, no reservations, no burdens. There was only the hope that tomorrow would be better. On the battlefield, Matthew rode on the bone dragon and waved his pale hand wantonly. This thing could increase its effect by killing people. It was just that killing low-level enemies would only increase his strength slightly. Even so. Now, the attack range of the pale hand had reached 5.6 meters. This meant that Matthew could ride on the back of the bone dragon and sweep the enemies below easily, like cleaning up the minions. Matthew did not forget to keep his eyes and ears open. The arrival of the Eastern Eagle and the monk, as well as the reinforcements from Rieger, did not escape his attention. However, what happened next left Matthew confused. He had thought that these people would come over to help. But they were catching up outside the forest. Matthew could even hear their laughter. Are they embarrassed to steal my kills? Or do they think there's no need to make a move? Matthew pondered for a moment. But at this moment, he suddenly found a dense group of shadows at the entrance of the mine. Are there more underground creatures? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He might be riding Filey, but in fact, he was already at the end of his rope. If there were another wave of enemies, he would immediately turn around and hand the situation over to Rieger. However, this time, the underground creatures that appeared at the entrance of the mine seemed to be afraid. They wandered around the area for a while. Pairs of red eyes were fixed on Matthew and the skeletal dragon. Both sides had a faint intention of confrontation. At this moment, a clear dragon's roar suddenly came from behind Matthew. Whoosh! A wave of air brushed past the edge of the bone dragon. The dragon's roar rushed to the entrance of the mine along with the air. The underground creatures were all knocked down to the floor. Very quickly, the new wave of underground creatures began to retreat. Their figures quickly disappeared into the cave. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze couldn't help but glance at the data panel. Hint: you have encountered Monk, Divine Dragon Sex Disciple, Li Weiqi, Level 20. Li Weiqi used the Dragon Roar airwave to force back the new underground coalition army. The mine leads to the underground area named Underdark. It seems that they are acting UD again. A deep voice sounded behind Matthew. The bald warrior monk was flying over. His steps were strange and did not seem fast, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near Matthew. Behind him, Rieger and the others were also approaching quickly. Matthew got off the bone dragon and went up to him. Hello, you can call me Li Weiqi. The other party took the initiative to extend his right hand to Matthew as a symbol of friendship. Young Necromancer, I feel in you the love for nature. You are the most peculiar necromancer I have ever seen, the inheritor of the path of necromancy. Matthew subconsciously reached over. You can call me Matthew. Unexpectedly, Li Weiqi shrank back. I heard that necromancers are very friendly, but there's no need to greet others with instant death spells. Matthew smiled apologetically and switched to his left hand. Li Weiqi smiled and held his hand, then patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. I'm just kidding. I've already cultivated the diamond body, and am immune to all instant death spells. At this moment, Rieger and Zeller also walked over. After a brief introduction, the two of them exchanged glances. Matthew found out that other than the half-legend, Li Weiqi, the druid Huowen, who could transform into the great eagle of the east, was also the son of a demigod. However, due to some special circumstances, the current Huowen could no longer participate in the battle. The enemy has not been completely eliminated. They were only scared away by me. Li Weiqi looked at the entrance of the cave and said, I can feel the evil approaching. Perhaps some force in the abyss is stirring. Rieger and the others revealed a solemn expression. Just as everyone was thinking. But Li Weiqi had already strode into the cave. I'll give them a small warning. As he spoke, his figure disappeared into the cave. Ah, he went in alone. Doesn't he need help? Matthew could not help but ask. He always likes to act alone. Zeller explained, don't worry, Li will be fine. He's the most special monk, but very strong. Rieger, who was standing at the side, looked at Matthew with a complicated expression. You surprised me. I didn't expect you to be able to kill the enemy alone and save our people from losses. I'm very grateful to you. So, is there anything you need help with? Matthew thought for a moment. Clean up the battlefield and move the corpses. Rieger's face sank, but he still agreed. Oh, right, I also want to build a cemetery under the forest. You know, I have a lot of undead creatures under me now. Matthew scratched his head in embarrassment. Rieger's face turned completely black. He replied unhappily, that is your private land. You don't have to tell me what you want to do. Matthew was even more embarrassed. What I mean is that I don't have that much money and manpower. Rieger looked at Matthew in disbelief. Zeller reminded the two of them at the right time. Matthew guarded Rolling Stone Town alone. Rieger turned around and walked away at a clear path. How much money and manpower do you need? You can discuss it with Zeller. Matthew stopped Rieger in time. Wait, there's one more thing. He pointed at the source of the snoring and reminded him, there's another troll there. He's an important member of the Order of Calamity. I don't know what to do with him. The group walked around the troll. I think I have a way to wake him up. One, who had returned to his human form, took out a pitch-black medicine bottle from somewhere. He pulled out the cork. An extremely smelly gas gushed out. The rest of them took a few steps back. Even the sleeping troll was sneezing from the smell. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and straightened half of his body. Everyone immediately took out their weapons, their faces full of vigilance. What happened? The troll looked at everyone in confusion. Your army has been defeated like a mountain. Rieger shouted, your companions have already been killed by us. However, the troll's face was filled with joy. So, am I captured? Rieger was stunned for a moment, then said with certainty. Exactly. Bang. The troll suddenly lay on the ground. That's great. Sinwak has been captured, and Sinwak can have a good sleep. A few seconds later. Under everyone's shocked and complicated gazes, the thunderous snoring sounded again. Chapter 85, Spoils of War. Chapter 85, Spoils of War. Translator, Lonely Tree. Everyone looked at each other. Rieger was about to draw his sword, but he put it back halfway. He looked at Matthew. It's up to you to decide how to deal with it. Everything on this battlefield is your spoils of war, including the captives. You should have the right to deal with them. This sentence was equivalent to the official deciding the distribution of tonight's results. Matthew was not surprised. Putting aside the fact that he hated necromancers and female slaves, Rieger was indeed an upright and fair lord. However, Matthew had not thought of how to deal with this big-hearted troll. He circled Sinwak 3 times. The latter snored like thunder and had no sense of crisis. I can kill him for you, Rieger suggested. Matthew shook his head. I think a living troll might be more valuable. I want to train him. Rieger shrugged. Then you'd better watch him until he dies. He might be sleeping soundly now, but when he wakes up, especially when he's hungry, he'll be a very troublesome threat. Matthew agreed with Rieger. Trolls were indeed dangerous and evil creatures. Perhaps it was easier to control them as undead creatures, but he felt that the troll in front of him was not that bad. He was just a little too fat. Can you do me a favor? Matthew looked at Zeller with a questioning gaze. I plan to build a prison for the troll, but before that, I can't control him. Zeller nodded and replied, this is not difficult. As he spoke, he took out his wand from his waist and aimed it at the sleeping troll. Crackle. Crackle. After a short incantation, a bolt of lightning shot out from the tip of the wand and struck the troll's head. However, the latter had no reaction. Zeller wasn't discouraged. He repeated the incantation 3 times. When the 4th bolt of lightning struck Sinwak, the troll suddenly woke up and shouted, "Who's touching Sinwak's butt?" As soon as he finished speaking, his huge body shrank rapidly. Soon, it turned into a lively frog. Here. Zeller skillfully grabbed the frog, stuffed it into a glass bottle, and gave it to Matthew. My malicious transfiguration can last for 24 days, but during this period, this glass bottle cannot be broken, and he cannot come into contact with any living thing. Matthew nodded as he carefully took the bottle. What do you plan to do with him? Zeller asked curiously. Matthew thought for a moment. I haven't thought about it yet. Perhaps we can use him to build the cemetery. After dealing with the threat of the troll, the only thing left in the north of the oak forest was to clean up the battlefield. Rieger ordered his men to set up a monitoring station near the mine entrance. He planned to explore the underground space of the gold digger basin in the next few days to prevent underground creatures from infiltrating Rolling Stone Town from other exits. These jobs had nothing to do with Matthew. At this moment, he was commanding the skeletons, zombies, and living people to move the corpses and count the spoils of war. Rieger had already given the order. Matthew planned to leave a portion of the spoils of war for the people who participated in the battle, including Zeller, Blake, and Eli. The rest would be his. He did a rough count. First of all, the income in cash exceeded 1,500 gold coins. This was based on the fact that most of the kobolds and gnolls were poor. The Order of Calamity wasn't rich, either. The main reason was that Matthew had killed too many people this time. Next was equipment and weapons. Matthew had gotten a lot of good stuff from the 3 Tier 4 threats. Rooster War Flag. This item can increase the morale of the group and the vision and strength of the flag bearer. At the same time, it can activate a small area healing halo. Growler. It's the two-handed axe. It has the effects of unstoppable force, wound tear, and spirit-slaying weapon. It's a melee weapon and can be sold for a good price in Jade Court or Bayan City. There was also a small piece of adamantine on the axe. It was not impossible to remove it if it was melted. After all, adamantine and mithril were rare metals that spellcasters were very eager for. Rhinoceros leather shorts. It was also taken from the body of the Boorman. This pair of pants is light and tough and can provide far more armor value than ordinary leather armor. The only flaw is that the size is a little big. One side of the shorts can fit 2 Matthews. Demon Sword Scalona, and Cursed Warrior's Teachings, a good magic sword and a small booklet found on the body of the Draken. The latter also recorded the inheritance method of the Cursed Warrior. However, one needed to go to the underground to complete the inheritance quest. Aside from the Cursed Warrior class, it seemed that only people with psychic abilities could use the Demon Sword. Ring of Desire. It was taken from the body of the Draken. Its name is Desire, but its actual effect is abstinence. The wearer will gradually lose the urge to reproduce. In addition, it provides 10 dark vision. Matthew tried it, and the effect was not bad. It meant that there was no need for lighting in a completely dark environment. Cursed Hammer, the main weapon of the Noel Anderson. It is of excellent quality, but the negative effect is that the wielder loses 2 points of agility and gains points of strength. It is also a rare item for some melee classes. Scroll of the Void was a sealed magic book that could only be opened by the members of the Order of Calamity with a unique spell. Anti-Magic Stone, Magic Contract. This stone can be used to cast the instant magic counter once a day. This seemingly ordinary stone is actually a magic contract between the warlock and the master, symbolizing the cooperation between the two. Matthew had to muster up a lot of courage to take this stone. Regardless of whether it was the great evil demon Trier or the Midnight God, he had already offended them, so he didn't care if he offended them to the end. The only concern was whether the other party would be able to locate him through this stone. However, on second thought, the location of the oak forest had long been exposed. He would be guarding this place for the time being, so the location was not important. If the Order of Calamity still refused to give up, then let them come. Finally, the most valuable spoils of war for Matthew were the corpses of more than 300 gnolls and kobolds, as well as the corpses of 3 Tier 4 adventurers. Even 300 cannon fodder corpses were enough to create a negative energy pool of rebirth in the cemetery. This directly changed the ecology of the cemetery. Matthew decided that after the number of skeletons reached the limit, the remaining corpses would be used as materials to fill the pool of rebirth. High-level corpses were even more useful. It could be buried in exchange for a gift of nature, or it could be used to create dark warriors or death knights. It's a pity that the Dark Warrior can only be made at the 4th tier. I've mastered the Undying domain in advance, so I should be able to try it at the 3rd tier. Matthew knew that his advancement was imminent. Fortunately, the double harvest effect was about to end. Now, he finally had time to arrange matters related to the advancement. As for which of the 3 corpses would be used as a gift and which would be used to make dark warriors, Matthew was still unsure. He planned to properly store them. He would make a choice when the time was right. However, just as Matthew was dealing with the body, he was surprised to find that evil art master Anderson's head had disappeared. He squatted down and carefully examined the wound on the corpse. He found that the wound on the head was smooth. The technique of the head cutter was definitely perfect. The first thing that popped up in Matthew's mind was the appearance of the Drow warrior, who had disappeared. Did she steal Anderson's head? It can't be that this fellow can be resurrected, right? Matthew frowned. He was not afraid of Anderson's comeback, but he was afraid of the Drow warrior's ability to appear and disappear. Anderson's corpse was surrounded by the garrison and a few circles of zombies. Since the other party could steal Anderson's head without him knowing, it meant that she could launch a similar sneak attack. Matthew immediately ordered the Bone Dragon to activate blind detection. Unfortunately, Filey had walked around the entire place but found nothing. It seems that while I was cleaning up the mess, she stole Anderson's head and immediately ran away. Matthew felt a little regretful. Anderson's corpse was originally the best material to make a Dark Knight. If it became a headless horseman, he would have to find him a mount. Forget it. It's too troublesome. Let's just bury it. Matthew picked up the shovel skillfully. He buried the gnoll's body under an oak tree. A gnoll was buried in spring. What would nature give him? Matthew was looking forward to it. After dealing with all kinds of spoils of war, Matthew finally had the time to cast his gaze into the data panel. Hint: you have successfully completed a small-scale battle and returned with a great victory. You have obtained the elements of the battle domain: strategy, hand-to-hand combat, probing, and counterattacking. Accumulate more elements, and you will have the opportunity to enter the battle domain. After tonight, the terrifying Pale Hand would spread widely in the form of rumors. Your regional legend, Rolling Stone Town /Underdark, +1. Your faction legend, Order of Wither /Order of Calamity, +L. The accumulation of elements and legendary points meant that Matthew had taken another steady step on the path of legendary. However, his gains tonight were not limited to this. Maintenance is also very important. Follow on Mission 2 tonight. Vaughn have successfully stopped the invasion of the Order of Calamity and the Underdark Coalition against the Oak Forest. You have received the reward, Shapeshifting Transformation IL. Wilderness Transformation IL, you can choose a new animal as your new shapeshifting form. Nightblade Lynx. Albatross. Brown Bear, Moonlight Enhancement. Chapter 86, Training the Same Race. Chapter 86, Training the Same Race. Translator, Lonely Tree. Looking at the three new forms, Matthew fell into deep thought. His gaze was mainly on the Nightblade Lynx and the Brown Bear. The Albatross was not bad, but Matthew already had a Raven, so it was naturally the first to be excluded. Between the remaining two, if the Moonlight Society's exclusive enhancement description was not behind the Brown Bear, the Nightblade Lynx was undoubtedly a more tempting choice. Not only were these creatures agile and natural predators, they also had the ability to sneak and cast spells. Running fast had always been an attribute that Matthew paid more attention to. It was a pity. We can't just ignore the goddess of moonlight. Matthew hesitated for a while and finally chose the Brown Bear. Hint: you have obtained the Wild Brown Bear form, Moonlight Enhancement. Your wild form has received the blessing of the goddess of moonlight, Asha. The brown bear has been renamed as Moon Bear. Compared to ordinary brown bears, moon bears have the following additional advantages. Moon Bear's strength and constitution +1. Bathed in the moonlight, the moon bear's running speed was twice as fast as usual. The moon bear had gained instinct casting, vine spell. Moon bears are very attractive, so it is easier for them to attract the opposite sex. The moon bear gained the abilities of suppression, intimidation, and capture. The Moonlight Society is stronger than I thought. Matthew was glad that he had made the right choice again. Not only were the moon bears powerful, but they could also run fast under the moonlight. Their looks were not good, but their instinct casting was amazing. The so-called instinct casting referred to some wild beasts and monsters who had not experienced spellcasting training. They relied on bloodline awakening or a chance to obtain a specific spellcasting ability. It was similar to an animal version of a warlock. The difference was that instinct casting did not consume mana, and there was almost no casting throw. The casting method was also very close to instantaneous and silent casting. Therefore, the instinct casting was perfect for ambushes. Just by looking at the text description, Matthew could imagine a set of vine spell to trap the enemy and suppress them. The moon bear's basic attributes were extraordinary. He finally had the ability to fight in close combat. The only pity was that the Pale Hand could not be used in the wilderness form. Otherwise, the enemy would be able to taste the negative energy bear paw. Until dawn. Only then did the people in the north of the oak forest gradually become sparse. Since Matthew did not allow logging in the oak forest, Rieger had to go to the logging yard in the farm area to gather wood. However, he was efficient. At dawn, the sentry post at the monitoring station had already taken shape. Matthew commanded the zombies to hide the corpses in a huge underground cave. He planned to use the negative energy stone to build a ceiling array to store the corpses. This was obviously not a small project. Fortunately, zombies were much more capable than skeletons. At least Matthew's blood pressure didn't increase when he was ordering them. Later, Matthew saw a young man in a black jailer's uniform running hurriedly from the town. He looked a little anxious. Did something happen again? Matthew quietly went over. My lord. Not good. As expected, the young man reported with a bitter expression. Last night, the 3 prisoners of the Silverfrost Brotherhood secretly dug a tunnel and escaped. Hearing this, Matthew, Zeller, and Rieger all had serious expressions. The Silverfrost Brotherhood was full of ruthless arsonists. After they escaped from prison, they would definitely do something bad. Was there a fire in the town last night? Rieger asked seriously. The young man thought for a moment. I don't think so. At least I didn't hear of any fire on my way here. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Rieger wanted to ask again. Unexpectedly, another person in the garrison uniform ran over from the direction of the town. The men panted and said, reporting to my lord. We found a group of people in the drainage ditch in the craftsman area. Their hands were tied with a rope. They clearly had room to move, but they didn't dare to move. Later, after the vice-captain's verification, he found out that a few of them were villains who were wanted by several nearby cities. They seemed to be members of the Silverfrost Brotherhood. The young man from before widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't help but ask, is there a total of 3 people? Later, that person shook his head and said, not only that, there are a total of 9 of them, and one of them is even crippled. He then asked Rieger, my lord, what should we do now? Should we lock them all up in prison? When the 3 of them heard the report, they all had strange expressions. I'll handle it. Zeller whistled, and the horse that was resting at the side heard him. He mounted the horse and headed in the direction of the town. There were indeed a few members of the Silverfrost Brotherhood in the group of the Order of Calamity yesterday. Matthew speculated, they should have gone to prison, but why were they tied up after they successfully escaped? Rieger did not take it to heart. He glanced at Matthew and said meaningfully, this is what happens when you offend someone you shouldn't. Coincidentally, there are quite a few people in Rolling Stone Town that you shouldn't offend. The image of the elegant gentleman Richard immediately appeared in Matthew's mind. So, how do you plan to deal with them? We can't keep locking them up forever. Matthew looked curiously at Rieger. Rieger waved his hand and walked away as if he was unwilling to talk to Matthew. However, his voice still floated over. Of course, it's to collect the bounty. I've already sent someone to inform Jade Court that their Shadow Leopard is on the way. Sometimes, clearing bounties can be a good business. Cleaning up the battlefield and storing the corpses was a big project. Even with the help of the zombies and the garrison, it took Matthew 3 days to temporarily arrange these precious spoils of war. During this time, the state of double harvest had entered its final countdown. Matthew's planting of trees naturally began to accelerate. 4 days later. Hint, your temporary state of double harvest has ended. During this period, you have planted 452 trees in total. Your nature affinity has been greatly improved. Remaining number of strengthening, 7. After the 4-hour deadline of the banishment letter, Matthew summoned Soldier back. With this 4th-tier sword dancer by his side, his sense of security doubled. Right now, he was going to strengthen Soldier for the last time. To what extent could it reach? It all depended on Soldier's luck and Matthew's. Unfortunately, the luck that Lulu gave me has disappeared. Moreover, after that blessing, she seemed to have suffered a great loss. I haven't seen her for the past few days. Matthew took a deep breath and began to strengthen without saying anything. The result was unsettling. First, he leveled up to level 15. Following that, the keywords were also released one after another. Train Clansman, Purple. Your summoned soldier has mastered the skill of training his own kind. The skeleton soldiers trained by Soldier will have a certain chance to obtain the assassin profession and a very low chance to obtain the blade dancer profession. After long-term training, the overall strength of the skeleton soldiers will be significantly improved. Bad direction, gray in non-combat mode, there is a certain probability that soldier will get lost. Training his own kind is still okay. I now have 120 skeleton soldiers for him to train. Maybe he can create a skeleton assassin team. Matthew's eyes lit up. As for his poor sense of direction, in his opinion, soldier's intelligence was not enough to support him to move alone. As long as he kept following him, he would not get lost, right? Matthew was quite satisfied with the first 3 keywords. However, the next 3 keywords gave him a head-on blow. Dual blade attack. Blue, your summoned creature will gain additional proficiency points when using dual blades. Beginner horsemanship. White, your summoned creature has mastered horsemanship. There is a certain chance for it to become a cavalryman with a mount. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Gray, in a non-combat state, soldier will show slight obsessive-compulsive disorder tendencies. Blue, white and gray. Was this better? Matthew glanced at it one last time, disheartened. However, this time, what appeared in front of his eyes was a flash of golden light. Domain, shadow, your summoned creature has obtained the qualifications to enter the shadow domain. It has obtained the following abilities. Shadow slingshot, soldier can use the energy slingshot to move quickly in the shadow realm. Shadow kill, soldier can hide in any shadow and launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Power of domain, soldier can activate the shadow domain, which will shock and repel the enemy. It was actually a domain. Matthew stared at soldier for more than 10 seconds. However, this guy was so confused that he thought Matthew wanted to see him dance. Without saying a word, he twisted his hips with all his might. Can you share your domain with me? Matthew asked. Soldier was stunned. Matthew patiently communicated for a long time, but soldier still looked confused. Matthew didn't know if he was pretending or if he really couldn't share. In the end, the friendly exchange between the master and servant ended with Matthew giving up. At this point, soldier's strength had been determined. Level 15, wielding the power of the shadow domain, wielding extremely strong assassination abilities, and being able to train his own kind. This meant that soldier had the template to become a lord or a hero. He was already able to contend with Filey. The only flaw was that there were a series of gray keywords. But overall, Matthew was still satisfied and gratified. At least there weren't any raise salary keywords, right? At night. It was beyond Matthew's expectations. This time, the latter was here to ask for his leave. After this battle, I deeply realized my own shortcomings. Perhaps I shouldn't wait for the change of seasons. Now, I'm going to kill that ice dragon. Eli said solemnly, I apologize for my recklessness at the beginning. I almost missed out on a true friend of nature because of my prejudice. That night, I witnessed your reaction when the draken into a tree. At that moment, I saw endless anger in your eyes. Only those who truly place nature at the top would have such a reaction. Matthew, my friend, you are the true guardian of the oak forest. I couldn't help you this time. When I become a tier 4 shapeshifter, I'll come back and fulfill my promise. Seeing his determination, Matthew didn't ask him to stay. He only said some words of blessing and planned to get him more food. Who knew that at this moment? Eli suddenly looked shy. He whispered in embarrassment, before I leave, I have a request. Matthew nodded and said, please speak. Eli asked expectantly, can I see Peggy? I want to personally praise and thank her for her cooking. Oh. I guess she must be a very beautiful woman, right? Chapter 87, I am Peggy. Chapter 87, I am Peggy. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew tried to be as tactful as possible as he looked at Eli's eager gaze. Peggy is indeed a woman with a pure heart, but sometimes, keeping a trace of mystery may be a better way to get along. Eli understood Matthew's meaning. He was a little dissatisfied. I thought that after these days together, even if you and I are not friends, at least not strangers. Matthew hurriedly smiled and said, as long as you agree, Eli, we will be friends forever. Eli's expression softened. Since we're friends, why did you stop me from seeing Peggy? As he spoke, he suddenly revealed an expression of realization. Could it be that Peggy is your lover? Then I'm indeed a little rude, but don't worry. I just want to see her. I definitely have no intention of snatching her away. After all, I've been there before. I know how painful that feeling is. I won't let you suffer that kind of pain. The smile on Matthew's face froze. No, no, Peggy is not my lover, and I'm not stopping you from seeing her out of selfish desires. Eli was surprised. Then why are you so unwilling to let me see Peggy? Matthew was about to explain when a tall figure suddenly walked over in a hurry. Matthew. Hurry up and look at my chest. Come, touch. Did I lose some bones? The Tauren skeleton walked over casually. Taking advantage of the situation, he forcefully pushed Eli to the side. Eli looked displeased, but before he could say anything, the strange skeleton shouted at him, "Little kitty, don't look so unhappy. I heard you secretly talking about me behind my back." Eli was amused. He was just about to say that he was talking about Miss Peggy. But in the next second, he heard Matthew's helpless voice. "All right, Peggy, stop fooling around. Didn't I check for you the other day? It's just a few broken ribs, but I've already helped you reattach them. With your physique, you'll be able to recover in a while." Peggy obviously didn't believe it. She covered her chest with one hand and reached under her ribs with the other. After a while, she shook her head and said, "All right, even if the ribs have been reattached, I still feel my butt hurting. Hurry up and help me check it." As soon as he finished speaking, the dumbfounded Eli finally reacted. He asked, tongue-tied, "She's Peggy." The Tauren skeleton said proudly, "I am Peggy." Matthew had a hint of pity on his face. "Yes. Meet Peggy." Underdark, Blood Light Pool. The location of the Order of Calamity Sanctuary. In front of the door of an ordinary white house, there was a burning brazier on both sides of the house. The brazier was burning without any substance, and occasionally, a painful and twisted face would flash in the fire. On the steps, a golden-haired man with a genial smile was facing the drow warrior with a vigilant face. He gently opened his arms to the drow warrior, and there was a power in his voice that could move people's hearts. "Welcome back to the Holy Church, my daughter Lara." As he spoke, he leaned his arms forward, signaling Lara to come over and hug him. Lara's eyelids twitched slightly. She reluctantly walked over and hugged the man gently before separating. Her body movements were full of resistance, and there was even a deep fear in the depths of her pupils. "Father, this operation has failed. Medes and Banwin have died in the enemy's hands, and Sinwak is suspected to have been captured. I followed Father's orders and only brought back Anderson's head." As she spoke, she held her head tightly in her arms and respectfully handed it over. "Only the head." Lara's body trembled. She hurriedly lowered her head and said, "That group of people is keeping a close eye on them. The strength of Rolling Stone Town is above our estimation. That necromancer is very cunning. Anderson was unable to counter his spells, nor did he have the chance to banish his bone dragon. They have a lot of people, and they're guarding the place closely. I can't bring back Anderson's corpse, so I can only settle for the next best option. I'm sorry, this defeat is unavoidable. Even if I were to intervene, I wouldn't be able to change the situation." The golden-haired man shook his head. "We did not fail." Lara looked up in surprise and saw a sincere smile on his face. "My lord said that he was very happy and that his initial goal had been achieved." Lara was confused. "But we were indeed defeated." The golden-haired man smiled and said, "A temporary victory or defeat is just fleeting. More importantly, war is only a means, not an end. We have to hurry up and prepare for the next mission. This is the best way to repay our Lord's generous grace." Lara heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said obediently, "I see. I'll go to the Black Dragon City to persuade them." "No rush." The golden-haired man smiled. "Everyone is dead, and you are the only one left alive. Although this is my order to you, you still have to be punished. Not for me, but for your dead companions." Lara suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Pearl-like beads of sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. "Father." She moaned softly. "What, are you unwilling?" The golden-haired man was still smiling. Under the light of the fire, his shadow was stretched infinitely, forming a ferocious and terrifying outline on the stone wall. "No, I'm willing. Lara gritted her teeth for a long time and finally said, "Come, let's go in." The blonde man gently held her hand. The two of them walked into the wooden house that was painted white. Very quickly, an extremely shrill female voice came from the house. Vaguely, one could even hear the blonde man's gentle teachings. "You should be happy, Lara. It's a father's love. You should be happy. The present is a gift from our Lord. Laugh. Laugh loudly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can stuff this spine into your body in time." Very quickly, outside the wooden house, the mournful voice turned into a faint laughter. An underground squirrel passed by in a daze. It curiously leaned on the window of the wooden house and looked around. There was a crisp sound. A ferocious tentacle extended from an unknown place. When the sticky tentacle disappeared, there was only a shallow blood stain on the window. The hysterical laughter in the room. It continued. Northeast of the oak forest, Matthew stood near a marker stone with a serious expression. Behind him were a few guards with shocked expressions. The group was actually still some distance away from the marker stone, but they did not dare to approach it anymore. This was because they felt a terrifying destructive power. The scar of the dead has spread, and it's spreading abnormally. It's stronger than before. Matthew's eyes were solemn. At the time of the incident, he was building a temporary cemetery in the cave with a few teammates. Suddenly he sensed an evil movement. When he followed his senses to this place, he discovered that the scar of the dead had not only spread to the southwest, but the activity of a certain existence within it had also increased significantly. The oak tree that Matthew had planted here was originally 30 to 40 meters away from the scar of the dead. But now, the tree was almost stuck to the scorched earth of the scar of the dead. Under the influence of destructive power, the oak tree was already showing signs of decay. Although it would not die immediately, it would definitely be difficult for it to survive over time. What the hell? Why did the scar of the dead spread out of nowhere? Matthew's mind was full of doubts. Then he remembered a strange thing that he had encountered while cleaning up the corpses over the past few days. Matthew realized that the more than 300 corpses, whether they were gnolls, kobolds, imps, all looked more like dried corpses. There was no water and no blood. When Matthew first discovered the anomaly, he thought it had something to do with the evil spells the Order of Calamity had cast on the underground creatures. But now it seems that it might not be the case. Could it be that the scar of the dead has absorbed the blood of those who died in the war? Oh, right. I used elementary spirit vision to check the condition of the spirit bodies and found that the number of spirit bodies after the battle was also on the low side. I thought that my spirit vision had weakened. Matthew's heart was pounding. Was the destruction of Rolling Stone Town not the ultimate goal of the Order of Calamity? The scar of the dead was. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the edge of the scorched earth, a giant hand that seemed to be made of countless pieces of paper and ashes broke out of the ground and attacked Matthew aggressively. Matthew was extremely calm as he took 3 steps back. Soldier had already taken his place. In a flash, the 2 short knives crossed each other, and the hand instantly turned into ashes. Hint, you have eliminated a hand of ashes, and your nature affinity has increased slightly. You have obtained a new main mission dash. Main mission. 2. Exterminate the scar of the dead. Description: the scar of the dead is expanding without restraint. It has even threatened the oak forest that you have painstakingly planted. It is time to pull out the tumor of this land. Primary objective: stop the scar of the dead and prevent it from spreading further to the southwest. Basic reward: demigod power, including domain, and a large amount of XP. Matthew's eyelids twitched. As expected, the main mission is connected to the scar of the dead. Even though he had already expected it in the depths of his heart. However, the mission content and generous rewards still surprised him. A demigod with a domain. This meant that as long as Matthew reached the 4th rank, with the support of his demigod power and domain, he would be invincible before non-legendary enemies. If he was a demigod in his 3rd tier state, he still had the ability to challenge people 2 tiers above him. This also reflected the difficulty of the task. At the very least, no one knew how to stop the scar of the dead from spreading. The elves of Jade Court did not manage to do so. The druids of the Guardian Highland also failed to do so. Matthew could only rely on his own strength to explore. This was a rather difficult task. But he had to do it because if he did not stop the scar of the dead, the oak forest that he had painstakingly planted would very likely be destroyed. At that time, his path of nature would be completely sealed, and there would be no way for him to advance any further. Let's go and report to the Lord. We need to set up a new marker stone. Matthew took a deep look at the scorched earth in front of him. Then, he turned around and left with his men. At night, Matthew, who couldn't sleep, stood in the north of the oak forest and looked at the scar of the dead. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that this thing was a huge earthworm. After watching for a long time, Matthew even had the illusion that this thing could twist. Matthew. A familiar voice sounded behind him. Matthew looked back. But the next second, he could not help but blurt out, "No, you're not Ella." Under the moonlight, Miss Owl flapped her wings elegantly and holily. There was a sense of majesty and holiness that she did not usually have. "You're very sharp." "Hello, Matthew. Nice to meet you. I'm Asha, the goddess of moonlight." The owl chuckled. She flew to a rock and stood still. Then, she looked at Matthew kindly. "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" Chapter 88, Not Now, Matthew. Chapter 88, Not Now, Matthew. Translator, Lonely Tree. The moonlight shone through the owl's body, casting a white shadow behind her. Matthew couldn't see her face clearly, but he could vaguely tell that it was a woman's figure. She gave off a beautiful, holy, gentle, and reserved feeling. "Goddess." Matthew bowed slightly to show his courtesy. "I'm here for you." Asha didn't beat around the bush. Instead, she chose to get straight to the point with a smile. "You must be wondering why I would provide so much help for free. That's because I hope to get your help or even protection in the upcoming changes." Matthew nodded slightly, expressing his willingness to listen. The dark days are coming, and Aender will usher in the darkest and most turbulent period after the Age of Enlightenment. Countless evil that was sealed in ancient times are reviving, and the saddest thing for the creatures of this continent is that not only will they have to fight against the twilight creatures, abominations, and other monsters with their mortal bodies, but the gods who fought alongside them during the last dark days will also stand against them this time. When Asha talked about the gods, she did not avoid them at all, as if she were not a member of the gods. She smiled gently. To the gods, the best news is that the Calamity Mage has left. This is exactly the news that the Seven Saint Alliance and you all don't want to hear. But no matter what, this is already an established fact. Darkness and turmoil are coming. Matthew, it won't reach you overnight, but it's already on its way. Matthew asked in a deep voice, "What is the Dark Age? And how did you know that the Calamity Mage had left Aender? What if she turns back and kills the gods?" Asha seemed to be prepared and immediately replied. "The operation of the universe follows a seemingly impermanent but traceable theorem, and so does our plane. Darkness and light always coexist. Before the Age of Enlightenment, the gods and mortals worked together to wipe out most of the dark things on this plane, but they were not completely destroyed. They just hid quietly, waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. The dark days are coming. When that day officially arrives, the power of all evil creatures will expand to an unimaginable level, and the power that symbolizes light will also be infinitely weakened according to the law of the rise and fall. As for the Calamity Mage, it was her arrival that caused the Dark Ages. If it weren't for the unexpected ascension of the Heavenly Palace, the power of the gods would have been enough to suppress those evil creatures for at least another 1,000 years. In fact, we can't be sure if the Calamity Mage has left, but for the gods who are weak and on the verge of death and still have 100 years of anger in their hearts, this is the best time. They are ready to unite and do something that can overturn the laws of the world. Due to anti-divination, I can't tell you the details of that matter. You only need to know that the Aender continent will slowly enter an era of unrest. Everyone will be involved in the flames of war and disputes. No one will be spared. As she spoke, there was a hint of pity in her tone and expression. They. Matthew looked at Asha suspiciously. Did the goddess of moonlight mean that she was not one of the gods who caused trouble? What else? There was a hint of dissatisfaction and resentment in Asha's tone. If I was willing to join their ranks, why do you think I voluntarily gave up the domain of Moon when I was forced to ascend to the throne in the heavenly palace, leaving myself with only the domain of Moonlight? Was Asha the moon goddess? Did she voluntarily give up the moon godhood? Matthew knew that he had learned an extremely secretive piece of information. Of course, I admit that giving up that part of my godhood is the best way to preserve myself in the process of ascending to the throne in the heavenly palace. The Calamity Mage made the rule that the weaker one is, the closer one is to the mortal world. Moonlight is the medium that can get closest to the material world, so I became one of the few gods who can influence the mortal world. Asha continued, but I do not like what they do. I did not participate in the 3 curses, which is proof. If you doubt this, you can go to the people of the Alliance of 7 Saints to verify it. Matthew nodded. He was willing to believe Asha. After all, it was not difficult to verify such things. So, what do you want me to do for you? Matthew asked. Asha said frankly. I think that the god's crazy plan is unlikely to succeed. If it fails, it will bring irreversible damage to the heavenly palace. I will also be affected. I hope that if that happens, you can give me a certain amount of protection. Matthew was surprised. Why me? I'm just a second-tier mage. Asha sighed softly. The first reason is that I can't find anyone else. With the heresy and efforts of the 7 Saint Alliance, the gods are completely evil in the hearts of people, especially mages. It has been many years since a new druid was born in the Moonlight Forest. My influence in the mortal world is declining day by day. Coincidentally, you appeared in front of me. The second reason is that I think you have a bright future ahead of you. You have Ronan's Patronus on you. I know that guy. He won't waste his few Patronus on someone with no potential. Matthew was slightly shocked. He didn't even realize that the great mage Ronan had permanently cast a Patronus spell on him. And these words coming from Asha's mouth could also be considered a kind gesture in a sense. Oh right, is great mage Ronan really trapped in the astral world? Was this part of the god's plan? Matthew hurriedly asked. Asha blinked. This is a topic that I can't say. But I can assure you that a scourge like Ronan won't die so easily. Matthew understood instantly. He interpreted at least 3 pieces of information. Ronan was indeed trapped in the astral plane. This was the work of the gods. There was a high chance that Ronan would not die. Matthew pondered. He combed through the goddess words and found no flaws for the time being. Then, he said, I'm willing to provide you with a certain amount of protection as long as it's within my ability. However, the final interpretation of this protection is still in my hands. The extent to which I can do it will depend on how much value you can provide me. These words were very bare. But he won in honesty. After hearing this, Asha was not angry but happy. She smiled and looked at Matthew. What do you need me to provide, young necromancer? Matthew simply asked, I want to know how far you are willing to go for this. Asha said boldly, if you become strong enough in the Dark Age, you can have a wife who used to be the moon goddess. That's all. Unknowingly, Matthew also became a little arrogant. Asha looked at him bitterly. Then what else do you want to do? Greedy necromancers. At this point, her approachable aura instantly vanished. An insufferably powerful aura pressed down on Matthew's chest. Matthew almost fell to his knees. I am the moon goddess. I cannot be blasphemed. Asha suddenly changed into a sacred and inviolable face, and her eyes were filled with disgust as she 100k'd at Matthew. Dirty and weak necromancer, you think you can get your hands on the moon maiden with your mere second-tier strength? I can crush you like an ant. As she spoke, the shadow made of moonlight slowly walked towards Matthew. Matthew's vision seemed to freeze. The world spun. All he could see was a pair of fair, bare feet stepping on the barren land. Those cute and playful toes were so delicious to him. It's the power of charm. Matthew shook his head vigorously. The domain of temperance was suddenly activated. However, this was not enough to immediately remove the charm of the goddess. Instead, it caused Matthew to fall into a longer tug-of-war. After an unknown period of time. Only then did he suddenly wake up from his dazed state. His back was already drenched. His lips were extremely dry. Matthew knelt on one knee, panting. Phew, the goddess really knows how to play, so powerful. Matthew was shocked when he recalled what had just happened. He had the heart of tranquil water, and his will attribute was not low. He was immune to the seduction of the fairy princess Lulu and the succubus, but in front of the goddess of moonlight, all of this almost fell apart. The gods were indeed powerful. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. He looked down and saw that there was another message on the believer badge. On the eve of the Dark Age, the number of evil art masters on this continent will increase by 100-fold. Remember to be careful of the order of calamity. By the way, you have a strong will. I'm very satisfied. Evil art masters. Matthew was deep in thought. At this moment, after being possessed by the goddess, Ella finally woke up. She looked at Matthew, who was kneeling on one knee in a daze, and said in surprise, "Matthew, what are you doing?" Immediately after, Miss Owl's voice became bashful. "Ayaya, I've heard people say that this is a fixed position humans use when they want to seek a mate." No, Matthew. Matthew didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to explain. But Ella said, "At least not before you master the owl's shape-shifting form." Matthew was completely stunned. Chapter 89, Equilibrium. Chapter 89, Equilibrium. Translator, Lonely Tree. Nature's soul was both conservative and open-minded. Matthew was filled with emotions as he watched Ella fly away shyly. He returned to the hut and recorded the conversation with the goddess in the form of a handwritten copy. Although Matthew shouldn't be affected by the intelligence lock, Matthew wanted to be sure. In the next few days, Matthew's planting of trees slowed down slightly. In the past month, he had planted a total of 1 plus 52 trees, which was simply unbelievable in the past. Ella had played a big role in achieving such efficiency. If she had not germinated the seeds day and night, and if Matthew had not mastered the rapid growth spell, the results of the past month would not have been so remarkable. Theoretically speaking, in Rolling Stone Town, only March, April, May, and October were suitable for planting trees. Matthew should be doing his best. Unfortunately, the saplings in the greenhouse were almost exhausted. The oak seeds that Matthew had bought last time were indeed problematic. Many of the seeds could not be saved by Ella. After that, the traveling merchant Jeff never appeared in the market of Rolling Stone Town again. No one in the town usually went to the Guardian Highland. For a time, Matthew lost his source of seeds. He took the time to entrust another merchant to help bring the goods, but it was unknown when he would get the goods. The logistics of this world were still too inefficient. On the other hand, there were still many things waiting for Matthew. For example, advancing and building a cemetery. In the underground cave, one by one, the Silvermoon zombies were wandering around unconsciously. Ah. 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 A few crows flew out of nowhere and dared to peck at the rotting flesh on the zombie's body. In the end, their sharp beaks were blocked by the bark spell. The crow persevered for a while, but it still couldn't eat any meat, so it flew away resentfully. Deep in the cave, a few figures were still busy. Yes, nail it here. Thank you for your hard work. The mage fire and the torch lit up a corner of the room. Shadows flickered on the wall. Under Matthew's command, a few garrison members closed the last circle of fences against the wall and set up a wooden sign painted with red paint outside the fence. The wooden sign said, "Matthew's Graveyard, zombies inside. Beware." With the few alarm traps Matthew had set up himself, the cemetery's approximate range was determined. The cave where the cemetery was located was originally an abandoned underground mine. There were several tunnels leading to the depths of the ground. In order to prevent any more complications, Matthew not only set up warning wooden signs around the cemetery but also blew up the passages. As a result, the cemetery became a sealed underground space except for a few paths leading to the oak forest on the surface. Matthew's zombies and skeletons would be able to move freely here. Although there was no single room, it was far more spacious than the dormitories. When I come back from Bayan City, I will plant a whole circle of black locust near the fence. At that time, the negative energy in the cemetery will have a chance to circulate automatically. He gave a small tip and sent away the garrison members who were helping with the construction. Matthew stood on the edge of the fence and thought. Behind him were the shadows of the undead. This scene would only look horrifying to others. However, for the necromancers who were used to seeing it, it was indescribably beautiful. But the seeds of the black locust tree are not cheap. Sigh, as expected, no matter which era it is difficult to do anything without money. Matthew shook his head and smiled bitterly in his heart. The black locust tree was a plant that grew in the underworld. Like the phantom butterfly, the black locust tree fed on negative energy. The difference was that when the undead was active at night, the black locust tree would release a certain amount of negative energy to promote the circulation of negative energy. Only during the day would they absorb a small amount of negative energy for growth. The biggest advantage of this plant was that it did not need sunlight. As long as there was water, it could be planted underground. And once the cemetery was surrounded by black locust trees, the negative energy there would almost never leak out. At that time, Matthew planned to add things that the undead liked to the cemetery: coffins, shrouds, negative energy spring water, loose bones, ropes, saws, rotting plants. Matthew's goal was to turn this place into a miniature negative energy plane. In the future, he even wanted to integrate the ecospheres of the spaces above and below the ground to form a closed loop that could circulate with each other. He had even thought of a name toward the relevant domum. Let's call it Ecosphere. Ainder doesn't seem to have such a domain yet. When I become a legend and can create my own domain, the Ecosphere might become a new domain of a higher level, which would encompass the domains of Oak and the Undying. Now that my body carries two legendary paths, I have to find a way to command them. Even if I can't do that, I have to balance them at least. Just as Matthew was leaning against the wooden sign and thinking, the sound of rocks rolling could be heard from the depths of the cave. Matthew's heart tightened. That was the direction of the tunnel he had blown up earlier. Before he could gather the undead, a shiny bald head emerged from the tunnel. When he saw Matthew, the bald man was also stunned. We meet again. Oh, Matthew, right. Matthew looked at Li Weiqi in surprise. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Li Weiqi rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed. These days, I followed the scent of those underground creatures and destroyed 3 nests of underground creatures, but they still managed to escape. 2 days ago, I fought with a bunch of hook horrors that had just woken up from hibernation. I was almost driven to the territory of the benthic demon fish, but in the end, I returned to where I was. When I was approaching the surface, I got lost and could only carve out my way in an unconventional way. Matthew walked over quickly. He discovered that there was a passageway that could only allow one person to pass through where the cave had collapsed. Beside him, there were pebbles everywhere. Matthew was a little shocked. Mr. Li, did you dig the cave with your bare hands? Li Weiqi said enthusiastically, don't call me Mr. Li. You can call me Li Weiqi or Li. As for the cave, I didn't use my bare hands. I used chi. Matthew had heard of it. He knew that it was a IGND of extraordinary energy cultivated by martial monks, and it had a completely different nature from magic power. Li, I noticed that your chi seems to be a little different. Matthew recalled the dragon's roar when he confronted the enemy that day and could not help but ask. According to what he knew, ordinary monks couldn't unleash dragon roars. Li Weiqi's class was called Divine Dragon Sex Disciple, which meant that he was also a special case among the monks. Indeed. Li Weiqi didn't avoid it and introduced generously, the Divine Dragon Monastery that I was ordained at belongs to a more special branch of the monk faction. Not only do we cultivate chi, but we also strive to use chi to simulate the forms of transcendental life in the universe. The giant dragon is just one of them. There are also monks in the Divine Dragon Monastery who simulate the giant whale in the deep sea and the snake in the sky. Because of this kind of simulation, our chi often carries different temperaments and attributes. Compared to the average monk, our cultivation was even more difficult. Not only did we have to follow the precepts and cultivate our chi, but we also had to track the transcendental creatures that we simulated when necessary. At this point, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This path has its pros and cons. Simulating transcendental lifeforms gives us greater combat abilities, but if such transcendental lifeforms no longer appear in this plane, we will almost permanently lose the possibility of advancing. Matthew was stunned when he heard that. Liweichi said in a bright voice. That's why I've been running around outside all these years, hoping to find traces of the creature I simulated. Unfortunately, ever since it left a paw print in the Divine Dragon Temple 200 years ago, it has never appeared in the mortal world again. I suspect that it has already left this plane. Matthew couldn't help but ask, what is that creature? Liweichi said the uncommon word in the standard common language, coiling dragon. It's a peculiar dragon that was once active in the eastern continent in ancient times. It's different from the chromatic dragons, metal dragons, or rare dragons in Ander. The coiling dragon is an older and more powerful true dragon. According to the records of the Divine Dragon Temple, the coiled dragon was born a legend. When it matured, it possessed the power of a superior legend or even a divine. I comprehended Chi because of its claw prints, but I hesitated because I couldn't find more traces of it. Perhaps this is fate. A giant dragon from the eastern continent. Matthew's heart quivered, and he blurted out, then do you know about Sue? Liweichi looked at Matthew in surprise. You actually know about the most famous country in the history of the eastern continent? History? Matthew was puzzled. Liweichi nodded. I used to travel around the endless ocean and the western coast. I got to know some of the Sioux people who were living in exile there. They told me that there was once a very powerful empire in the eastern continent, but it was destroyed more than 1,000 years ago. It was also because of the fall of the empire that you could see some Sioux tribes on the long coastline of the Aruni Sea and the surrounding islands. Their ancestors had crossed the sea on huge turreted ships hundreds of years ago and settled in Ander. Now, they only retained the features of the Sioux, and most of them had integrated into the local life. Was it destroyed 1,000 years ago? Matthew was puzzled. If what Liweichi said was true. What about the ship that Samantha encountered in her childhood? Matthew wanted to ask more when Liweichi smiled. Are you going to let the zombies and skeletons keep watching our conversation? Matthew hurriedly took him out of the cemetery. Walking in the oak forest. Liweichi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, his face was filled with curiosity. You planted this oak forest yourself? It's incredible. I can feel the love of the oak trees for you and your natural affinity. Even I, a monk, am not as popular as you in the forest. But you are clearly a necromancer, and you even built a cemetery. Wait, are you planning to imitate the Sioux and walk the path of life and death equilibrium? Matthew's heart jumped. The path of equilibrium. Can you tell me in detail? Liweichi said seriously, yes, but everything has a price. Matthew nodded and said, whatever you want, just say it. Liweichi blinked. Give me a mouthful of water, thank you. Chapter 90. Chapter 90, you can watch what's next. Chapter 90, you can watch what's next. Translator, Lonely Tree. In the small room, Liweichi drank a cup of water and said with confidence. During the years I was pursuing the coiled dragon, I had dealings with many Sioux. Some of them had advanced professions that were different from those in Ander. An elder of the Sioux told me that in an even more ancient era, there was an elite profession in the eastern continent that had the ability to transcend life and death. Its name was Taoist. It was a pity that the group of Sioux people who came on the ship did not master all the Taoist heritage. Some of them used their professional skills and combined the power of the native shamans of the barbarian Tooth Peninsula to create a new path that balanced life and death. That high-level path was called the Envoy of Equilibrium. Among the Sioux, only adventurers above Tier 8 could advance. However, Envoy of Equilibrium are rare. I've only heard of similar professions on a remote island in the Aruni Sea. The Sioux people on that island are very reclusive and live an isolated life. I helped them kill a sea monster and was lucky enough to gain their recognition, but I still didn't have the chance to come into contact with the real Envoy of Equilibrium. Perhaps this was just a legend among the Sioux. Controlling life and death at the same time was against the common sense of the Ander continent. Taoist priests and shamans fused to become Envoy of Equilibrium. Matthew suddenly had a great interest in this profession. He had studied the information Samantha had given him about the Sioux Nation, but most of it was just groundless rumors or a map of how to get to the Sioux Nation. There was very little information about the secret treasure that the captain's son had mentioned to her. Under such circumstances, Matthew had planned to take a safe and stable path, which was to advance to a high-level necromancer. After all, whether it was the Lord of Paleness or the other advanced undead profession, they would more or less gradually lean towards the evil camp. Only the Necromancer's advancement could maintain a delicate balance. It was not difficult to become a high-level Necromancer. Matthew only needed to find a few unfamiliar immortals in the wilderness and have a heart-to-heart talk with them all night. Before daybreak, one could complete the Night of the Undead ritual and obtain the title of a high-level Necromancer by obtaining the recognition of the unfamiliar undead by any means. However, this method of advancement was relatively mediocre, and there was almost no additional increase in strength. It was Matthew's last choice. However, things were different now. He accidentally learned about the Envoy of Equilibrium. Whether it was a shaman or a Taoist, they should be walking the path of a mage. A necromancer trying to advance should not be unable to meet the prerequisites. Of course, all of this was just Matthew's imagination. According to Li Weiqi, it would be extremely difficult to advance to become an Envoy of Equilibrium. Matthew only wanted to give it a try. If it didn't work, he would return to his original plan and advance to a high-level Necromancer. Since he had the path of life and death and the support of his domain, his combat strength was several times that of an ordinary person. He did not have that much desire for the additional boost brought by the special advancement. Then, Matthew and Li Weiqi talked about the small island of the Sioux. When he found out that Matthew was interested in advancing to the Envoy of Equilibrium, Li Weiqi asked Matthew to find a pen and paper without saying anything. He wrote a recommendation letter for Matthew. This moved Matthew. Before he could voice his doubts, Li Weiqi laughed and said, "The oak trees have already told me what you've done here. Matthew, you're a person who loves nature. I don't want you to lean towards evil in the future. The Envoy of Equilibrium is the most suitable advancement for you. It's just that you can't have too much hope. When I was walking on the island, I realized that the Sioux didn't have any special abilities. They might have completely lost the inheritance of their ancestors. This wasn't surprising. No matter what race they were, they would lose a lot in the long dark years." After writing the recommendation letter, Li Weiqi said, "And I'm not helping you for free. For the next few days, I'll be living in the mayor's house of Rolling Stone Town. The bustling town is not suitable for me. Only your oak forest is more suitable as a cultivation residence. I hope you can agree to let me live in the forest for a long time." How could Matthew disagree? After Eli left, he was about to go out to look for an opportunity to advance. Coincidentally, a Tier 5 big shot took the initiative to come and take his place. Although Li Weiqi was most likely staying here to monitor the Underdark for Rieger. However, Matthew, as the beneficiary, was still relieved. At least for the time being, the oak forest was safe. The two of them chatted for a while. Finally, Li Weiqi suddenly said seriously, "Matthew, it's best if you don't leave this place for too long." Matthew said solemnly, "What do you mean? Will something big happen here?" Li Weiqi nodded and said, "It's a very serious matter. I'm afraid that if you leave for too long and I take over your harem will fall in love with me." Matthew was shocked. Harem. Li Weiqi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Your oaks. You didn't expect it, did you?" Matthew laughed dryly. As expected, monks were hard to understand. After getting the clues about the Envoy of Equilibrium from Li Weiqi, Matthew began to speed up his preparations before his advancement. Apart from the necessary items to purchase, information was more important. Li Weiqi's information was not clear enough to be used as a basis. So, at 4 o'clock the next morning, Matthew walked briskly to the Cauldron House. He moved to the top floor. Matthew saw the mild-tempered Tower Spirit 177. "Good morning, Matthew. You look very pleased with yourself. As someone who has been through it before, I guess you're in love. And I'm quite satisfied with my life with my partner. Oh, just like me and Little Blossom in the past. It's really sad to think about it." Tower Genie 177 said in frustration. "That's not the case. I just found a suitable opportunity to advance." "I have 2 things to ask you," Matthew quickly explained. "Ask away." The Tower Genie waved his hand. "I'll give you a 50% discount on the consultation fee before Ronan returns." "Won't you get the consultation fee in full regardless?" Matthew asked curiously. A look of grief and indignation immediately appeared on the tower genie's face. No, I only have a 10% cut. In fact, I don't plan to surrender the consultation fee until Ronan comes back. This way, after giving you a 50% discount, I'll still earn much more than before. It seemed that the great mage Ronan was also good at exploiting people. Matthew tactfully stopped asking. 2 keywords. The first is the Scar of the Dead. I want to immo the origin and story of the Scar of the Dead, as well as the potential solution to solve the spread of the Scar of the Dead. The second keyword was the Envoy of Equilibrium. This profession did not involve the Sioux country, but it was related to the Sioux. Please don't tell me that it was another confidential matter. He made his intentions clear. The tower spirit pondered for a moment before suddenly shouting. Number 1001. Go and bring me the shining thing on the cabinet. Very quickly, a panting little fellow appeared on the other side of the elevator. It was a construct the size of a halfling, and its body looked rather thin. At this moment, it was carrying a document bag on its back. The bag was heavy and seemed to contain a lot of content. This is all the information about the Scar of the Dead in the Seven Saint Alliance. It's free. The Alliance welcomes anyone who wants to solve the Scar of the Dead to work hard, but it's very difficult for you to find the answer you want directly. The tower genie handed the folder to Matthew. Then, he proudly introduced the small automaton. See, Matthew. This is my new son, number 1001. I've always felt too lonely. It's not a good thing to always look for a partner. Why don't I find myself a son? What do you think? Seeing the small automaton trembling, Matthew could only try his best to smile sincerely. A great child looks like he has a bright future. I agree, Matthew. The tower genie was overjoyed. I knew he had a bright future ahead of him. Look, his eyes are very similar to mine. One look and I can tell that we are father and son. There's no mistake about that. After saying that, he was about to carry number 1001 up and play with it for a while. There's still the Envoy of Equilibrium, Matthew hurriedly reminded it. The tower genie was confused. Didn't you say that just now? That's confidential information. Everything related to the Sioux country is top secret unless you can kill Ronan and replace him. But you definitely can't do it now, right, Matthew? My suggestion is that you can try your luck, but don't get too involved. I have high hopes for you. After you have successfully advanced, please come to the Cauldron House to find me immediately. I will help you with the procedures to join the Seven Saint Alliance. Me. Join the Alliance of Seven Saints. Matthew was a little surprised. The tower genie nodded. Of course, Ronan has already written you a letter. As long as you reach Tier 3, you will immediately become the existence with the highest authority among the peripheral members. However, after that, you will have to rely on your own hard work. After all, Ronan's life and death are unknown. The value of your relationship with him will be greatly reduced. The Seven Saint Alliance was the most powerful mage organization on the Ander continent, so Matthew would not miss out on it. The various arrangements made by great mage Ronan warmed his heart. What? Are you going to leave now? The tower genie was playing with the small automaton while looking at Matthew casually. Matthew revealed an embarrassed smile. Actually, I have another request. The tower genie said straightforwardly, why the need to be so polite? We are the first 2 founders of the Ronan Must Die organization. We are inseparable. You n'ave anything to say, just say it. Matthew directly ignored the traitor's declaration in his words. He took out the glass bottle from his bag. I know you've been lonely, so I found you a companion. Of course, I have my own requirements. I hope you can train him well. When I return to take him away from you next, I hope to get an obedient little guy. As he spoke, he smashed the bottle on the ground. Caw, caw, caw. After the bottle shattered, a frog jumped out. The tower genie said unhappily, Hey, Matthew, what do you think I am? You want me to train some creatures? Do you think I'm a brothel's madam? Besides, I'm not willing to play with any creature. I have my own interests, hobbies, and preferences. Look at what you've brought me. A frog. I'm not interested at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the frog's body expanded rapidly, turning into a ridiculously fat troll. Who was it that woke Sinwak up from his sleep? The troll roared in dissatisfaction. There was a crisp bang. Matthew saw the tower genie smash automaton 1001 into a wall far away. Oh, son, you're still young. You can't watch the next training scene. Tower Genie 177 stared at the troll's fleshy body. His expression became more and more playful. Back home. Matthew wanted to go to the Lord's mansion first to discuss with Zeller about becoming a consultant. However, just as he was about to leave, the town's postman unexpectedly brought him a letter. The envelope was very large, and the edges were decorated with green tree patterns. There was also a beautiful bow tied with silver satin. The address of the letter was displayed. This letter came from the holy city of the Wood Elves, the Jade Court. Matthew pondered for a moment and opened the letter. A faint fragrance assaulted his senses. Chapter 91, Soul Cage. Chapter 91, Soul Cage. Translator, Lonely Tree. Dear teacher, teacher crossed out, Matthew. How have you been? I'm sitting on a bench outside the Prancing Pony Inn on the Upper East Side of Jade Court, writing to you. It had been half a month since I came to Jade Court. Before I set off, I had all sorts of unrealistic fantasies about the journey, but after leaving Rolling Stone Town, I realized that it was very different from what I had imagined. I guessed that it was because my knowledge was too poor. Many things happened on the road that caught me off guard, and I had no one to talk about them with. From the first day I came here, I often missed the people of Rolling Stone Town. I missed my father, mother, Sif, and you. Please forgive me for my boldness that day. As you said, I actually don't understand necromancers. I don't know why I subconsciously felt fear. Perhaps I was held back by the fear of the secular world. Now that I think about it, I was more at a loss at that time. But I guess you'll forgive me, right? Because you're always so understanding. So I still shamelessly wrote to you. I hope you really don't mind. Our journey wasn't peaceful. On the second day after we left Gilia City, the convoy encountered a group of road bullies. At that time, their people blocked the front and back of the convoy. I was so nervous in the carriage that I almost vomited. The guard captain comforted me and said that they would take care of it. He said that his judgment of bandits was very accurate. Those road bullies didn't look like people who would fight to the death with others. Our convoy was also strong enough. As he expected, the convoy leader and the road bullies discussed for a while. After collecting some money from each family, they dispersed. The head guard told me that the boss of the envoy is most likely in cahoots with the road hooligans. Both sides are working together to cheat the passengers of their toll. People who are out rarely mind spending money to avoid disaster, so it's very safe to do this. I didn't quite believe it after hearing it. I felt that this was a story made up by the guard captain to show his knowledge. However, on the afternoon before we arrived at the Elvin territory, I accidentally bumped into the leader of the convoy negotiating with a man who didn't belong to our convoy in the forest beside the camp. He took a heavy purse from the men. I recognized that man. He is one of the road bullies. They found me, but the leader of the convoy just chased me away and warned me not to say anything. After returning to the carriage, I told the head guard about this. In the end, he didn't allow me to leave the carriage for the next 3 days. I was very scared at that time, so of course, I wouldn't go anywhere. I kept thinking about it in the carriage. I kept feeling that the boss of the team was going to silence me the next moment. I was so scared that I didn't sleep well for a few days. However, nothing terrible happened even after we changed the leader of the convoy in the territory of the elves. When we were handing over the guide, I secretly lifted the curtain to look at the leader of the convoy from Gilia City. He was very calm from the beginning to the end. When he saw me, he even smiled at me. At that time, I suddenly remembered the first time I saw him in Gilia City. His wife came to see him off. He was sitting beside the carriage with his 3 or 4-year-old daughter in his arms. He smiled warmly and talked to his wife, telling her not to worry. At that moment, I finally understood the essence of this world. Back at Sift's house, she used to lecture me like an old woman. Child, the world of adults is very complicated. A little lamb like you can easily be eaten alive. I was always amused by her imitation of an adult's tone. Now that I think about it, Sif has always been smarter than me, more mature than me, and realized the complexity of the world earlier than me. The Lord's daughter was indeed more outstanding. What do you think? I thought that the convoy would have a smooth journey into the elf territory. But who knew that the next day, we would encounter a giant dragon? It happened so suddenly. When the dragon flew over our heads, I felt my heart stop beating for a few seconds while sitting in the carriage. All the horses were extremely uneasy and wailing. I saw a huge shadow on the ground through the window. There was a faint hint of green in the sky. Later, I heard the half-elf guide mention that it was an adult green dragon that built its nest in the Court of Fallen Leaves. Her name was Fatina. The Jadeite court had clashed with her many times and tried to expel her, but Fatina was cunning and persistent. She always wandered around the northern part of the forest and would occasionally attack pedestrians or carriages that were left alone. We were lucky that we weren't targeted by Fatina, but her appearance in the south of the forest was very strange. I sensed a hint of worry from the half-elf guide's attitude. The Jade Court didn't seem to be as powerful, sacred, and inviolable as I had imagined. The elves also had problems that they couldn't solve. Later on, I met many elves who were like walking corpses outside the city. The guide warned us not to get close to them, or we might lose our lives. The locals called them the Heartless. This was a group of lunatics who had been abandoned and cursed by the forest. I asked the guide why the Jade Court didn't expel them since they were so terrifying. The guide only said that the elves couldn't bear to abandon their compatriots but didn't explain further. I was even more confused. After entering the city, I felt like I had stepped into a dream. Jade Court was really beautiful. There were countless trees here. They were tall, reliable, and warm. Their omnipresent branches and leaves covered every corner of the city. Chapter 92, Soul Cage. Chapter 92, Soul Cage. Translator, Lonely Tree. Most of the ancient trees here were more than 1,000 years old. If you wanted to enjoy the sunlight, as long as you knew a few words of Elvish, the ancient trees would also spread their branches and leaves, allowing the sunlight to shine on your face. I know you love planting trees, Matthew. You'll love it here. When I first entered the city, I was so happy. But soon, reality poured cold water on my face. Before I left, my father only said that he would send me to learn Elven songs and dances, but he didn't tell me that I had to learn swordsmanship and spells at the same time. I was sent to join a group of half-elves and elves. I'm the only human in the entire group. Although everyone there greeted me with a smile, I could feel the thick estrangement and indifference under the smile. They don't welcome me. They even discriminated against humans. Once, after a dance class, I overheard a half-elf saying to her companion while changing clothes. That human big-breasted girl really knows how to show off her figure, but what's the use? Her dancing was not bad. Her swordsmanship and magic were both 0 points. I don't think she can become a sword chanter at all. Her companion smiled and replied, "Why are you paying attention to her?" 40 years later, her voluptuous figure would quickly shrivel like a punctured balloon. Isn't that the tragedy of human girls? I feel that with her hard work, she still has a chance to become the lowest level of sword chanter. But by then, she will already be an old woman who can't dance. I was really sad after hearing it. It wasn't because they were mean but because they lamented the short life of humans. Half-elves had a lifespan of at least 300 years. Wood elves had twice as long as them. It was said that the night elves in the perpetual night forest had even longer lifespans. But what about us? I would inevitably age in a few decades at most. I feel really bad. I didn't even dance enthusiastically for the past few days. After that day, the other people's negative attitude towards me became even more obvious. They always bullied me intentionally or unintentionally. Either the wooden sword used for training was hung on the butt of the muskox, or the dance clothes were splashed with embarrassing milk stains. I cried for days before telling myself to be strong. Father spent a lot of money to send me here to study. I can't give up easily. I thought of Sif many times when I was in pain. I couldn't help but think that if she were here, she would definitely be able to handle these problems with ease. Unlike me, who only knows how to hide and cry alone. Speaking of crying, I actually don't reject crying. It's useless, but at least it can make me not collapse so much. A few days passed. Things took a turn for the better. Their bullying of me was witnessed by a general of the wind chasers. He scolded the others fiercely on the spot, scaring everyone. The general's name was Tirani, and he was a very handsome elven swordsman. He was very young, and it was said that he had the highest chance of becoming an elven sword saint in the entire Jade Court. Tirani treated me very well and would come to see me from time to time after class. At first, I was not used to his enthusiasm. But very quickly, I discovered a secret about Tirani. She was actually a girl, but she liked to dress up as a man. God, I was really embarrassed when I wrote this. I kept feeling like I was writing a novel by a third-rate bard, but it was all true. Very soon, Tirani announced her pursuit of me. This matter caused me more trouble than the elves bullying me. I didn't know how to reject a powerful Windseeker general, and she was a girl. I could only decline Tirani's passionate pursuit on the grounds that I was still young. Tirani didn't force me. She said that she would wait until I became an adult, but there were only less than 6 months before I became an adult. This troubled me because I had no one to talk to, so I thought of you. Matthew. If you have any brilliant suggestions, please write back and let me know. By the time I wrote this, the sky had already turned dark. The fragrance of roasted meat wafted through the inn. Not all elves were vegetarian. Their roasted meat was light and not greasy, and it had a unique flavor. However, I still miss the leaf-rolled barbecue in Rolling Stone Town more. Tomorrow will be the spring festival, and there will be fireworks in town again. Old York's family will push the last batch of pigs and wine to sell everywhere. Everyone will gather to eat cotton candy and honey strawberries. Who will win my favorite arm wrestling competition and Martin Run this time? I won't be there to see it. But I know that it must be a very lively scene. I really wanted to go home. You must reply to me. P.E.s. Yours, Bina, 3.28, in the Jade Court. After reading through it, Matthew felt a little emotional. He had guessed that Bina would write to him, but he hadn't expected her journey and her studies in Jade Court to be so tumultuous. Bina and Sif had always been the most outstanding students in Matthew's class. Their family backgrounds were very good. Bina's father was a great businessman with great vision and charm, and her mother was the only daughter of a great noble in the city. Compared to Sif, Bina's personality was more reserved and quiet. Therefore, her confession that day shocked Matthew. After reading the various experiences mentioned in the letter, Matthew went home and pondered for a moment before writing a long reply to her. Chapter 93, Soul Cage. Chapter 93, Soul Cage. Translator, Lonely Tree. Even though Bina's intention of deliberately crossing out the word teacher was obvious, but in Matthew's heart, she was still his student. He tried his best to analyze it from her standpoint. Your actions are wise. Under the premise that Tirani will not hurt you, having a Windchaser general to protect you will undoubtedly make your studies in the Jade Court much smoother. I have a few suggestions that you might as well try. After he finished writing the letter, he sealed it with a wax seal and asked someone to deliver it to the Prancing Pony Inn in Jade Court the next day. In this era, the efficiency of mail circulation was similarly low. Instant messaging for high-level mages was extremely expensive, and ordinary people still had to endure a long wait. It would be nice if there was an owl or an albatross as a messenger. Matthew couldn't help but think as he put away the letter. Ella, a noble nature soul, would never run errands, and there seemed to be no one suitable for delivering letters among the undead. Perhaps this was because necromancers usually did not have the need to socialize with humans. In the afternoon, Matthew went to the Lord's residence and signed a consultant contract with Zeller. From then on, Matthew officially had a place in the Lord's manor. He would provide magic knowledge consulting services for Rieger, and Zeller could put more effort into intelligence work. However, Matthew, the consultant, was there to take a leave of absence on his first day of work. After sharing the scar of the dead and some information about the goddess of moon with Zeller, he told him that he was about to advance and had to take a leave of absence for a while. Zeller very considerately approved Matthew's paid leave in Rieger's stead. Not only did he give Matthew some valuable suggestions for his advancement, but he also enthusiastically asked Matthew if he needed an advance on his salary. Matthew was very grateful for this. Then, he unceremoniously made a small advance. When he left the Lord's residence, Matthew bumped into Sif, and the two of them chatted for a while. After informing the other party that he would be leaving for a while, Sif looked disappointed. After comforting her for a moment, Matthew suddenly asked, "Did Bina write to you after she went to Jade Court?" Sif shook her head. Matthew smiled in his heart and left the Lord's residence. Bina mentioned Sif in her letters to Matthew, but she did not write to her. A girl's thoughts were indeed subtle. 7 days later, Matthew's figure appeared outside the southernmost city of the 100 Cities Alliance, Gilead City. Soldier and Ella were the only people accompanying him. In the past few days, they had left Rolling Stone Town and were exhausted from the journey. Before heading to the East Coast, Matthew made a special trip to Barren City and bought a series of props from the transsexual mage he was familiar with. Among them, the most important item was the item that could be used in the Night of the Undead. Rabbit feet, monkey claws, bat teeth, or umbilical cord, these were all small objects that could please the dead. As the Night of the Undead was an alternative ritual for advancement, Matthew would naturally make extra preparations. After leaving Barren City, Matthew found a moonlit night and entered the Moonlight Woodlands. The advantage of joining the Moonlight Society was shown during long-distance travel. As long as there were nodes to enter the Moonlight Forest, including the souls of nature, altars, and shrines that believed in Asha, Matthew, as a moonwalker, could reverse the transmission. Unfortunately, Asha's power in the south was obviously weak. The southernmost node that Matthew had found in the Moonlight Forest was still hundreds of miles away from their first destination, Marshwater City. The surroundings of Marshwater City were all in the foothills, and the road conditions were extremely bad. Matthew had sat in the carriage for a few days and almost vomited. It was dusk. The accompanying convoy was camping and resting. Matthew stood on the mountainside and looked to the southeast. The eastern coastline that bordered the endless ocean was rugged under the setting sun. The sea was calm, while the land was undulating. Between the mountains, a majestic city rose from the mountainside and spiraled up, eventually enveloping the entire mountain. That was the Marshwater City. Further south, the mountains would be replaced by endless tropical rainforests. There lived a group of indigenous people who called themselves the Children of the Rainforest. The Alliance of Seven Saints called them the Jangos. The Django people were brave in battle, conservative and xenophobic. They were very resistant to outsiders entering the rainforest. Even the druids and rangers in the north could not blend into this mysterious green land. They had their own unique professions, the most famous of which were blow darter and rainforest shaman. They had mastered the power of voodoo, beast taming, man-eating, and other primitive and wild domains. The seas around the rainforest, including the Endless Ocean in the east and the Aruni Sea in the south, were inhabited by a small number of Sioux and a large number of Nogas. The latter were the darlings of storms and the sea. It was said that the Dragon Witch sect and the Headhunters were still active in the depths of the rainforest. Mountains, forests, oceans, storms. This was the complicated environment that Matthew was about to face. This trip was destined to be dangerous. He did not dare to slack off at all. Therefore, after doing sufficient homework in advance, Matthew would verify the accuracy of the information on the spot every time he went to a place. For example, right now, he was observing the faraway Marshwater City. Matthew. Ella whispered on his shoulder, the rainforest in the south is very terrifying. I can sense a very violent will of nature. It doesn't welcome me and is even fierce. And, I sense that there's a plague in the city you're looking at. Many people are dying of fever. Sob, I'm so scared. Let's not go over, okay? Plague, fever. Matthew frowned. He didn't doubt the perception ability of the nature soul, which was why he had specially brought Ella along on this trip. However, Marshwater City was his first stop on his journey south. We can get in and out quickly. I need to find a guide to cross the rainforest there. Matthew comforted her, as long as we don't come into contact with too many people, we won't be so unlucky as to contract the plague. Ella immediately sighed, and her little head became listless. Matthew thought for a moment, then quickly walked to the carriage guide and asked, "And go, I heard that there's a plague in Marsh City recently. Is that true?" The middle-aged man with a white headscarf said, "Of course, it's true because there's always a plague in Marsh City. If you don't have a few fevers, you'll be embarrassed to say that you've been to Marsh City. Don't worry. Don't go to crowded places, don't visit brothels, and your chances of getting sick will be reduced by at least half, and getting a fever doesn't mean death. There are several temples in Marshwater City that specialize in the holy water business. As long as you have money, you won't die. Some rich people in the city will even deliberately get infected and drink holy water to purify their bodies and minds. This is a way for them to find excitement. Matthew was speechless. He had long heard that some cities in the south had wild cultures. Today, he had heard that it was indeed well-deserved. He then chatted with Ngu about the situation in Marshwater City. They only left when night fell. At night, Matthew sat in the open top and reread the information about the suit that Samantha had given him. At this moment, a large oak forest suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Matthew knew that this was the taste of a gift. Your ability, nature's gift, 1/2, is in effect. You have obtained new abilities, Spike Specialization, and Soul Cage. Spike Mastery, you have acquired the skill to use the foreign weapon, Spike, and are quite proficient in it. When you use this weapon and cause a headshot effect on the enemy, you will have a chance to become Berserk, strength temporarily increased. Soul Cage, you can capture the soul of a recently dead or very weak humanoid creature and lock it in one of your cages. The captured soul will remain in the cage until the end of the spell, or you destroy the cage. During this period, you can choose from the following options. Stealing lives. Soul torture. Stealing experience points, will humiliation. The Eye of the Dead. Consumption, consumes 1 heart-connecting stone, worth 100 gold coins, 4. Each use. Chapter 94, King of Plague. Chapter 94, King of Plague. Translator, Lonely Tree. The Mesa Side, Soul Cage was an ability that was at least at the 4th tier. Matthew took a closer look. Stealing life could be used to suck a large amount of blood. Soul torture was a type of interrogation that involved torturing the soul. Stealing experience referred to obtaining an ability from the captured soul in a short period of time. Will humiliation could reduce the opponent's resistance, and it was best used to deal with weak enemies. Finally, the Eye of the Dead could enter a coordinate in the depths of the other party's memory, and then check the situation around the coordinate, making it easier to trace clues. More importantly, these options were not single choice and could be used repeatedly. As long as the target's soul is imprisoned in the cage, Matthew could cast 6 different abilities on the soul. This is more like the ability of a necromancer than an evil art master. Perhaps the god of midnight has also mastered a small amount of death domain. Matthew thought. The goddess of moonlight had mentioned that the number of evil art masters on the Ander continent would increase. With reference to the god of midnight situation, it was not difficult to know that many gods who hated the Calamity Mage would probably create evil avatars in the outer plane and bypass the restrictions of the heavenly palace with the identity of the evil art sect master, thus indirectly gaining influence in the mortal world. In that case, many new evil art masters were actually priests of orthodox gods. Their abilities had also started to leave the traditional evil art masters category, and their styles became strange. Matthew realized that he must not have a preconceived notion of an evil art master in the future, or else he might die a horrible death. Other than its advantages, the cost of activating the soul cage was quite high. A total of 100 gold coins. With Matthew's current wealth, he would, at most, have 1 heart-connecting stone in reserve. He could not afford more. Back then, Anderson did not use this ability. On the one hand, it might be because the conditions were not sufficient, and on the other hand, it might be because he did not have the heart-connecting stone on him. It is said that the casting materials required for many high-level abilities are very expensive. Many times, high-level spell casters do not die from insufficient combat strength but from poverty. When I complete my advancement, I must find a way to make a fortune. Thinking of this, Matthew closed the documents and lay down to rest. Even though they were close to the city, it was still not safe to camp in the wild, so Matthew slept very lightly. However, the night was surprisingly peaceful. The next day, the convoy set off smoothly. In the evening, the group arrived at Marshwater City. Matthew and the convoy parted ways at the city gate. Therefore, this place was also known as the City of 10,000 Gates. Most of the residents here were humans, mixed-blood Jangos, orcs, and half-orcs. Occasionally, there were traces of Sioux and sea elves. When they passed by the fourth stone door, Matthew bumped into a group of people who were coughing crazily. They looked sallow and emaciated, and their eyes were out of focus, but for some reason, they were still walking aimlessly on the street in a layer of grass woven from reeds. As they walked, they coughed violently. When the patrolling guards saw them, they did not dare to stop them. They only reprimanded them from afar and quickly avoided them. Seeing this, Matthew put on his mask and waited in the alley for a while. He waited until the group of coughing people left before he quickly walked past them. 20 minutes later, Matthew arrived at the jungle dance in between the 11th and 12th stone doors. This was the place that Weichi strongly recommended. It was said that not only was the fee low, but if you really didn't have money, the hotel owner would also allow you to work in the hotel to pay off your debts. Matthew wasn't that cheap. He only trusted Weichi. Not to mention this hotel provided a guide service. After brushing shoulders with the group of coughing marchers, he only wanted to find a guide as soon as possible and leave this place. That night, he settled into the jungle dance and chatted with the half-orc boss named Trog for a while. When the latter learned that Matthew needed a guide to cross the rainforest, he patted his chest and promised that he would bring him the best guide in Marsh City the next day. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that there were many people coughing in the hall, he declined the enthusiastic invitation of the boss to eat in the hall and ate something alone in the room on the second floor. The weather in Marshwater City was hot and humid, and Matthew had no appetite at all. However, for the sake of the rest of the journey, he still tried his best to eat a little. Night fell. Violent coughs came from the rooms next door. Upstairs, a group of men and women were enjoying their lives. When he pushed open the window, a wave of heavy smoke surged up. Matthew looked down and saw that someone was burning a plant that looked like wormwood in the courtyard on the first floor. The person was muttering as he burned. Beside the fire, there were several people lying on reed mats whose fate was unknown. Matthew hurriedly closed the doors and windows and forced himself to sleep. Why would Weichi recommend this place? He didn't even say that there were sick patients everywhere. He covered his head with a pillow and smiled bitterly in his heart. Find a guide tomorrow and leave immediately. I can't stay in this place for another minute. The next morning, there was a crackling sound coming from the hotel toilet. A moment later, Matthew walked out with a pale face, clutching his stomach. TSK, this is the 6th time. He endured the dull pain in his lower abdomen, and his forehead and eyelashes were covered in bean-sized sweat. Warning, you have entered the domain of the Plague King. You are infected with a fever. Current symptoms are fever, diarrhea, coughing. When did I fall for it? When Matthew sat on the toilet bowl for the 7th time, he began to doubt his life. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, as if there were ants crawling in his lungs. The turbid stench in the toilet reminded him of the long night he had had. If it weren't for his extraordinary tenacity, Matthew would be exhausted by now. Looks like I have to ask the shop owner to buy the holy water for me. He rubbed his lower abdomen and frowned, preparing to face the 8th attack. At this moment, Ella's voice came from outside the door. Matthew, are you ready to go? The bathroom door was pushed open. Ella screamed and flapped her wings to fly away. Matthew, did you blow up the toilet? Matthew said wearily, it's a fever. I've been infected with a fever. Find the innkeeper and ask him to buy me a portion of holy water for purification. The door opened for a while. Ella carefully appeared in front of Matthew. As a nature soul, Ella spent the night in the moonlight woodlands. Seeing Matthew's miserable appearance, Miss Owl suddenly showed a sympathetic expression. Why didn't you say so earlier? Matthew looked at her in surprise. Don't underestimate the nature soul. I'm the one the goddess favors the most. As she spoke, her chest puffed up, and a white light merged into Matthew's body. Hint, Ella has used intermediate dispel on you. Dispel failed. Ella did not believe it and tried twice in a row, but she still failed. A plague that even intermediate dispel can't drive away, she asked seriously. Matthew, someone is spreading and controlling it in the dark. I smell the power of a domain. Matthew nodded lightly. Plague King. He had never heard of this name before, but anyone who dared to have such a name was most likely a ruthless person. As expected, Marshwater City was not a good place. However, he did not have the capital to cause trouble now. I'll try Advanced Dispel. Ella hesitated for a while before saying, but after using this ability, my mental state will be very bad for the next 10 days. I might have to lie in your arms. Matthew nodded with difficulty. Prompt: Ella has used Advanced Dispel on you. Dispel successful. You have been freed from the plague. Please replenish your water and energy in time. Due to a night of diarrhea, cough, and fever, you have obtained the following elements of the plague domain: infected, sick, immune, and healed. Accumulate more elements, and you will have the opportunity to enter the plague domain. A moment later, Matthew straightened his back and walked out of the toilet, looking completely different. Matthew, I can't take it anymore. Ella fell into his arms. Matthew caught her steadily and thanked her. Then, he packed his luggage and walked downstairs. Like Undying, plague is the subdomain of death. If there's a chance, I must conquer it. Matthew silently memorized the name of the Plague King in his heart. When he turned the corner, he heard someone crying downstairs. He looked out and saw that it was the person who burned the wormwood in the backyard last night. Matthew saw the person burst into tears hugging the reed mat. As for the people beside him, their eyes were closed, and their faces were pale. They had completely lost their vitality. The flames in the brazier had long been extinguished, leaving only dark red embers. Matthew took a deep look at him and quickly went downstairs. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, I'm super rich. Chapter 95, I'm super rich. Translator, Lonely Tree. There were a few tables of people sitting in the hall downstairs. When he saw Matthew, innkeeper Trog immediately greeted him warmly, "Are you all right? When I passed by your room this morning, I smelled something tragic. Do you need me to buy some holy water for you?" Matthew smiled and shook his head. "No need, Mr. Trog. I'm fine now." Trog looked at Matthew in surprise, then turned to a corner of the hall and said, "The guide you asked for has been found. Here, that's Old Lucky, the best guide in Marshwater City. He's been through the Rainforest 78 times without a scratch. He was also the one who led Liweichi to the Aruni Sea." Matthew looked around and saw a dark-skinned, taciturn old man. He looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. His beard was light and white, and his eyes were sharp. He was sitting quietly at a table, smoking a pipe. He met Matthew's gaze and nodded gently. "Matthew, you have to be careful. This person has killed several people." Matthew's chest suddenly bulged, and it was Ella's small head that popped out from her lapel to remind him. Matthew nodded, indicating that he understood. However, he didn't really care. How could someone who could survive through the rainforest many times be a good person? And in terms of kill streaks, Matthew had quite a few too. Thus, he walked over openly and extended his right hand. "Hello, Mr. Guide." Old Lucky glanced at him and moved away from the smoke. After exhaling a circle of smoke, he shook his head and said, "Just call me Old Lucky. In addition, young man, I have to give you a piece of advice. Don't casually extend your hand to others in Marshwater City. Normal people won't shake hands with you. Those who shake hands with you will usually infect you with the plague." Matthew looked enlightened. "I understand. Thank you, Old Lucky. Trog told me that you're going to the Aruni Sea." Old G asked, "What are you going to do?" Matthew thought for a moment. "Just strolling around and enjoying the scenery on the sea." Old Lucky laughed. "You might as well say that you want to see the body of a jungle woman. At least, when the last customer told me that, I believed him." As he spoke, his expression turned serious. "I can take you there, but you have to listen to me completely along the way. Remember, don't mess with Django's, don't stuff anything into your mouth, and don't jump on any woman you see." Matthew said with interest, "Are there any explanations for these 3 prohibited matters?" Old Lucky tapped his cigarette butt on the table. "There's no explanation. It's just 3 lives. The guest who provoked the Djangos had his head cut off, and to this day, you could still see a piece of art made from his skull in a headhunter tribe in the eastern part of the rainforest. The men who grabbed wild berries and ate them had been rotting in the swamp for 7 to 8 years. As for the last guest, he had once spent a night with a Django native. In the end, he abandoned the woman who begged him not to go. In the end, half of his face and his entire penis were eaten by a voodoo worm. Matthew's face revealed a horrified expression. But as long as you listen to me and don't cause trouble, the path I'm taking you on will be very safe. Unfortunately, with my many years of experience as a guide, it was really difficult to keep my employer from causing trouble. Some people just didn't have any brains at all. As he spoke, he kept sizing Matthew up. I hope you're not that kind of person. I'll listen to your advice to the greatest extent in the rainforest, Matthew said. I won't cause trouble unless it's necessary. Old Lucky put away his pipe. That's for the best. Here's a list of essential items for crossing the rainforest. Take it to the market and buy it yourself. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Oh right, you're not the only guest I have this time. There's another guy who came to find me yesterday. He's the one who claimed to want to experience the fiery nature of the jungle women. He'll be traveling with us for a while. What kind of guest is that? Matthew asked curiously. For the first time, a complicated expression appeared on Old Lucky's face. It's hard to describe. He's a bard. At this moment, a young man with a buzz cut and bare feet walked in from outside the inn. As soon as he entered, he walked towards Matthew with a smile. Oh, my dear Old Lucky, is this the companion who will be crossing the rainforest with us? Without waiting for Old Lucky to agree, he leaned over and wanted to give Matthew a big hug. Old Lucky lectured me yesterday that I shouldn't shake hands with people casually in Marshwater City. I think I can only use a hug to express my... Ha ha ha. The talented bard Lorraine was about to embark on a journey through the terrifying rainforest with his passerby companion. This is really exciting. Matthew glanced at the man's unusually thick chest hair and avoided him without batting an eyelid. I'm Matthew. He introduced himself briefly. Good name, Matthew. You'll be the name of the main character in my next work. Lorraine did not mind Matthew's evasion at all. He leaned against the wall pillar with a confident smile on his face. You don't look too good. Do you need holy water? I bought a lot. Matthew was about to refuse. Unexpectedly, the other party conjured a set of light blue glass tubes and stuffed them into Matthew's hands. Even if you're not sick, it's fine. Keep it for future use. There are many insects and snakes in the rainforest, and it'll come in handy. Don't worry that I'll harm you. Look at the packaging of the holy water. It's just bought from the Feathered Serpent Temple and hasn't been opened yet. Don't refuse. Old Lucky also received my holy water. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Matthew looked at the old man in confusion. The latter shrugged. Matthew hesitated for a moment. This set of holy water was indeed unopened. Even the price tag was not torn off. On it was written, 20 gold coins / 6 bottles. Lorraine's enthusiasm made Matthew uncomfortable. He declined several times. However, the other party's expression showed that he would turn hostile if Matthew did not accept it. In the end, Matthew accepted the gift. That's it. Lorraine patted Matthew's shoulder happily and said, now that you have accepted the gifted, you are my true friend. I once stayed in Cloud Edge City for a while. You know the Cloud Elves there, right? They are known for their arrogance and rarely interact with humans. However, they get along very well with me. Later, someone couldn't help but ask me, Lorraine, what's so special about you that the proud Cloud Elves would befriend you? And my answer was only one sentence, I'm super rich. His words caught the attention of a few people in the hall. Pairs of malicious gazes were cast over. However, Lorraine was not afraid at all. He smiled and pulled open his robe, revealing the scrolls and charms on his belt. He said to the others, everyone, don't think of attacking me just because I'm rich. Do you see that? Forbidden spell scroll and legendary talisman don't risk your life for a little money. It's not worth it. You have to know that a truly rich person has a lot of life-saving things. Don't use your life to test my wallet. In the hall, Old Lucky smoked his cigarette silently. The others slowly retracted their greedy gazes. Matthew looked at Lorraine curiously. Were all the rich people in this world so ostentatious? Lorraine seemed to be interested in him. He pulled Matthew to sit down and asked Trock to bring some local specialties up. Then, they started chatting non-stop. Most of the time, Lorraine was the one who was talking. Why did I become a wandering bard? Because I didn't have any talent in other aspects. I was born into a super-rich family. My grandfather was a great mage, and my father only knew how to wield knives and guns. I'm the only son of this generation, but I'm useless in both magic and strength. My mother was very worried about this. She was afraid that I would not be able to keep the family business, so she found her first love, a legendary bard who was unrestrained. She asked him how to raise her son into a powerful bard. The men replied, "Give your son a large sum of money and let him wander in the big city. Tell him to go in and out of women. After experiencing a lot, he will naturally become a bard." My mother believed in her first love, so when I was 17, I took a large sum of money and went to Deep Blue Harbor alone. That person was right. After more than 10 years of torment, I achieved nothing, and then I became a bard. Before I came to Marshwater City, I stayed in Smandy for a while. It was rich in perfume, spices, and beauties. It was also known as the City of 100 Flowers. I was doing well in Smandy. I have a lot of friends. To tell you the truth, I didn't want to leave. There were a lot of attractive women in Smandy. The taste of a noble lady made me linger, and the fragrance of a young girl also made me intoxicated. But the distance called me, and I met with a sign from heaven in Smandy. Afterwards, I realized that if I wanted to write better works, I had to experience more new things. So I had to reject my tearful lovers and came to this mountain city in the north of the rainforest. Speaking of which, we were about to enter the rainforest. It was really exciting. Hearing this, Matthew couldn't help but ask, "A revelation from the heavens?" Lorraine replied lazily, "There was one time when I was having an affair with a rich lady and her daughter and was discovered by the male owner of the house. His family immediately went crazy." Matthew gasped. "That scene must be very embarrassing." Matthew said. "Indeed. Especially when the men questioned me in front of his wife and daughter. At that moment, I instantly realized that this was a revelation from God. It was time to leave the City of Flowers. This time, it wasn't just Matthew. Even Ella, who was lying on his chest and listening with relish, was stunned. "I'm just joking." Lorraine suddenly laughed. "Do you really believe that I can sleep with their entire family? Even the worst bard would employ a cliffhanger at the end of a piece of work." This was a necessary move to attract the audience. As for the real reason why I left 100 Flowers City, I'll tell you next time. It's getting late. We should go to the market to buy the things on the list. Where's old Lucky? Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Do you have a problem with necromancers? Chapter 96, Do you have a problem with necromancers? Translator, Lonely Tree. However, due to Lorraine's warm invitation, Matthew went with him to the market outside of Marshwater City. The place was densely populated. Not only was there stinky water flowing on the ground, but there were also vegetable leaves, human or horse feces, and thick reeds scattered everywhere. This made Matthew's already bad impression of Marshwater City worsen. In his impression, no matter how many people there were in Rolling Stone Town, the hygiene situation would not be so bad. Perhaps this was related to the sewer project that Rieger had promoted in his early years. In front of a straw sandals stall, Lorraine was talking to a white-haired old woman. His image was elegant and his words were witty. In a short while, he made the other party giggle. A moment later, Lorraine successfully bought 8 pairs of straw sandals from the old woman at a price that was 30% lower than the market price. This surprised Matthew. "You know how to bargain?" He could not help but ask. Lorraine shrugged. "I just heard that she sold them to the locals for 3 silver coins a pair, which is a little higher than the price she gave me. And why shouldn't we bargain? I'm just super rich, not super stupid." This detail once again subverted Matthew's impression of the bard in front of him. Matthew did not say a word during the subsequent purchases. He just watched Lorraine's performance from the side. In less than an hour later, Lorraine finished purchasing all the items on the list, and the price of each item was 50% to 30% lower than the initial price offered by the vendor. To achieve this effect, Lorraine's outstanding bargaining power was not the only factor. More importantly, he was very good at selecting suitable trading partners. Matthew realized that Lorraine bought almost all of her things from the female stall owners. This method of target selection maximized Lorraine's charm. However, there were a few times when he had a fiery conversation with the female stall owners, and both sides wanted to have sex on the spot. This really made Matthew blush. This guy was simply a mobile hormone, going into heat wherever he went. Furthermore, Lorraine had no qualms about his choices. From an old woman in her 70s to a shy young girl, he seemed to be able to flirt with them without hesitation. It was no wonder that he had caused such a farce in the City of Flowers. Lorraine might be more like a real warlock than Zeller. Matthew gave this evaluation in his heart. Fortunately, Lorraine still had some rationality. Under the regretful gazes of the female stall owners, the flirtatious flirting didn't go anywhere beyond that. In the afternoon, the two of them found an empty space outside the market to check the items on the list. The soles of these shoes were very soft, and they would not leave a trace when walking in the rainforest. Old Lucky had asked everyone to prepare 2 pairs to wear, but Lorraine bought 8 pairs in one go, and Matthew and he each took half. 8 cans of insect repellent powder. 2 snake-chasing sticks, a certain amount of holy water. 3 specially made short knives. The path in the depths of the rainforest was often covered by lush shrubs. Only by bringing these short knives could one cut open the path ahead. Scissors, mirrors, combs. Old Lucky had specifically noted that these things were used to deal with the natives in the depths of the rainforest. They could be used to exchange for good things or to gain the favor of the indigenous tribes. If they were captured, they might even be able to exchange for their lives. So Lorraine bought 2 whole snakeskin bags. There were also dry rations, water bags, tents, flint, and other necessities for traveling. After a round of counting, the two of them verified that there was no mistake and divided it among themselves. Matthew paid Lorraine according to the price, and he did not refuse and gladly accepted it. During this process, Matthew also discovered that Lorraine was really rich. The magic bag on his waist was considered extremely luxurious among the middle and low-level spellcasters. However, the interspatial ring on the other party's middle finger was undoubtedly the king of all storage items. Matthew estimated that it could store at least a warehouse's worth of things. It was worth more than 4,000 gold coins, but it was impossible to estimate because this number had already exceeded Matthew's understanding, a poor mage who had lived in a remote town for a long time. It's good to be rich. Just as Matthew was sighing in his heart, a commotion suddenly came from the market behind him. The two of them turned around. He saw a group of people with pale faces and reeds walking unsteadily. The stall owners on both sides avoided them. Even if someone in the team reached out to take the items from the stall owners did not dare to say anything. Very quickly, the sick procession walked out of the market and headed in Matthew's direction. We have to hide. Lorraine pulled Matthew's hand and went into the alley. After the large group of patients had walked past, Lorraine poked his head out of the alley. Do you know why they are still on the streets when they are sick? Matthew shook his head, but he guessed that this was probably related to the King of Plague. This group of people was clearly terminally ill, but they were still walking around on the streets, as if they were afraid that no one would inherit their disease. Who else would benefit from this except the master who controlled the plague? Quick, their route has changed. Let's follow them and take a look. Lorraine suddenly became excited. He didn't seem to move. But 2 rays of white light shot out from his left ring finger and landed on the 2 of them. It was only then that Matthew realized that Lorraine's ring finger was not as empty as it looked. There was actually a magic ring that was usually invisible. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Do you have a problem with necromancers? Chapter 97. Do you have a problem with necromancers? Translator, Lonely Tree. Invisible enchantment. Could it be that his hands were covered with magic rings? Matthew was once again amazed by the power of the rich. Hint, Lorraine has used protection against disease on you for 4 hours. Due to the elements you have mastered in the plague domain, the duration has been increased to 12 hours. On the other side, Lorraine had already run over excitedly. Matthew hesitated for a moment and followed. Fortunately, the team did not walk out for too long. They arrived at the back of a theater-like building. There, a man in a long robe wearing a red mask was waiting quietly. The leader of the team chatted with the red-faced man for a while and took a handful of silver coins from him. He then went back and distributed them to the others. The patients then scattered and left. If you don't know how to go into stealth or hide, it's best not to track others, the red-faced man said to the alley in the opposite corner. Moreover, I can smell the stench on your body from afar. And a necromancer. Lorraine boldly appeared. Matthew followed about 5 steps behind him, his eyes alert. Did you pay them to go out on the streets? Lorraine questioned the red-faced man. Don't you know you almost passed the fever to me? The red-faced man said calmly. I'm just helping them. They're so poor that they can't afford holy water. Rather than waiting to die, they might as well accept my help. Lorraine looked domineering. Are you really spinning yarn before a bard? Do you believe that I can refute you until you are dizzy and cry? Take off your mask and let me see your face. I guess you are one of the members of the temples that sell holy water. Spreading the plague is to make it easier to sell holy water, right? The red-faced man said coldly, I advise you to keep a low profile, outsiders. Marshwater City is not a place where anyone can behave atrociously. If you dare to violate the authority of the Plague King, your end will be very, very miserable. I guarantee that even death cannot describe the pain. Especially you, Bard. You might be able to live longer if you keep your mouth shut. Learn more from that necromancer behind you. Look, he has always been quiet. This shows that he is a person who understands the times. Lorraine said unhappily, my friend just doesn't like to talk. Maybe he wants to beat you up more than I do. However, the red-faced man seemed to have lost interest in continuing the conversation. He ignored Lorraine and Matthew and turned to leave. Remember my warning. Leave Marshwater City as soon as possible and get as far away as possible. This place is not suitable for you. Damn it. Lorraine clenched his fists tightly. He stared at the red-faced man for a while before he gradually loosened his grip. At this moment, Matthew looked at him strangely. Aren't you going to beat him up? I'm just bluffing, Lorraine said helplessly. Who knows what support he has behind him? Then, he looked at Matthew with dissatisfaction. Why didn't you speak up for me just now? I thought you were going to fight him to the death. Matthew shrugged. Lorraine glared at him and said, how could I be so reckless? After all, the patients didn't really infect me. At this moment, there was a commotion in the direction where the red-faced man had disappeared. Lorraine looked over. In the end, he saw a skeleton wiggling its hips and carrying a bloody head towards them. You killed him. Lorraine looked at Matthew in surprise. Matthew said calmly, yes, because he really infected me. Hint, you have killed a plague envoy, LV9. Plague domain element, infected. +1. What plague king? He's just a small fry. Matthew glanced at the kill record of Soldier and lowered his evaluation of the king of plague. In fact, when he was sure that the Plague King actually needed to spend money to hire patients to spread the plague on the streets, he had already deduced that this guy's level and domain were not too high. After all, if they were a high-level casters, they would not rely on such a low-level infection method. So while Lorraine and the red-faced man were talking, Matthew had already expressionlessly asked Soldier to go into hiding. And the notification after killing the Plague Envoy also proved this point. If the Plague King were an evil art master, he would definitely know immediately of this transgression. Matthew would inevitably attract the attention of the Plague King. But now, the system had not been updated, which proved that the Plague King did not even know that his underling had died. What I need to find out is why the many powerful forces in Marshwater City allow such a weak Plague King to wreak havoc. Perhaps it's similar to Lorraine's conjecture. The Plague King is a puppet that the various temples pushed out to sell holy water. He came back to his senses. Matthew found Lorraine staring at him. What's wrong? He asked. It's nothing. Lorraine shook his head with a subtle look in his eyes. So, you're a necromancer? Matthew nodded. Yes, do you have a problem with necromancers? Lorraine blinked. I mean, do you know any sisters in the same trade that you can introduce to me? I've never dated a necromancer before. Matthew was speechless. Under Lorraine's expectant gaze, he reluctantly replied, I do know a necromancer who is now my sister. Chapter 98, do you have a problem with necromancers? Chapter 98, do you have a problem with necromancers? Translator, Lonely Tree. Lorraine's eyes lit up, and then he asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Matthew gave him a, look and stopped the topic. He asked Soldier to clean up the scene and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lorraine took the initiative to say, you killed someone in Marshwater City, so it will cause some trouble. It will be troublesome to stay another day. Why don't we go to Old Lucky now and ask him to leave the city overnight? It will be much safer if we enter the forest. Matthew also had the same intention. The two of them quickly walked towards the inn. After finding Old Lucky, the two of them did not explain the situation and only said that they were leaving the city. Old Lucky was also very decisive. Seeing that the two employers were determined, he agreed immediately. The three of them left Marshwater City at dusk, and their figures gradually disappeared into the dense rainforest in the south. Marshwater City. Late at night. In a theater, on the stage, the black velvet curtain slowly fell, and an angry voice sounded from behind the scenes, Judith is dead. Who killed him? Below the stage, more than 20 figures wearing red masks lowered their heads and remained silent. No one can leave in one piece after provoking the Plague King in Marshwater City. The angry voice sounded like it came from a play, and it said hoarsely, Magic Mirror, please show me the last living person Judith saw before she died. The floor of the stage suddenly cracked open, and a huge, smooth mirror slowly rose up. The light in the mirror swirled, and a figure suddenly appeared. Everyone below the stage subconsciously craned their necks. At that moment, he saw a brown-haired, unclothed man who looked unrestrained. This temperament, he must be a bard, someone whispered. Find him. Kill him. A voice came from behind the curtain. No matter where he goes, the nocturnal magic hound will help you. With that, more than a dozen canine figures ran out from behind the stage. The masked men took a demon dog each. They quickly left the theater. In the end, a bell rang. A figure walked out from behind the curtain. His face was covered in makeup, his eyes were filled with anger, and the red on the tip of his nose was so eye-catching. At the same time, the duo, who had changed their plans and hurried on their way, had already arrived outside the rainforest under Old Lucky's lead. The forest looked restless and cold under the night sky. In the depths of the forest, roars of unknown creatures could be heard. From time to time, shadows would flash past the branches, causing waves of shock. Tonight, we'll spend the night at a resting spot outside the forest. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to a relatively friendly Django tribe to borrow a canoe. After that, we'll use the waterway of the Roding River to go down the river. If everything goes well, this will save us 1/3 of the journey. Old Lucky warned seriously, remember, you have to listen to me on the road, understand? The two of them nodded and followed behind Old Lucky. At this moment, Matthew suddenly sensed a somewhat violent and somewhat shy consciousness. Hint, due to your strong affinity with nature, you have formed a connection with the local soul of the rainforest. Oak domain in effect. You can use the oak domain as a medium to further communicate with the soul of the rainforest. After the communication is completed, you will obtain the following additional buffs. The soul of the rainforest's initial recognition. The permission to enter the Black Banyan Dream Realm. A temporary natural ability, effective only in the rainforest. Do you wish to continue communicating with the soul of the rainforest? Chapter 99, Chapter 99, The Rage of the Rainforest Soul. Chapter 99, The Rage of the Rainforest Soul. Translator, Lonely Tree. Without a doubt, Matthew chose to continue being friendly. This was the benefit of having a high affinity with nature. Wherever he went, he could have an intimate and romantic encounter with the local nature soul. The rainforest soul was also a natural soul. It didn't have a single individual will like Ella, but it was a collective will formed by the billions of creatures in the rainforest. If he could successfully please it, then Matthew's time in the rainforest would be much easier. However, the current situation was not optimistic. Ella had once told him that the soul of the rainforest was particularly violent and fierce. Matthew could also feel this. It was not easy to get along with such a nature soul. After confirming, a light green progress bar appeared in front of him. The speed of communication was very slow. It was not until Old Lucky led the duo to their resting spot for the night, a cave house on a cliff outside the rainforest, that the bar had barely risen to 1%. The soul of the rainforest is indeed not easy to deal with. It is very wary of outsiders. According to the current progress, it will take at least dozens of days to open its heart. Matthew began to think about whether there was a way to speed up the communication. At this time, Lorraine and Old Lucky had already made a bed on the floor, and the two of them started arguing about the night watch. Of course, I'm the one keeping watch. I'm young, strong, energetic, alert, and quick-witted. Am I not the best candidate for the night watch? With me around, no one can do anything evil. You two can have a good night's sleep, Lorraine said. Especially you, Old Lucky. You're older. When we enter the rainforest, we'll still need you to lead the way. Old Lucky silently took out his tobacco and fiddled with it a few times. He shook his head and said, I'll guard the second half of the night, and Matthew will guard the first half of the night. Once you're on the road, you have to listen to me. What about me? Lorraine seemed to feel that he was being looked down upon and said unhappily, Old Lucky, are you discriminating against bards? At least let me play a role, right? Old Lucky thought for a long time and finally said, why don't you play the flute for everyone? However, Lorraine readily agreed. He took out a dark green flute and placed it on his lips as if he was performing a magic trick. Old Lucky hurriedly stopped him and said, Stop. Are you trying to lure the twin-legged flying dragons or the Knoll tribe over by playing the flute here? After saying that, he looked at Lorraine's dumbfounded expression and sighed heavily. It's my fault. I shouldn't have joked with you. I'm sorry, but please rest well tonight. Lorraine turned the flute in his hand gloomily as if he had 1,000 words in his heart, but he didn't say them out loud. In the end, he nodded silently. After a while, Matthew found Old Lucky and suggested, Old Lucky, you guard for the first half of the night. My summoned creature will be responsible for the safety of the second half of the night. He pointed at Soldier. At this moment, Soldier was wrapped in a huge cloak. This cloak was woven from reeds, and its aura was one with the rainforest. It was not expensive, so Matthew bought it when he found it on the market. Old Lucky wanted to refuse, but after sizing Soldier up for a while, he suddenly changed his mind. All right, but be careful and stay alert at all times. Matthew nodded and went to lay out his sleeping bag. Hey, Matthew, Old Lucky obviously doesn't trust me. I have to prove it to him. Lorraine, who was leaning against the stone wall, whispered, Did you know that when I was hunting the sky giants with the cloud elves in Cloud Edge City, I didn't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights? On the morning of the 11th day, I was still in high spirits and had played a crucial role in the battle to capture the sky giant. Tonight, no matter which of you keep watch, I will not fall asleep. I'll let that old man see how great a young man's energy is. Matthew saw his excitement and asked calmly, Is this your first time camping in the wild? Lorraine thought for a moment. Something like that. There were at least luxurious carriages whenever I went out in the wild. Matthew sincerely advised, Why don't you sleep for a while first and wake up in the second half of the night when everyone is the sleepiest? Lorraine yawned. You're right, Matthew. I'll take a nap first. The next morning. The light of dawn shone on the cliff and penetrated the cave house. Lorraine was woken up by the chirping of birds. He rubbed his sleepy eyes in satisfaction and looked around. He found that Matthew and Old Lucky had woken up and were dressed neatly. A beautiful night, huh? Lorraine greeted them warmly. Looks like our luck is not bad. No one came to disturb us. I originally wanted to get up to keep watch, but the wind that blew last night told me that everything was peaceful and nothing happened, so I fell asleep again. Matthew and Old Lucky looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Lorraine suddenly realized that there were a few wooden figures behind Matthew. Matthew, why are there 4 skeletons beside you? Hey, there's even a skeleton dog. Lorraine asked curiously, Are they your summoned creatures? Their appearances are really unique. Before last night, they weren't my summons. Matthew smiled. As he spoke, he glanced at the data panel. Chapter 100, The Rage of the Rainforest Soul. Chapter 100, The Rage of the Rainforest Soul. Translator, Lonely Tree. Records, your summoned creature soldier has killed 2 plague envoys, LVIO. Plague domains elements, fungus +1. Your summoned creature soldier has killed a night stalker hound. Your XP +1. Your summoned creature soldier is on a killing spree. Your communication speed with the soul of the rainforest has increased. A dozen kill records were displayed in front of Matthew. The cold words silently displayed the cruelty of last night's attack. In fact, Matthew didn't wake up much earlier than Lorraine because these enemies were all killed by soldier near the cave house. It was not difficult to tell from the battle records that other than the first 2 plague envoys that were killed by soldier's sneak attack, and the rest were killed by the sword dancer head-on. The entire process only lasted for 3 minutes. Soldier had single-handedly wiped out an entire team of plague envoys and night stalker hounds. The most important thing was that the battle was silent. Even the most vigilant Old Lucky did not react. It was obvious how strong the sword dancer was. What surprised Matthew, even more, was that after Soldier killed a wave of enemies, his communication speed with the soul of the rainforest increased by a large margin. Could it be that killing is the shortcut to earning the favor of the soul of the rainforest? Matthew secretly noted it down. At this time, Matthew was also pleased that Soldier did not let down his training. The level 15 sword dancer who had mastered the shadow domain not only attacked and killed but his head-on combat ability was also not inferior. In most cases, Soldier was already more useful than the bone dragon. More importantly, he was cheaper. Matthew gnashed his teeth in hatred at the thought of the bone dragon. After the last war ended, Filey turned around and scammed him with 3 soul crystals, but he had not shared his ability with him yet. This couldn't go on. Matthew decided that after he advanced, he would bring Soldier and Filey to have a good talk. Matthew hadn't been doing well in terms of soul crystals recently. As one of his underlings, Filey should be able to understand the appropriate and necessary pay cut. If Filey couldn't understand, he had to help him understand. So, yesterday, the Plague King's men ambushed our camp, and I didn't know anything. At this moment, Lorraine's innocent eyes widened as he finally reacted. Old Lucky completely ignored Lorraine. He frowned for a while and then said to Matthew, "Did you provoke the Plague King? He's not a big shot, but there's a reason why he's still alive. We have to enter the rainforest as soon as possible. If you want to return to Marshwater City next time, it's best to disguise yourself and hide your aura. There's no time to lose. Let's set off." The rainforest road was muddy and not easy to walk on. This was still the outer perimeter. The group of people were wearing the straw sandals of the Django people. They walked on the dirt road that was usually used by people. Even so, their journey was hard. It showed how difficult it would get as they entered the depths of the rainforest. This was also the reason why Matthew chose to summon skeletons instead of zombies after discovering the corpses of the Plague Envoy and the Night Stalker. The skeleton was light and could keep up with the pace. If it was a zombie, it might get stuck in the mud as it walked, and it was destined to be a burden. Old Lucky was indeed an excellent guide. Along the way, he sometimes walked at the front to identify the direction and lied the fanty and sometimes ran in the hack and deal with the traces through left behind. During this time, he would also take time to introduce some common knowledge about the rainforest. Matthew and Lorraine listened very carefully. It could be seen that after the Night Watch incident, the bard's exaggerated temperament had been restrained a lot. He barely spoke and only nodded obediently when Old Lucky looked at him. The journey was calm. In the evening, they arrived at a Django tribe called Yucca on the outskirts of the rainforest. According to Old Lucky, the leader of the Yucca tribe had married a daughter of a noble from Marshwater City. Southwest they were in close contact with the outside world. Among the Django tribe, the Yucca tribe was undoubtedly a moderate tribe. Even the extreme headhunter tribe regarded them as traitors. But even so, Matthew and Lorraine still didn't have the chance to enter the tribal settlement. The Djangos were very cautious. Even the moderate ones would not allow outsiders to enter for the first time. Therefore, Old Lucky was the only one who was enthusiastically brought to the settlement by a native named Wooka. Meanwhile, Matthew and Lorraine had to wait patiently under a huge banana tree outside the village. Fortunately, Old Lucky was very efficient. After a quarter of an hour, he brought a few young and middle-aged natives out of the settlement. After greeting Matthew and Lorraine, they headed east. After walking for about 2 miles, they could vaguely see an open water area ahead. This was the Roding River, which ran through half of the rainforest. It was also what many Django people considered the Mother River. There was a pier by the river. Some indigenous women were fetching water and washing clothes, and a few children were playing around. When they saw the outsiders, they all looked at Matthew and Lorraine curiously. At this moment, Lorraine suddenly had an idea. He took out some glass beads and a small comb from his snakeskin pocket. His distribution method was very particular. First, he handed it to the young and middle-aged men, then approached the women and children with Old Lucky's permission. Hint: your partner Lorraine has distributed gifts to the people of the Yucca tribe. Your friendship with the Yucca tribe +1. Matthew was stunned. He did not expect himself to benefit from Lorraine's act of charity. He felt the friendly gazes of the young adults and looked at Lorraine, who quickly got along with the children. Matthew was reminded that the power of money was indeed outstanding. Chapter 101, The Rage of the Rainforest Soul. Chapter 101, The Rage of the Rainforest Soul. Translator, Lonely Tree. However, he soon noticed that when Lorraine was playing with the child, her gaze would always drift towards the indigenous woman. This gave Matthew a headache. Fortunately, Old Lucky had been chatting with the young men in the local language, and the latter did not notice Lorraine's presumptuous gaze from the beginning to the end. Finally, Old Lucky walked over and pulled away the reluctant Lorraine. They said that you looked like a good person, so they were willing to lend us a small hunting cabin for the night. I wanted to continue on the journey, but the Roding River at night is indeed not as safe as during the day. Thus, the 3 of them rested for another night in the riverside hut. The next morning, the young men came as promised. They came to a bush outside the hut and carried out 4 canoes of different sizes. They were placed into the river from the dock one by one. This canoe was made by the Django people by burning the hollow tree hearts. Because they used young trees, it was only wide enough for one person to sit on. Matthew and the other 2 sat on one each. The remaining one was stacked with 4 skeleton soldiers transformed from plague envoys, and a few skeleton dogs. Fortunately, the skeleton was light, and the undead would not budge without Matthew's orders. Otherwise, they would have capsized. The group bid farewell to the Yucca tribe and went down the Roding River. The first section of the Roding River was wide and had a good view. It was also a sunny day, and the scenery along the way was beautiful. This was the first time Matthew and Lorraine had experienced the rainforest from the perspective of a canoe. The latter was in a poetic mood and could not help but want to play the flute. However, not long after crossing a shallow shoal with a gentle flow of water, the river began to narrow, and a large number of white reeds appeared on both sides. The river also became turbulent. The 2 of them did not dare to be negligent. They followed Old Lucky's instructions and balanced the canoe. After that, the canoe's speed increased significantly. The scenery on both sides of the river receded quickly. Occasionally, a few Djangos could be seen among the reeds, their faces alert. But overall, the voyage was smooth. Except for one time when Lorraine accidentally flipped over the boat because he saw a Django woman bathing among the reeds. The group arrived at their destination, Gravel Beach, before nightfall. According to Old Lucky's introduction, the Roding River changed its course at this point to the east, heading all the way to the endless ocean. Noga territory was near the mouth of the sea, and even the Djangos were unwilling to go near there. They landed on the Gravel Beach, and the journey after that would become even more arduous. What was worth mentioning was, there were many alligators near the Gravel Beach. These wild beasts made people nervous, but Old Lucky told the 2 of them that it didn't matter and that they could just drag the canoe ashore. The truth was just as he said. When they got closer, a few alligators were close to Matthew's feet, but they did not attack. After they went ashore, they dragged the canoe to the bushes according to Old Lucky's instructions. Old Lucky made a few marks and told Matthew that the Yucca tribe would come and retrieve it later. Why aren't these creatures attacking us? They look hungry, Lorraine asked curiously. It's just a lesson from thousands of years. Old Lucky said lightly, the Djangos are brave and good at fighting, and the adventurers who can venture deep into the rainforest are all skilled. These alligators are blessed by the soul of the rainforest, so they are especially smart. They know that the creatures that dare to attack humans are dead, so they choose to starve rather than die. Let's go, lads. We still have a long way to go. After saying this, Old Lucky pulled out the short knife from his waist and cut off a banana leaf that was in the way. A small path leading to the depths of the rainforest could be vaguely seen after the bushes were cleared away. Matthew was about to catch up when his heart suddenly throbbed. Warning: the soul of the rainforest is dissatisfied with your cowardly actions. It believes that life blooms during murder. It is disappointed with your performance since you've entered the rainforest, but it is still attracted by your natural affinity. Therefore, it intends to give you one last chance to prove yourself. Additional mission update: the rage of the rainforest soul. Description: in the next 10 days, the soul of the rainforest will send out its favored primitive creatures to attack and harass you continuously. Surviving is your only goal. You can choose to leave the rainforest to appease the anger of the soul of the rainforest, but you will never be able to gain its recognition after that. You can also choose to accept the challenge head-on and defeat all enemies. Reward: one-time successful communication and amp, shape-shifting form +1. You can choose one of the primitive creatures sent by the soul of the rainforest to shape-shift into. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Rainforest Fever. Chapter 102, Rainforest Fever. Translator: Lonely Tree. Nature's soul was formed by geographical environment, and group consciousness often had its own temperament. For example, the nature soul of the snow mountain loved to sleep and was very lazy in communicating with the outside world. It might not be willing to talk to Matthew, even with Matthew's high affinity with nature. The rainforest was different. It was young, lively, cruel, and warlike. This was related to environmental factors. The rainforest was extremely rich in species and had dense ecological niches. All creatures found a path of evolution through constant killing. The law of the rainforest was the survival of the fittest. Therefore, the collective consciousness formed by these creatures was naturally violent and warlike. Matthew had no choice but to accept the challenge from the soul of the rainforest. If he avoided the battle, not only would he lose an opportunity to improve himself, but it might also cast a shadow over his future development in the nature domain. Wait a minute. Matthew immediately stopped after accepting the challenge. He said to Old Lucky and Lorraine, "I've run into some trouble, so I won't be able to travel with you for the time being." The challenge of the soul of the rainforest was only targeted at Matthew. He did not want to drag Old Lucky and Lorraine down with him. Under the puzzled gazes of the two of them, Matthew explained, "Just now, I had some sparks with the nature soul of this rainforest. It has a lot of opinions about me now. It won't be long before all kinds of wild beasts and monsters will come looking for us. I don't want to implicate you." Old Lucky looked at Matthew suspiciously. "You can communicate with the soul of the rainforest." Matthew didn't elaborate. He just nodded and said, "It was a coincidence." Hearing this, Lorraine immediately said resolutely, "How can we abandon our companions at a time like this? Matthew, no matter how many monsters come, I will fight side by side with you. I will be your strongest backing in battle. I was just worried that the journey would be dull and boring, and there would be nowhere to get materials. This is just right. Let me see what kind of monsters are in this rainforest. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they are, they can't compare to the sky giant I captured with my own hands." Old Lucky looked deeply at Matthew. The next moment, he picked up the short knife and walked back. "I won't give up on my employer halfway. Besides, you're not familiar with this area. If we go our separate ways, your chances of winning will be greatly reduced. However, can you tell me more about the attack of the jungle monsters?" Matthew muttered, "It will last for about 10 days. During the day, they might just be ordinary harassment. Usually, at midnight, the monsters will go crazy and attack." This was not Matthew's random nonsense, but rather, he had captured the information fragments that the soul of the rainforest had revealed during his communication with it. But Matthew wasn't sure if it was just a smokescreen. In short, in the next 10 days, he had to be prepared. After Old Lucky heard this, he chose another path and gestured for Matthew and the other two to follow. "The terrain here is not suitable for us to fight. I'll take you to another place. We'll go to the periphery of the Bitterwater Swamp. The terrain there is relatively open, and the terrain is not that complicated. The only monsters in the vicinity are the black-backed gnolls and the little mite monsters. Most of them are not a concern. There are only two things to be careful of. Occasionally, groups of twin-legged flying dragons will appear in that area, but the chances of us bumping into them are very low. In addition, the western part of the bitter water swamp is the territory of a manticore. It had lived for a very long time, at least 200 years, so try not to get close to it. Let me make this clear. If a manticore or wyvern appears, my priority is to protect myself. Lorraine laughed disapprovingly. It's okay. I'll protect you. He suddenly became a little excited. How would the people of the future describe this experience? The legendary path of the great poet Lorraine had just begun. Ah, this title is a little tacky. Bards should praise others and not boast. Haha, I thought of the title of the new work. It'll be called Brave Matthew / Part 1, Rainforest Fever. Perhaps it could even be adapted into a stage play. The poster for the play will use the rainforest as the background, with your portrait in the middle, next to two beautiful Django women with sparse cloth and admiring faces, and you can even hug them on both sides. How about that? Matthew patted him on the shoulder. It sounds good, but remember to give me a portrait fee and a license fee when it becomes popular. In the west of the bitter water swamp, on a wasteland with scattered reeds and thorns, Old Lucky was using a short knife to cut off all the plants that could obstruct his vision. Matthew and Lorraine were also assisting from the side. Matthew looked around and found that the piece of land that Old Lucky had chosen was indeed not bad. First of all, the terrain here was relatively high, and the field of vision was relatively wide. Secondly, it was dry land. It was far away from small rivers and streams. There were few weeds and shrubs, so it was easy to clean them up. Lastly, there were not many tall trees nearby. It was equivalent to a small open space in the dense rainforest. Why is there such a place? Matthew noticed that this highland was not naturally formed, so he asked. Old Lucky meticulously chopped the thorns. In the past, there was a mage living in the depths of the bitter water swamp. He was a loner and did not like to interact with others. He also hated it when others approached his territory. Therefore, when the mage first arrived, he had several conflicts with the Django tribe and some monsters in the rainforest. After a few rounds of fierce battles, the mages won the final victory. After that, no one was willing to approach this place, especially the beasts in the rainforest who had some spirituality. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Rainforest Fever. Chapter 103, Rainforest Fever. Translator, Lonely Tree. That mage had disappeared about 3 years ago. Some guessed that he was dead, while others guessed that he had only left for a long time. Regardless, the bitter water swamp was left empty. However, due to the traps and deterrents left behind by the mage, there were not many large monster colonies here. The high ground in front of us was formed by the corpses of the earth giants that the mage summoned in a battle. I chose this place not only because of the terrain but also because of two other reasons. First, that mage's threat to the rainforest creatures is still there, which might help you filter out some enemies. Secondly, if the situation is really critical, I suggest that you try to escape into the depths of the swamp. Of course, this is a last resort. Matthew instantly understood what Old Lucky meant. So, is that mage also a necromancer? After cutting off the last of the thorns, Old Lucky threw down his short knife and took out a dry cigarette from the bag on his back. He took a few sips and then nodded. Yes, I am. The necromancer was very powerful and evil. He was once the nightmare of the Django tribe nearby. Half of his undead army was transformed from rainforest creatures, and the other half was Django. He even used the corpses of Django to make 2 abominations. However, the Djangos still could not do anything to him. In the few rounds of confrontation with the necromancer, they had prayed to the feathered serpent god, mobilized the forest war beasts, and even lost 5 or 6 shamans. However, in the end, they were still no match for him. If it weren't for the fact that the necromancer didn't have the ambition to expand his territory, this rainforest would have changed its name long ago. In short, I suspect that the necromancer is already close to or even stepping into the legendary realm. He left many traps and undead in the swamp. Even if you are a necromancer, you might not be able to communicate with those undead. Therefore, Do not risk entering the depths of the swamp until the last moment. After listening to Old Lucky's warning, Matthew said sincerely, "Thank you." Old Lucky waved his hand. "I'm just a guide, and I can't help you much. If we really fight, I'm afraid you'll be on your own." At this moment, Lorraine interrupted, "Don't worry, I'm here. Although I don't know magic and my martial arts are average, my flute will surprise you." As he spoke, he shook the light green flute at his waist. "Then let's wait and see." Matthew smiled and continued to prepare for the upcoming battle. The sun started to set. The weary bird returns to its nest. Amidst the sparse cries in the forest at the edge of the highlands, there were many figures with malicious intentions. "They are here," Matthew reminded in a INW voice. On the side, Old Lucky's face was filled with wariness. Lorraine was the only one who was still reading a comic book with great interest, chuckling from time to time. Until he heard Matthew's reminder. He slowly closed the book and stretched while looking around blankly. "Where?" "East. It's a group of black-backed gnolls," Matthew said calmly. "There are about 8 to 11 of them." "Is there a dungeon nearby?" Old Lucky quickly replied, "There are some, but not many. The surface exit is also very far from here." Matthew nodded. "There are 3 jungle leopards in the west. They look like females, and their average level is around level 10. There's also a level IL forest boa lurking on the banyan tree in the north. It's camouflaged, so I almost couldn't tell." Old Lucky looked at Matthew in surprise. "Did you use a detection spell?" Even with his many years of experience in traversing the rainforest and his ability to adapt to this place, he still hadn't discovered the giant forest boa. However, Matthew, a necromancer, had actually discovered it with his naked eyes. How could he not be surprised? Matthew did not explain. In fact, it was Ella, who was in his arms, who reminded him in a low voice. Nature Soul was indeed excellent at sensing wild beasts. With Ella, no creature in the rainforest could escape Matthew's eyes. "It's time to make a move." Matthew noticed the strange movements of the black-backed gnolls. "I'll go lure that forest boa away." Old Lucky quickly said, "I have a lot of experience in dealing with giant boas. You don't have to worry about me." As he spoke, he moved toward the boa alone. On the other side, the black-backed gnolls seemed to have realized that they had been exposed. They no longer concealed themselves and started to move. Black-backed gnolls were close relatives of gnolls, but they were much taller than ordinary gnolls. They had sparse black hair and were very strong, almost as powerful as beastmen. These creatures were usually active in the Undercity and were extremely rare in the rainforest. However, since they had appeared in this siege, it proved that they were part of the rainforest and were under the command of the soul of the rainforest. Matthew did not let his guard down. This group of black-backed gnolls was very high level. Each of them was above level 7, and there were a few level 9 ones. In addition, they were also motivated by the bloodthirst of the soul of the jungle, so their strength could not be underestimated. He controlled the skeleton soldiers to fight the enemy while soldiers' figure slowly disappeared into the air. At this moment, a cheerful flute sounded, and Lorraine began to play with a satisfied expression. He blew quickly and skillfully. In just a dozen seconds, the short flute sound changed from cheerful and intense to melodious and magnificent. As the sound of the flute changed, buffs were also added to Matthew. Hint: you have listened to Lorraine's song, Mountain Crossing Song, and your movement speed has increased. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Rainforest Fever. Chapter 104, Rainforest Fever. Translator, Lonely Tree. You have listened to Lorraine's song, Numb Heart, and your resistance to charm has increased. You have listened to Lorraine's song, Mermaid's Song. Your casting speed has increased. In front of them, the gnolls and the undead were already fighting. However, the gnolls' combat power was very shocking. Almost as soon as they came into contact, the skeleton soldiers were at a disadvantage and could only struggle to hold on. At this moment, Lorraine's flute music became simple and high-pitched. Hint: you have listened to Lorraine's song, Ancient Battlefield. The spell you cast has a slight chance of causing double casting. You have listened to Lorraine's song, Chant of the Wind. You have received a Gale Shield. The sound of the flute continued, and an endless stream of buffs added to Matthew. At this moment, Matthew finally experienced the feeling of being strengthened. Unfortunately, the undead could only benefit from Gale's shield. The other buffs were ineffective. Moreover, Matthew had taken a closer look. Although Lorraine's buff lasted for a long time, the effect could only be described as mediocre. He did not know if it was because he had not heard the complete piece of music or because Lorraine's level was not high enough. Bard was a late-game class after all. Southwest Matthew did not place too much hope on him. Go back and find a safe place. Seeing Lorraine put down his flute, Matthew took the initiative to remind him. He had thought that with the heroic spirit that the poet had shown before, he would strongly request to stay and fight side by side with him. He had even thought of how to persuade him. However, Lorraine listened to Matthew's words and was very obedient. As if he had done everything he could, he ran away. Matthew saw him find a suitable viewing spot and cheer for Matthew in the distance. What a strange fellow. Matthew didn't mind. He turned his attention back to the front. At this moment, the black-backed gnolls had the absolute upper hand. However, when the figure of the blade dancer began to appear behind them, the situation on the battlefield instantly changed. Soldier attacked. The short blades crossed, and a head fell to the ground. The other gnolls rushed towards Soldier in shock and anger. However, Soldier only took half a step back before he disappeared into the shadows, leaving no trace of the enemy. Matthew nodded in satisfaction. However, at the next moment, nature affinity had a change. Warning: the soul of the rainforest is very dissatisfied with your attitude of using your summoned creatures to kill the enemy. A truly strong person should be brave enough to fight for himself and not borrow the strength of others. Am I not allowed to use summoned creatures? Matthew frowned. That was fine, too. Judging from the monsters that had appeared so far, Matthew could deal with them himself even if he did not use the undead. So, he ordered the undead to retreat to the side while taking out a charged staff from his inventory. Arcane Missile. 5 magic energy balls smashed into the gnolls at the front. The spell did not kill them immediately but knocked them to the ground. In the next second, Matthew skillfully shot a crossbow at the enemy, who had fallen to the ground. Puff. The arrow pierced the gnoll's chin, and the gnoll let out a mournful cry before dying on the spot. Yes, my shoots are getting more and more accurate. Matthew was very satisfied with his performance. However, at this moment, the feeling of déjà vu surfaced again. Warning: the soul of the rainforest is dissatisfied with the way you are using the item to kill the enemy. A true expert should be brave enough to charge into the enemy's line of battle and not use long-range attacks insidiously. Matthew was unhappy. Again and again. Are you trying to toy with me? You're commenting even on my murder methods. This time, Matthew ignored the warning of the soul of the rainforest. Not only did he order the undead to come back and fight, but he also took out blazing glue and Molotov cocktail from his magic bag. Bang. Bang. Flames exploded. Several gnolls were hit, and they fled in all directions while screaming. Soldier, who was hiding in the dark, was already thirsty for a fight. He took the initiative to appear from the shadows and began to harvest one after another. In front of the blade dancer, the black-backed gnolls were quickly defeated and were eventually annihilated. The 3 jungle leopards that had appeared before were even more alert. They only walked around the edge of the battlefield twice. When they realized that there was no chance, they retreated and left. A moment later, Matthew began to clean up the gnoll's corpse. At this moment, Old Lucky's figure appeared from the rainforest. Where is that giant boa? Matthew greeted from afar. He followed me for a while and then ran away. Ulu. Lucky repnu looky. However, at this moment, the expression on his face changed drastically. Matthew also heard Ella's exclamation. Matthew, run. There's something wrong with the tree on the right. Before he finished speaking, the withered tree that seemed to have been lying on the ground from the beginning suddenly sprang up. The huge body of the forest boa instantly formed a huge shadow on Matthew's body. The moon was already high up in the sky, and the moonlight was bright. The giant boa pounced fiercely at Matthew, its slippery body wrapping around him, vowing to strangle him in an instant. However, the moment it pounced forward, Matthew's body began to expand unconsciously. Roar. Under the horrified gazes of the huge boa and Old Lucky, a brown bear that seemed to be emitting moonlight appeared out of thin air. Paw. The moon bear grabbed the head of the forest boa and smashed it to the ground. The gentle moonlight shone on the moon bear's body, adding a lot of attributes to it. Bang. 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 Matthew pressed down on the giant boa's head and smashed it to death. The latter did not even have the chance to resist before its head was pierced through, and it lost its life. The enemies in the first round were relatively easy. After looking around and seeing that there were no other enemies, Matthew stopped his transformation. In the next moment, a furious voice sounded in Matthew's heart. How dare you ignore my warning? Matthew knew that this was the soul of the rainforest's will. He thought for a moment and decided to retort bluntly, you can send enemies over, but who I kill first and how I kill them is my business. The soul of the rainforest said angrily, you've angered the spirits of this forest. I won't let you walk out of here alive. Matthew's previous gentleness and modesty were also gone. He even tried his best to make his tone full of violent emotions. Up to you. I'll kill as many as you send. Send out your strongest spirits as much as you can. Let them come to me and die. Even if they don't come to me, I'll go to them and kill them. Unfortunately, you don't have a physical body, or I'll kill you too. The soul of the rainforest no longer replied. A moment later. Hint, your toughness and brutality have won the respect of the soul of the rainforest. The time you have to endure the siege of wild beasts and monsters in the rainforest has been reduced to 3 days. As expected. Matthew realized that the soul of the rainforest was actually the same as most. He couldn't blindly listen to the other party's coercion. Matthew didn't expect that his clumsy and violent performance would gain the other party's respect. At this moment, he finally understood Zeller's helplessness. Under certain circumstances, it was quite difficult to be a good person. But in the next second, the smile on Matthew's face froze again. Warning, the soul of the rainforest has raised its danger rating for you. In the next 3 days, it will no longer restrain itself and will go all out. It will mobilize its most powerful subordinates to surround and attack you. Treat it with caution. It seems that imitating the rainforest soul's personality is useful, but not completely useful. Matthew rubbed his chin and shook his head with a bitter smile. Matthew. Hurry up and take a look. There seems to be something in the snake's stomach. Ella flew over and reminded him. Matthew immediately went over. He found that the huge boa's stomach was indeed bulging. At this moment, Old Lucky also came over. The two of them looked at each other, and Old Lucky raised his saber and slashed. In no time, he cut open the stomach of the giant boa. He mumbled. A humanoid object filled with a rotten stench rolled out. Matthew focused his eyes. He realized that it was a zombie. There was a shiny nameplate hanging on the zombie's neck. Chapter 105, I had already guessed that you were a fellow cultivator. Chapter 105, I had already guessed that you were a fellow cultivator. Translator, Lonely Tree. Matthew recognized this nameplate. This thing was once very popular in Barren City. It was used by necromancers to classify, mark, and arrange the undead. This could reduce the mental power consumption of the necromancers when they were forming an undead army. Some of the nameplates also had some secret words that could only be deciphered by necromancers who had mastered the unique interpretation method of Barren City. This could also be considered a reward or trap left behind by a reclusive necromancer for his own kind when he was wandering alone. Matthew took off the nameplate and tried to read it. Soon, a row of dazzling words appeared in front of him. If I hadn't become a necromancer, would things have been different? Matthew frowned. The words had no context. Hilt diagonally revealed his regret after becoming a necromancer. However, at the same time, he was also curious about the owner of the nameplate. He might be from Barren City, but necromancers usually don't like hot and humid weather. This will make the undead, which are already difficult to keep clean, even more difficult to deal with. Why did he come here? Matthew looked into the depths of the swamp. At this moment, Old Lucky, who had been circling around the giant forest boa, walked over. This snake came from the depths of the Bitterwater swamp. It must have swallowed more than one zombie along the way. Otherwise, its movements wouldn't be so slow. This is not good news. Hearing this, Lorraine, who had quietly returned to the team, interrupted, "Why? Wasn't this a good thing? If this boa is the strongest thing in the depths of the swamp, doesn't it mean we'll be safe there?" Old Lucky glanced at him. It could also be a fluke. Moreover, the traces it left along the way are very obvious. Perhaps something terrifying will be drawn out by it. Lorraine's eyes widened. Before he could continue, Old G suddenly asked, "Where did you go just now? Didn't you say that you wanted to fight alongside Matthew?" Lorraine looked at him innocently. "You don't really want me to fight with monsters, do you? That's disgraceful. Moreover, I saw that an old man like you was being chased by such a big snake. It looked very dangerous, so I wanted to go and support you. It was just that you ran too fast, and I couldn't catch up." Old Lucky smiled and said nothing more. Matthew's gaze was cast further away. There, on the path where the forest boa crawled, 7 or 8 zombies were staggering over. One of the zombies accidentally stepped on empty air, and its lower body sank deeply into the mud pit of the swamp. It struggled violently but soon sank deeper and deeper. Matthew saw the nameplates hanging on their necks, so he wanted to make a move. But this time, Old Lucky moved even faster. Still using the short knife he used to cut trees, he rushed forward and slashed at the zombie's neck. Poo, pu, pu, pu. Old Lucky's steps were steady, and his knife skills were skillful. He almost killed one zombie with each slash, and the zombies fell to the ground. Although the combat power of the undead would be greatly reduced after losing its master, Old Lucky's smooth handling of the situation made Matthew look up to him. He had never had the chance to see this guide fight in person before, so he had never been sure of Old Lucky's strength. After this round, Matthew had determined that he was at least a 3rd-rank ranger and should have mastered some aboriginal skills. This was very rare. The Rainforest did not welcome classes like druids and rangers from the north. For Old Lucky to be able to blend in like a fish in water, he must have something extraordinary about him. After killing the zombies, he did not keep the nameplates for himself. Instead, he handed them to Matthew. "If you need it, take it all. But remember, it's best not to reveal your identity as a necromancer to the Django people in the depths of the Rainforest. They might not do anything to you, but they will definitely hold a grudge." The Yucca tribe was better off because they did not participate in the war against the necromancers. Matthew nodded and thanked Old Lucky. Then, he took out a rag to wipe the nameplates clean and read them one by one. "In my opinion, zombies are much cuter than humans. They just want to bite you a little bit, and a little bit will satisfy them. As for humans, if a human bit you, then that bite was just the beginning. Those natives are really annoying. I merely took a nest of young feathered snakes. It's so annoying to hear them beat gongs and drums every day. I had to give them a little warning, but I couldn't tarnish the reputation of the necromancer too much. I'll just use the corpses of their compatriots to make a stitched monster. No, 2. A shocking discovery: if you break the contract with an undead creature, you will need 72 hours to re-sign the contract. This was truly an unprecedented discovery. Why 72 hours? Does undead need time to cool off after a break-up? Hee. I'm such a genius. I've discovered something to utilize this rule. Most of the undead creatures that we can contract have spirituality. They will take the initiative to ask for soul crystals, and we usually pay them monthly. Based on this, we only need to terminate the contract when we are supposed to pay the monthly salary, then lock it up for 72 hours to prevent it from getting lost or being kidnapped, and then re-sign the contract. According to my observation, most undead creatures will forget about the previous salary arrears after re-signing the contract. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, I had already guessed that you were a fellow cultivator. Chapter 106, I had already guessed that you were a fellow cultivator. Translator, Lonely Tree. Undead who work for free is too cute. With this method, you can promise a sky-high salary. Since they'll forget about it, why not make it as preposterous as you can? I'm really a genius. Praise me, praise me. Sigh, even if you praise me, I won't be able to hear it. J, I'm an idiot. Furlog is completely unwilling to talk to me. I'm really an idiot. I'm leaving. The legend of the winged serpent god is indeed fake. I'm really stupid. After the ascension of the heavenly palace, how can there be a true god in the secular world? If I want to secure some divinity, I might as well go to the outer planes to find demons. Perhaps I can try to become a god myself, but if I become a god now, will I be exiled by the laws left behind by the Calamity Mage? Sigh, if only I had connections with the Calamity Mage. I left some interesting things in the swamp. If you have any companions, you can go and get them, but I can't guarantee that you won't die. Your forever spirit girl, Dania. After reading it, Matthew had a curious expression. It seemed that the legendary necromancer in the depths of the swamp was a woman. Some clues from before made Matthew think of Ursel, but Ursel had died long ago. Dania should be another powerful necromancer. The secret message she left on the nameplate was cheerful, which seemed to be inconsistent with the gloomy image of a necromancer, but Matthew knew that this was the norm. It was precisely because they had to deal with gloomy undead that they would be so lively when dealing with other necromancers. He was somewhat interested in the things that Dania had left behind, but he still had to deal with the soul of the Rainforest, who was furious. Matthew put away the nameplate, then found the corpse of the black-backed gnoll and began to summon the zombies. There was no point in leaving now. No matter where they went, they would be attacked by the strongest beasts recruited by the soul of the Rainforest. If that were the case, Matthew would definitely choose the stronger zombies instead of the skeletons to prepare a defensive counterattack. Moonlight shone down as he chanted. Under the strange gazes of Old Lucky and Lorraine, the silver moon, black-backed gnolls, and zombies stood up one by one. The tree skin spell and holy moon armor on their bodies were dazzling. However, neither Old Lucky nor Lorraine asked. They just silently accompanied Matthew, waiting for the next wave of ferocious beasts to attack. The night passed quickly. The expected full-scale encirclement did not come. Matthew only encountered a few sporadic attacks. He did not need to do anything. Soldier alone could resolve them. In the morning, the rainforest was gradually covered with dark clouds. The dull sound of thunder came from the sky as if thousands of people were beating drums in the clouds. The atmosphere on the ground became more and more oppressive. Matthew knew that the soul of the rainforest was exerting pressure on him by controlling the environment. The real attack had yet to arrive. It wanted to use all kinds of methods to make him bow his head. Unfortunately, Matthew had already figured out the soul of Rainforest's temper. It was impossible for him to lower his head. The only thing he could do now was to fight until the soul of the Rainforest submitted its will. In the afternoon, more and more ferocious beasts gathered around the highland. Most of the ferocious beasts were still watching. However, there were also a few who could not hold back and had conflicts with Matthew. After a few rounds of fierce battle, the beasts suffered heavy losses, but Matthew became more and more courageous as he fought. He had just come to the rainforest and was already lacking material. With creatures throwing themselves at him, the number of undead he ruled grew. That's why. For the entire afternoon, the chanting on the high ground did not stop. At dusk, he looked at the densely packed undead figures at the edge of the highland. The surrounding ferocious beasts all stopped. Hint, you have summoned a Silvermoon zombie tiger with the undead. Summoning spell. Current zombies, 56/skeletons, 22. Matthew was actually not very satisfied with this number. He still had mana and negative energy left, so he could summon more. However, the beasts that lived in the rainforest all year round were not fools. After seeing the first wave become the necromancer's puppets, these tigers, leopards, crocodiles, and snakes did not dare to approach. However, they did not go far. Instead, they hid nearby as if waiting for an opportunity. Matthew was also very calm. He would seize every interval between the ferocious beasts' attacks to rest. For example, now. Crackling. The bonfire in the middle of the highland was emitting black smoke. The rainforest had a humid climate, and this was the scene of wet firewood burning. Originally, Old Lucky did not allow them to start a fire in the forest, saying that doing so would attract real ferocious beasts, but now it clearly did not matter. Looking at the dense crowd of undead around them, the two of them had a clear understanding of Matthew's strength. So, if I want to deal with a necromancer like you, do I have to kill you in one fell swoop? If we just send people to encircle and suppress you, would we be providing you with help instead? Beside the fire, Lorraine was holding his booklet. He would occasionally glance at it and occasionally chat with Matthew. Matthew nodded. As long as they don't exceed the Necromancer's threshold, then the Necromancers are the least afraid of human wave tactics. The more powerful the Necromancer is, the more so. I will remember your words and write them into my works in the future, yes. Braveheart Matthew once said that Necromancers are fearless. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, I had already guessed that you were a fellow cultivator. Chapter 107, I had already guessed that you were a fellow cultivator. Translator, Lonely Tree. Lorraine replied casually. Matthew looked at his casual appearance in the face of a powerful enemy and couldn't help but feel curious. At the end of the day, Matthew managed to see Lorraine fight with a beast. To Matthew's surprise, the bard was not only good at playing the flute. His close combat skills were also quite impressive. In the afternoon, Matthew saw him take down a tiger with his bare hands. The bard showed a kind of ease when he was attacked by the beasts. Even if he was surrounded, he could quickly find a breakthrough and pull away to protect himself. The only thing that puzzled Matthew was Lorraine had never used a melee weapon. To be exact, he had never used any other weapon except for the light green flute. This also led to him not killing a single ferocious beast. At most, he would only be severely injured them. Is this the principle of the wandering bard? No killing. Matthew complained in his heart. Besides, he also noticed that Lorraine loved reading that booklet. He was always focused on it. However, according to Matthew's observation, the booklet was very thin. It looked like it had no more than 10 pages. Lorraine had been reading it for the past few days. No matter how slow he was, she should have finished reading it, right? But he did not. He was still reading. Matthew was even more curious. Therefore, he took advantage of the moment when the ferocious beast stopped and asked, Lorraine, I have 2 questions for you. If it's a private matter and you don't want to answer them, just pretend I didn't ask. Lorraine was instantly interested. Oh. Matthew, after pretending to give me the cold shoulder for so many days, are you finally willing to admit that you're interested in me? Matthew didn't say anything. Old Lucky coughed. The two of them looked over. Old Lucky stood up with a pipe in his hand and said, I'll go to the side. You guys chat. Although he said that, he did not walk far. He turned sideways to face the two of them, his ears slightly pricked up. Matthew smiled. I'm very curious. You clearly had several chances to kill the ferocious beast in the afternoon, but you didn't do so. Why? And that book in your hand, what is so interesting that it attracts you so much? Lorraine thought for a moment. These are indeed my 2 secrets, but if it's Matthew who asked, it's not impossible to tell you. But secrets between friends should be exchanged. I will ask you 2 questions later, and you must answer them truthfully. Without waiting for Matthew to agree, Lorraine said in embarrassment, the reason why I don't kill is not because I'm compassionate, but because I have a slight blood phobia. It's not that serious, but it will still affect my concentration and thinking. When I saw the head of the plague envoy in Marshwater City, I was completely stunned. To tell you the truth, seeing blood will only make my concentration drop slightly. However, if I were to kill a ferocious beast with my own hands and see the scene of blood splattering, I might directly faint. As for this booklet, it's actually a priceless magical tool that can help me stay focused. As he spoke, he generously handed over the booklet. Matthew flipped it open and found that every page was a beautiful portrait. The portraits were all of women with their upper bodies naked. These women were either laughing or angry, and their expressions were different. They might not be very good looking, but they had one thing in common dash. They all had rather full breasts. Do you think this thing can maintain focus? Matthew couldn't believe it. However, in the next second. Hint, you have read Lorraine's Book of Fullness, your focus +1, your spellcasting success rate has greatly increased. Matthew fell silent. This magic tool is quite special. He handed the booklet over. Lorraine smiled gently and asked excitedly, now, it's my turn. First question, what's the situation with that owl on your chest? Matthew replied readily, her name is Ella. She's not in good health at the moment and is recuperating. Unexpectedly, Lorraine's eyes lit up. Her. Matthew looked at him in confusion. Are you two very close? Lorraine's eyes were filled with admiration. Matthew thought for a moment. I guess so. Lorraine slapped his thigh and praised, I knew we were on the same path. You can even go down with owls. Not bad, Matthew. As expected of a necromancer. This is amazing. Matthew's face darkened. He was about to explain. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened completely. A piercing screech came from the distant horizon. A black shadow flew across the sky. The high ground was instantly ravaged by a strong wind. At the same time, heavy footsteps could be heard from the depths of the rainforest, as well as the roar of a large number of trees falling. From the west came the sound of the river washing. Ella popped her little head out and exclaimed. Matthew, Matthew. I sensed that something terrifying had climbed ashore from the river over there. Warning, the soul of the rainforest is about to launch its final siege on you. You are about to encounter the primordial descendant, winged dragon wind god, LV-15. You are about to encounter the mutant overlord, patterned crocodile, LV-15. You are about to encounter the primordial descendant / mutated overlord. Steel-toothed dinosauruses, LV-16, J, Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Dragon Slaying. Chapter 108, Dragon Slaying. Translator, Lonely Tree. Hint, the soul of the rainforest invites you to a duel. Considering your relatively weak level and strength, you only need to kill one from the wind god winged dragon, the patterned crocodile, or the steel-toothed dinosauruses to obtain the rainforest soul's recognition. Duel. My ass. The moment the 3 Lord-tier monsters appeared, Matthew's eyes began to wander. He was ready to run. What a joke. This was not a monster lineup that normal people could fight against. Don't be fooled by their level. In fact, level was only a part of strength, especially in a place like the rainforest where prehistoric species were abundant. Sometimes, size and weight were everything. An ear-piercing screech pierced through the sky, and a shadow that covered the sky flew over his head. For a few seconds, Matthew could not see the moonlight. It was the winged dragon wind god. As the most powerful descendant of the pterodactyl, it was the overlord of the sky. In prehistoric times, even the overlord of the land, the Tyrannosaurus rex, was on the hunting list of the winged dragon wind god. This showed how powerful it was. It was a true top-tier predator. Ordinary winged dragon wind gods had long necks, and their wings could reach up to 10 meters. The one targeting them was extremely large. Matthew estimated that it had a wingspan of 14 meters and weighed at least 550 kilograms. The winged dragon wind god was extremely fast and cunning. It would not attack unless it were the right time. Because it had the advantage of the sky, it made it difficult for the enemy to find an opportunity to attack it. However, the opposite was different. It had plenty of opportunities to catch your flaws. People on the ground were destined to have an unfair confrontation. In Matthew's knowledge, only necromancers who were at least level 4 and had mastered instant death spells had a chance to fight against such monsters. It was impossible to destroy the winged dragon wind god with the strength of low-level undead. Zombies and skeletons would shatter with a single touch. They couldn't cause any damage to the winged dragon wind god. However, the most terrifying thing was, this thing was only the vanguard. In the distant forest, trees were falling in groups, and a large number of small animals were running around in panic. Under the moonlight, a dark green figure could be seen running fearlessly through the rainforest. Its body was streamlined, and its color was dark green. Its head was like an awl, and its eyes were very small. Its lower jaw was split to a very high position, revealing 4 rows of sharp fangs. It had shriveled forelimbs that were almost invisible and incredibly thick hind legs. Its tail was thick and full of barbs. From its outline, it looked more like a giant loofah with thorns. That was Dinosauruses. Even though it had yet to arrive in front of them, the group could already feel its insufferably arrogant pressure. This was the effect of a bloodline suppression of a supergiant creature against a normal-sized creature. Just imagine the terrifying scene of a hill-sized predator charging at you with all its might. Matthew had now experienced it firsthand. Due to his relationship with Ronan, he had also learned about the scraps of the Revival of Ancient Mythical Creatures project, which included information on the dinosauruses. Matthew clearly remembered that adult dinosauruses had an average length of 28 to 40 meters and a weight of 80 to 130 tons. The dinosauruses in the rainforest were relatively small and probably underage. Matthew estimated that it was 25 meters long and weighed dozens of tons. Even Philly was a piece of fragile glass in front of it. Matthew had a clear understanding of his own strength. The dinosauruses and the winged dragon wind god were surface threats. The patterned crocodile, which was at the same level as them, was more cunning. It had been hiding in the dark since the beginning, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Although Matthew did not see the other party, he knew the crocodile was not an easy target. With his little strength, he could barely put up a fight. In less than 10 seconds, Matthew made a decisive decision. He ordered all the zombies to move towards the dinosaurus's path while he led Soldier to prepare for a tactical retreat. "Old Lucky, I'm afraid we..." Before Matthew could finish his sentence, he was surprised to find that Old Lucky behind him had long disappeared. He ran away. Lorraine waved the flute in his hand. "What do you plan to do next? Fight the enemy bravely? Do you need me to blow the flute for you?" "No, we'd better get going too. Do you have any idea how to get out of here quickly? If not, I'm afraid we'll have to head to the swamp." Matthew didn't blame Old Lucky. Instead, Lorraine didn't run away in this situation, which greatly improved his impression of him. At the same time, Matthew also realized that Lorraine should have an escape plan at any time. As expected, Lorraine slapped his ring, and a charged staff inlaid with a large sapphire appeared in his palm. Matthew's eyes were sharp. He recognized that this was not an ordinary charging staff. It was a priceless teleportation staff. Therefore, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and silently put the forced teleportation scroll in his magic bag, which cost him more than half of his wealth, back to its original position. "Are we just going to run like this?" Lorraine casually raised her staff and asked, should we leave them something to commemorate this happy encounter?" At this moment, the ferocious beasts from before had returned to the highlands. They were surrounded. The winged dragon wind god was hovering in the sky, exerting pressure. The patterned giant crocodile was nowhere to be seen. Dinosauruses was getting closer and closer. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Dragon Slaying. Chapter 109, Dragon Slaying. Translator, Lonely Tree. Come and fight. Be a man, kill or be killed. This is what a rainforest warrior should be like. The voice of the soul of the rainforest rang in Matthew's ears. You call it a duel when 3 Lord-level Tier 4 monsters attack a Tier 2 Necromancer? Have some shame. Even if you are the soul of the rainforest, you can't twist the truth like this. Matthew retorted rudely. The soul of the rainforest was silent for a moment. You're right, but this is part of natural selection. Good luck, Necromancer. After saying this, Matthew clearly felt that something was wrong with the 3 Lord-tier monsters. If the soul of the rainforest had restrained them before, then now, they were beasts that had lost their reins and were ready to unleash their ferocity. Let's go, Matthew urged. In an instant, all the Silvermoon zombies that were already in position self-destructed. Roar. Dinosauruses charged forward ferociously, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 10 meters away from the 2 of them. A foul smell accompanied by saliva assaulted their faces. From this angle, Matthew could see the swelling on the other party's tongue. At the critical moment, Lorraine raised his staff and a blue portal opened before the 2 of them. The 2 of them didn't waste any time and went in. Puff. As soon as they landed, Dinosaurus's tongue came from the portal. If Soldier hadn't followed closely behind and slashed at the tongue, Matthew and Lorraine would have been swept back by the tongue. Lorraine's face turned ashen. He quickly closed the portal and began to pant heavily. Matthew was still in shock. However, he forced himself to stand up and look around. Where is this place? Is it a random teleportation? He found that the surroundings were still the same as the rainforest, and there were many trees that had been tripped on the right side. There are 2 modes of teleportation. One of them is pseudo-random. It can bring us to a relatively safe place within a 5-kilometer radius. The other method was to specify a location, but the premise was that the location had to be visible to the naked eye. Lorraine explained slowly. Matthew nodded and reached out to Lorraine, who was lying on the ground. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be willing to fight with me under these circumstances. Lorraine held Matthew's hand and quickly stood up. Matthew felt that his hand was a little cold. He was probably really scared. However, the next second, Lorraine smiled casually. Where else do you think I got so many friends? Did you really think that one could make good friends by spending money? Money can get your fake friends, but real friends are made with sincerity. Although Matthew didn't completely agree with his idea, he just owed him a favor and naturally wouldn't refute it. He observed the direction in which the tree had fallen, then pointed in the opposite direction and said, "We have to leave quickly. It's not safe here. The creatures in the rainforest are all experts at tracking." Lorraine was about to answer when a familiar and ear-piercing screech suddenly sounded from the sky. Whoosh! A black shadow that blotted out the sun flew over their heads. It was the winged dragon wind god. Their expressions changed. The winged dragon wind god turned around and charged at the two of them. In the nick of time, Matthew opened his hand and threw a capture ball into the air. In an instant, a huge gray net formed in the air. The cost of this item was not cheap, and it was often used by mages to capture small and medium-sized pets. It was naturally impossible to capture the winged dragon wind god, but it could greatly hinder its progress. As expected, the cautious winged dragon wind god flipped over and dodged the huge net. Then, it circled in the air and wanted to do the same thing again. But at this moment, Matthew and Lorraine had already run into the depths of the forest. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and the two of them staggered, almost falling. The winged dragon wind god was in hot pursuit. It was obviously more familiar with the rainforest. Even though Matthew and Lorraine were smart enough to start running around the trees, the latter was able to lock onto its target again after a few seconds. Seeing that he couldn't shake it off with ordinary methods, Matthew decisively took out a bottle from his magic bag and handed it to Lorraine. "Drink half and leave the other half for me." Lorraine did not suspect anything. He took the bottle and drank it. After drinking half of it, he stopped and frowned. He handed it back to Matthew. "The taste is strange, as if someone else had drunk it before." Matthew did not have time to explain and drank the last quarter of the potion in one gulp. Hint: you have consumed the advanced sprint potion. Your running speed has greatly increased. Warning: the winged dragon wind god is about to launch a new dive. Let's go. Matthew shouted and ran. This time, he ran much faster. Not only did he leave an afterimage in the open space of the rainforest, but he also almost crashed into the surrounding trees. Lorraine quickly followed. With the help of the advanced sprint potion, the two of them ran at a rare speed and finally left the winged dragon wind god behind. However, the crisis did not disappear. The winged dragon wind god always had the advantage of vision. Matthew didn't dare to delay and just urged Lorraine to run forward. But at this time, Lorraine was obviously unable to run anymore. He was sweating and panting as he complained, "Matthew, what did you do to this rainforest soul to make it so angry? Did you pee and defecate everywhere in the forest?" Chapter 110, Dragon Slaying. Chapter 110, Dragon Slaying. Translator: Lonely Tree. Matthew smiled and did not argue with him. He asked Ella to help him identify the direction and then avoided the pursuit of the winged dragon wind god and the other two Lord-tier monsters. After running for about half an hour, even Matthew was winded, let alone Lorraine. The two of them were forced to rest in a natural treehouse. However, not long after, the annoying clamor of the winged dragon wind god rang in their ears again. Fortunately, this time, the cry lasted for a few minutes before it gradually faded away. "Looks like it didn't notice us this time." Lorraine looked relieved. He collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud. "Not necessarily. The winged dragon wind god has always been cunning. It might think that it can't take us down alone, so it might as well go back and get help. In short, we can't stay here for too long." "Why don't I go alone?" Matthew suggested. "I'm their target. You won't be implicated." Unexpectedly, Lorraine stood up instantly. "Don't even think about abandoning me." "Matthew, I said that I would fight alongside you, so I can't give up halfway like old Lucky. I wanted to become a legendary bard. I couldn't leave behind such a failure as abandoning my companions on my glorious resume in the future. Matthew really wanted to say that it wouldn't make him look bad, but Lorraine was very determined, so he dismissed the idea. Then let's rest for another 3 minutes, Matthew said. Lorraine fell to the ground with a thud. He leaned against the tree trunk as if he had lost focus. I really miss 100 Flower City now. Indeed, only when I lose it do I realize how wonderful it was back then, especially Madam Cindy. Sob, sob, sob. Every time I felt sad, Cindy would always silently comfort me with her warm chest. I'm so tired. Sigh, madam, I shouldn't have let you down back then. So Mrs. Cindy was the mistress of that house? Matthew asked curiously. Lorraine shook his head. No, she's the mistress' younger sister. Matthew and Ella, who only had their heads sticking out, widened their eyes. 30 minutes later. Deep in the rainforest, at the edge of a small swamp. Matthew and Lorraine looked ahead with serious expressions. Over there, a group of twin-legged flying dragons were eating a few marsh sheep. Perhaps because she was a little tired, Ella did not sense their existence in advance. The two sides collided head-on. The twin-legged flying dragons immediately flew up in shock. Then, they circled around Matthew and Lorraine with malicious intentions. Prepare for battle. Matthew took out his crossbow and aimed it at the twin-legged flying dragon that was suspected to be the leader. Lorraine nodded and prepared to play his flute. However, the twin-legged flying dragons had only circled around them a dozen times. Suddenly, the leader screamed and flapped his wings before leaving. He did not even look at the unfinished corpse of the stepping sheep. The other dragons flew away one after another. Matthew and Lorraine looked at each other, and both of them could tell that something was wrong from each other's eyes. They immediately wanted to go around the swamp and continue forward. However, not long after, a sound that shook the earth and mountains came from behind. The trees were toppling, and the earth was shaking. There was a huge creature rushing over. Dinosauruses. Matthew pulled Lorraine and continued to escape. They avoided the swamp, but the Dinosauruses was getting closer and closer. The suffocating pressure once again surged into their hearts. At the same time, Ella reminded him, the patterned gigantic crocodile is approaching. I can't sense its location, but I can smell its ferocious scent. It's near us. At the moment of crisis. Matthew's eyes searched the surroundings. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the tree above them. There's a cliff on the east side, and there's a cave house carved by travelers at the top of the cliff. It should be able to help you avoid the Dinosauruses and giant crocodile. Old Lucky. Lorraine looked up in surprise and saw Old Lucky clinging to the banyan tree like an ape. His face was painted with oil paint. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Old Lucky calmly said, you are my employers. Even if you die, I will collect your corpses. I don't like doing this kind of work, so the two of you better stay alive. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the earthquake and urged. Dinosauruses isn't far away. With that, he leapt up, and in a few breaths, his figure disappeared from their sight. The two of them did not dare to delay and quickly walked in the direction that Old Lucky had pointed out. After a while, a lone peak appeared in front of them. The cliff on the west side was extremely smooth and difficult for monkeys to climb. Matthew looked into the distance for a moment and successfully found the cave house that Old Lucky had mentioned. Let's go. Lorraine raised his teleportation staff again. This time, the destination was visible to the naked eye, so he could teleport directly. The two of them went through the portal and arrived at the cave house high up on the cliff. The environment here was dry and undisturbed. It was a good place to avoid enemies. The only drawback was that the space was too narrow. Matthew and Lorraine were squeezed together, making it a little crowded. However, in order to avoid accidentally falling from the edge, they had to squeeze close to each other. Even so, the two of them were unprecedentedly relaxed. It had only been less than 2 hours since they had been surrounded by the three monsters, but these 2 hours felt like an entire day. The fear of being hunted down was torturous. Now that they had relaxed, sleepiness naturally crept into their hearts. Chapter 111, Dragon Slaying. Chapter 111, Dragon Slaying. Translator, Lonely Tree. Night gradually fell. The roars of dinosauruses came from the bottom of the cliff. Rumble. It seemed to be doing something to the mountain root. The entire cliff began to shake slightly, scaring the two who had almost fallen asleep. Outside the cave, a faint moonlight shone in. Matthew, who felt uncomfortable, changed his position. As a result, he was face to face with Lorraine, and their foreheads were almost touching. "Oh, Matthew, are you sure you want to sleep like this? Let me warn you in advance that anyone who sleeps with me for a night will fall in love with me without exception." Lorraine blinked and said in a showy manner. Matthew was expressionless and silent. After a while, Lorraine couldn't help but pull up his collar. "I'm a little hot. Why don't I?" His words were mercilessly interrupted by Matthew. "Lorraine, I suggest you take care of your vocal cords for a while." Lorraine said innocently, "What do you mean?" Matthew rolled his eyes. "Shut up." Lorraine pursed his lips. After a moment of silence, he twisted his body again. "Aya, Matthew, why are you saying one thing and doing another behind my back?" Hey, don't touch my chest." Matthew looked at him in shock. "What are you talking about?" At this moment, Miss Owl stuck her head out and whispered, "Sorry, it's me. I didn't know that. Was your chest? I thought it was Matthew's." Lorraine shrugged. "It looks like I'm the third wheel." He was about to turn around, but he hesitated for a while and didn't dare to. Ella whispered to Matthew, "Matthew, the moon is out. I can take you to the moonlight woodlands to seek the help of the goddess." Matthew shook his head firmly. "I know you mean well, but there's no need for that for now." He couldn't ask Asha for help at this time. The foundation of the cooperation between the two sides had always been that the goddess was weak. If Matthew took the initiative to ask her for help, the balance of the cooperation would be different. Although the current situation was a little difficult, Matthew did not feel that he had reached a dead end. When he was squeezed together with Lorraine, he was constantly thinking about how to deal with the enemy. The dinosauruses definitely couldn't be killed. Its HP was unbelievably thick. Even a legendary mage would take a long time to grind it down with an instant death spell. After all, the dinosaurus' physique was too shocking, and their exuberant HP meant that they had extremely strong immunity against instant death. "I need to reach rank 4 first. Then, I'll come back." Matthew silently blacklisted dinosauruses. The same was true for the patterned crocodile. Matthew had never even seen it before, and he did not know what its abilities were. The chances of winning were not high. Among the 3 Lord-tier monsters, Matthew could only deal with one. In his thoughts, the sound of rapid flight came from the sky outside the cave. "It's the winged dragon wind god. It can't stand the loneliness and wants to attack at night." Lorraine tensed up. "It's fine. It came just in time." Matthew's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Do you have any plans?" Lorraine asked. Matthew shook his head. "It's not that fancy. It's just a small plan. The law of the rainforest is natural selection. However," he added, "but I might need your help later." As he spoke, he handed the cough magic staff to Lorraine. After telling him how to use the staff, he shared his little plan. Along the way, Lorraine had won Matthew's trust. If Lorraine was not trustworthy, Matthew felt that there was no one in the world that he could trust. "I understand." Lorraine nodded solemnly. He took out the booklet without hesitation and handed it to Matthew. "Take it and come back alive." Matthew looked at Lorraine in surprise. The latter's eyes were open as he gestured for Matthew to bring the book with him. Matthew did as he was told. Hint: you have equipped the strange item, Book of Fullness, your focus +3. Continue reading the Book of Fullness, and you will gain more focus. At the edge of the cave house, Matthew's mind was unprecedentedly calm. He could hear the sound of airflow fluctuations. He knew that the winged dragon wind god was nearby. It was very cunning and would not take the initiative to attack, but Matthew's next choice would make it lose the right to choose. Because it was the guardian of the soul of the rainforest, it could be cunning, but it could not lose the courage to seize the opportunity. And Matthew was going to give it such a great opportunity. In the next moment, he transformed into a raven and flew out gently. As soon as he came out of the cave, he saw the winged dragon wind god hovering above his head. Matthew flapped his wings and flew away. The latter was also stunned when it saw Raven. It did smell like a conspiracy, but the soul of the rainforest's ruthless nature did not allow it to hesitate. If it could be said that it was cautious before, then now, it could not find any reason to reject the open opportunity. Whoosh! The winged dragon wind god made a decision and pounced on Raven. In the sky, the airflow swayed. The raven flew unsteadily in the wind and was caught up by the winged dragon wind god in the blink of an eye. The latter's sharp claws were about to scratch Matthew's head. In the next moment, the raven used his last bit of strength and moved half an inch up. During this process, its body began to undergo rapid changes. Wilderness form, moon bear. Due to the moonlight, Matthew did not even need to pause when he switched forms. Everything happened in a flash, and even the winged dragon wind god, the overlord of the sky, did not have time to react. In a hurry, it suddenly leaned to the side. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moon bear grabbed the winged dragon wind god's wings, exerted strength in its waist, and mounted it. The winged dragon wind god let out a sorrowful cry. It flapped its wings with all its might, and its natural ability to cast spells began to show. With the help of the airflow, it managed to maintain its balance and soar downward at a relatively low speed. At the critical moment, Lorraine's help finally arrived. He stood at the edge of the cliff and aimed his staff at the whining winged dragon wind god. Puff! A gray light shot out and accurately hit the winged dragon. The latter began to cough violently. This time, it could no longer maintain its balance and fell down together with the moon bear. Matthew took advantage of the situation. He frantically slapped the back of the dragon with his bare paw. In the next moment, he seized the opportunity to twist the dragon's slender neck. The chaotic melee in the sky made it impossible for him to distinguish his direction. He could only rely on the wild instinct in his bones to use all his strength to twist. Gotcha! Matthew vaguely heard such a voice. The ground was getting closer and closer. The surrounding scenery became more and more dazzling. His heart began to beat faster, and he could only react instinctively. At the critical moment, a gentle female voice sounded in his ear, "Fly." For some reason, Matthew instinctively followed the other party's reminder and turned into a raven. He flapped his wings and barely maintained his balance when he was less than 20 meters from the ground. The winged dragon wind god wasn't so lucky. The weight it was bearing was even greater, and it fell to the ground with its face plastered. Rumble. Several trees were smashed into pieces by the dragon. In the end, the dragon hung on a tree stump, dying. Matthew folded his wings and transformed into a human. There were abnormal movements on both sides of the rainforest. On the left, the Deinosaurus was still running over. A giant crocodile's head silently emerged from the river on the right. Hiss! The winged dragon wind god used its last bit of strength to pounce at Matthew. However, Matthew's reaction was faster. He instantly transformed into a moon bear and slapped the winged dragon's head, shattering it into pieces. In order to prevent the dragon from attacking, Matthew grabbed its neck and beat its head and body crazily. A few minutes later. Only then did this brutal massacre come to an end. At this moment. It was only then that Matthew realized that the Deinosaurus had stopped in its tracks. The giant crocodile in the river had also disappeared without a trace. Hint: you have single-handedly killed the winged dragon wind god. You have obtained the opportunity to enter the sub-domain of the dragon domain, Dragon Slaying. Dragon Slayer, Pterodactyl. Your legend rating +1, Pterodactyl. You have obtained territory ability, Dragon Slayer Hero. Your resistance to dragon's might has been significantly increased. You have defeated the winged dragon wind god and passed the trial of the soul of the rainforest. You have obtained the opportunity to enter the Black Banyan Dream Realm. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, this is what I call a threat. Chapter 112, this is what I call a threat. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. The rainforest had always been very lively. But at that moment, Matthew felt peace. It was as if all sound had been swallowed. With his hearing blocked, Matthew's Other senses became unprecedentedly sensitive. He could feel the flow of the wind and could clearly see the morning dew on a flower 30 meters away. Under the effect of the eye of the jungle, he could see the situation in other directions without turning around. It was a wonderful feeling. Matthew seemed to be looking at the grass and trees in his 360-degree field of vision. He saw dinosauruses turn around and leave in disappointment. He saw the huge splash caused by the patterned crocodile when it sank into the water. He saw a few flying squirrels fly away from the tree crown. He saw a Django native standing on the top of the banyan tree and looking at them warily. He saw 2 piranha flowers fighting over territory. He saw a few large blue morphing butterflies flying around the ground. He saw a nest of transparent glass frogs patiently waiting for food. He saw a giant otter flip over by the river and accidentally fall into the water. Ah! Rainforest. This is the rainforest. The warm and humid wind blew past Matthew's face. He suddenly came back to his senses from that mysterious state. At this moment, 2 bright rays of light shot down from above, piercing through the lush branches and leaves. The first beam of light landed on the winged dragon wind god's corpse, and it quickly disappeared. The second ray of light shone on Matthew. Hint: the soul of the rainforest has invited you to enter the Black Banyan Dream. Do you wish to enter? Matthew was not in a hurry to receive the soul of the rainforest. He was still replaying the battle with the winged dragon wind god in his mind. He decided to strike while the iron was hot and relive the seemingly simple but thrilling battle. This was Matthew's first time experiencing such an exciting fight. This was also the source of his shock. Although the entire process did not last long, Matthew seemed to have easily killed the winged dragon wind god. However, it was indeed an extremely difficult process for a rank 2 necromancer to kill a rank 4 winged dragon. Matthew closed his eyes and focused on the replay of the battle. Soon, he concluded 2 key points and something worth reflecting on. The first key point was that he had successfully surprised the winged dragon wind god in the form of a moon bear. The winged dragon wind god was the overlord of the sky. With the control of the air, it would inevitably lose some of the advantages that other Tier 4 lords had. For example, an unbelievably exuberant vitality or an extremely high biological armor. Matthew speculated. With the dinosauruses and the patterned gigantic crocodiles' large HP, even if he were to attack them, he would need to stab them for more than 10 minutes before he could seriously injure them. What was even more terrifying was that if ordinary weapons were used, he might not even be able to break through their defenses. This was due to the Lord-tier supergiant monsters' biological armor. They were like a moving biological fortress. Not only were their destructive powers shocking, but their skin was also indestructible. This was also an important reason why Matthew did not dare to challenge those 2. However, the winged dragon wind god was different. The darling of the sky was destined not to have the high biological armor similar to the overlords of the land, which gave Matthew an opportunity. Back when they were fighting in the sky, Matthew discovered that his moon bear transformation could break through the pterosaur's biological armor. The moon bear's level was Lvii. The winged dragon wind god was quite fragile. This was probably the reason why it was so cautious. Once it lost control of the air, the winged dragon wind god was no different from an ordinary Tier 3 monster. Nature was fair. It wouldn't make you strong in all aspects. All in all, when the moon bear rode on the winged dragon's back, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The moon bear weighed 880 kilograms, while the winged dragon wind god only weighed about 550 kilograms. Even if the moon bear did not have the natural ability to control the airflow, the winged dragon wind god would definitely be at a disadvantage in terms of size and weight. Its slender neck and hooked claws were not suitable for close combat. The best outcome would be to die together with the moon bear. The second key point was Ash's reminder. This prevented Matthew from getting injured. With the moon bear's strong physique, while it was impossible for him to die if he fell down with the winged dragon, he could still be severely injured. The damage received in the shape-shifting form would also be reflected back to the main body to a certain extent. The goddess of moonlight's actions were undoubtedly kind. I owe you a small favor. Although he was still wary of the goddess of moonlight, Matthew was still very particular. He would remember this favor and repay it when the time was right. Moreover, strictly speaking, Matthew was able to climb onto the back of the pterosaur in the form of a moon bear because of the blessing of the goddess. The shape-shifting without casting was too powerful. Joining the Moonlight Society is still worth it. Matthew concluded with satisfaction. As for the point worth reflecting on, it wasn't about Matthew himself, but his enemy, the winged dragon wind god. Matthew used the enemy as a warning and learned from its mistake. If it had been a little calmer back then and tested the waters a little more, the outcome might have been different. Of course, this was also the fault of the Rainforest soul. If it didn't egg the dragon on, I wouldn't have been able to kill it so smoothly. The tragic end of the winged dragon wind god was a lesson for Matthew. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, This is what I call a threat. Chapter 113, This is what I call a threat. First, as long as one did not have an overwhelming battle strength, it was always right to probe a few more times. Second, be it in battle or other aspects, one must follow one's own train of thought. If one were disrupted by others, one would definitely die a miserable death. He came back to his senses. Matthew suddenly found himself illuminated by 8 spotlight-like lights. The message bar was filled with notifications that said, "The soul of the rainforest invites you to enter the Black Banyan Dream." You're really impatient. Matthew smiled and chose to agree before the 9th light of guidance descended. A light feeling came from under Matthew's feet, and then his entire body rose up, turning into bubbles in the glow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Black Banyan Dream realm. There were huge banyan trees everywhere, and the humid air was mixed with a faint heat. Vines hung on the branches of the banyan trees, and some of the vines were full of small white flowers. Matthew followed the guide through the forest and arrived in front of a black banyan tree that towered into the clouds. There was an altar under the banyan tree. Right above the altar stood a throne made of vines and animal skulls. At this moment, a young girl with an impatient face was sitting on the throne. Her skin was fair and her face was young, but her eyes were filled with killing intent. The girl was wearing clothes woven from leaves. Her legs were well proportioned and slender. Her fair and tender feet and toes were raised on the throne, which was quite eye-catching. Your movements are so slow, Necromancer. Hurry up and choose your spoils of war. This is my gift to you. The young girl's tone was very cold. As soon as she finished speaking, the phantoms of 3 miniature Lord-tier monsters appeared on the altar. Dinosauruses. Patterned crocodile. Winged dragon wind god. Other than the winged dragon wind god, which was a corpse, the other 2 were alive and kicking. Matthew could even see them walking around and looking for food. Choose 1 out of 3. I guess you probably won't consider other creatures, so I'm too lazy to bring them to you. Hurry up and choose, the girl urged. Don't be so wishy-washy. Be a man. Matthew's gaze wandered between the dinosauruses and the patterned gigantic crocodiles, and his eyes were filled with joy. He hesitated for a moment, then walked toward the dinosauruses. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the shadow, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Matthew reacted instantly and retracted his hand at lightning speed. He knew that it was the domain of temperance that sounded the alarm for him. Yeah, what right do I have to choose dinosauruses? I don't even have the courage to face it. It was the same for the patterned crocodile. According to the promise of the soul of the rainforest, he could choose the shape-shifting form from any creature that participated in the siege. However, this was clearly not in line with the spirit of the rainforest. Matthew looked up and saw that the smug smirk on the girl's face was quickly fading away. What are you doing? Hurry up and choose. The rainforest soul's impatience confirmed Matthew's guess. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. He walked past the dinosauruses and the patterned crocodile and reached out to touch the winged dragon wind god. I choose this. In the next second, Matthew's fingertips touched the phantom of the winged dragon wind god. A vast memory surged into his mind. He saw the blue sky, white clouds, cliffs, and strong winds. He saw the dense rainforest on the ground, the rivers that were like silver belts, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was wreaking havoc in the forest. Immediately after, his vision lowered, and a black shadow quickly swept across the rainforest. In an instant, he felt something heavy on his hook claw. Matthew lowered his head to take a look. It was a baby Tyrannosaurus Rex. Very quickly, The furious roar of an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex came from the depths of the rainforest. However, the pterosaur that Matthew possessed had already spread its wings and disappeared into the sky. Hint: you have obtained the shape-shifting form of the winged dragon wind god. Winged dragon wind god, prehistoric descendant / true dragon bloodline, light / overlord of the sky / descendant of Gale. The winged dragon wind god has the ability to dominate the sky, but remember, you are not truly invincible. The winged dragon wind god had mastered the instinctive spells of air control and wind force. Due to the fact that the winged dragon wind god is a first-generation dinosaur species, it is not recognized by the true dragon. It will even be despised by the giant dragon species. Some giant dragons will actively hunt for dinosaur species, so please be vigilant in areas where giant dragons appear. Due to your class level, the creature level of the winged dragon wind god you transformed into has been adjusted to level 12. Matthew was very satisfied to have obtained a new shape-shifting form, and it was an extremely powerful winged dragon wind god. He did not care about the creature level adjustment. The highest level of the wilderness form could not exceed the level of the player's class by 4 at most, otherwise, the player would be restricted. However, as long as Matthew completed his advancement, this problem would naturally be solved. After making his choice, Matthew looked at the girl on the throne and saw that she was puffing her cheeks and looking angry. Matthew couldn't help but ask, what would have happened if I had chosen Dinosauruses? The girl replied hatefully, of course, a Dinosauruses will jump out and fight you to the death. You didn't kill a rainforest creature yourself, and you want to obtain its form. You're dreaming too much. Matthew frowned. So your previous promise was actually a lie. The girl said disapprovingly, cunning is also the nature of the rainforest. The final selection process is also a part of the trial. I've already treated you well enough and sent the winged dragon wind god to go easy on you. Trial. Matthew was surprised. Don't you ask for a trial? The girl asked, moreover, it's the highest level of domain trial. Although you offended me, I have to admit that you successfully passed the trial. I won't be stingy with your rewards. As she spoke, a green glow rose from the throne below her and landed on Matthew's body. Hint: you have passed the Rainforest Soul's Wilderness Trial, Domain. Version. You have successfully stepped into the Nature subdomain Rainforest, and have completed a short stay in it. As a reward for stepping into the domain, you can choose one of the following 3 abilities. Vigorous Energy, energy recovery speed increased by 100%. Master Biologist, you can instantly gain a large amount of knowledge about rainforest creatures. Arrow Frog's Gift, every 7 days, you will receive a small portion of the rainforest arrow frog's poison extract. So I was in a daze just now and saw so many rainforest creatures because I entered the domain. Matthew was enlightened. However, he soon became conflicted because he wanted all 3 options. Witchman didn't love power. Rainforest knowledge was also very important. The poison of the arrow frog was to Matthew's liking. He hesitated for a moment and decided to make a bold move. Why are you so slow? The girl urged unhappily, pick one and get out. However, in the next second. However, she heard Matthew say in all seriousness, I can't make a choice. The girl said irritably, why? Matthew said. Because I never initiated the wilderness trial. I'm just a traveler who has just entered the rainforest. I was trying to communicate with you in the most basic way. The girl was stunned. What did you say? Matthew calmly explained his encounter. He swore that he did not request a trial from the soul of the rainforest. After the girl heard this, she frowned, and her eyes were blank. Wasn't it you? Then who was the one who sent me the trial request? Matthew smiled. That's not important. The important thing is that you seem to have neglected your duty. You threw a poor person who shouldn't have participated in the brutal wilderness trial to 3 Lord-tier monsters. Even if you are the soul of the rainforest, that won't cut it. The girl said unhappily, are you threatening me? Matthew shook his head and said, no, that wasn't a threat. It was just a statement of fact. After saying that, he took out blazing glue, fiery dragon oil, and Molotov cocktail from his inventory and waved them in front of the soul of the rainforest. Now, this is what you call a threat. More than 10 kilometers away. In a mysterious cave. 3 Django natives walked out side by side. One of them was an old rainforest shaman with a face full of oil paint. He looked into the depths of the rainforest in confusion and said to the tall man beside him, "Why didn't our ritual receive a response from the soul of the rainforest? Has it really abandoned us?" Chapter 114, Chapter 114, He smells like oak tree. Chapter 114, He smells like oak tree. This is already the second time we've held a sacrificial ritual recently. There was clearly a fluctuation the first time, but there was no reaction this time. The wrinkles on the old shaman's face were almost squeezed together. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation in my life. A skinny young man next to him said worriedly, "The people in the tribe have always been dissatisfied with the sacrifice of resources to Lumiere. After 2 consecutive failures, I'm afraid the second elder and the others will not give in anymore." The old shaman nodded solemnly. "I'll think of a way later." The old man turned around and looked at the cave that was filled with candles. Then, he let out a long sigh. "You can stop, Izaros. This is my advancement ritual. There's no need to use the tribe's resources." The tall native named Lumiere said calmly, "I don't want to trouble you for my matters anymore." The old shaman, Izaros, smiled kindly. "Silly child, you are the future of the Black Banyan tribe. It is my duty to serve you. I believe in my own judgment. Among all the Djangos, only you have the chance to break through to the 5th tier and even become a legend. You will become the king of the rainforest, Lumiere." Lumiere walked over and grabbed the old man's withered hand. He said sincerely, "I'm serious, Izaros. If you believe in your own vision, then you should believe that the future king of the rainforest can solve this problem on his own." Izaros was stunned for a moment. He looked at the young man before him with a complicated gaze. For a moment, he seemed to have seen the scene more than 20 years ago when he held Lumiere, who was still a baby in his swaddling clothes, and the latter cried loudly, "You've grown up, Lumiere." The old shaman was filled with emotion. His hand that was holding Lumiere trembled slightly. "I believe you, but you have to tell me, how do you plan to solve this problem yourself?" Lumiere said firmly, "The soul of the rainforest didn't respond to us. It might not have abandoned the Black Banyan tribe, but it could also be a test for me. In the next few days, I will hunt the twin-legged flying dragons or patterned crocodiles alone. Every hour, I will offer a sacrifice of this level to the honorable soul of the rainforest. I believe that my devotion is enough to move the soul of the rainforest." The old shaman was instantly moved. "This is very dangerous." Lumiere smiled confidently. "Yes, I am dangerous to the ferocious beasts in the rainforest. Don't forget, Izaros, I'm the only blood hunter of the Black Banyan tribe." He put down the old man's hands and called out to the thin young man, "Ajin, help me take care of Izaros. I'll be back soon. When I return, I'll be a tier 5 child of the rainforest. Wait for my good news." As he spoke, Lumiere leapt up the tree like a cheetah, then darted around the branches like an ape. Within a few breaths, his figure merged with the vast rainforest. Black Banyan Dream Realm. Put away all your annoying things. The girl on the throne was furious. This is Black Banyan's dream realm, and it will not tolerate the blasphemy of arsonists. Matthew smiled as he slowly put away the items. "You're mistaken. I'm not an evil arsonist. I'm just a lowly necromancer. As you can see, I'm seriously injured." It's mainly mental trauma and shock, and this is mainly due to your mistake. You seem to have transferred an advancement ritual for a 4th tier profession to me, a 2nd tier mage. No matter what, this should be considered an accident, right? I believe that a responsible soul like you will definitely not sit idly by. The girl immediately stomped her feet in anger. "Are you blackmailing me? How dare you extort a nature soul? Aren't you afraid that I'll kick you out of here immediately?" Matthew bent his waist even deeper and said in a servile manner, "I'm afraid. Of course, I believe that your might is unquestionable in Black Banyan's dream realm. But what about outside the dream? Perhaps you don't know, but I happen to have the oak subdomain, and I can access the nature domain through it. You don't want the will of nature to know about this accident caused by your negligence, do you?" The girl's eyes widened as she stared at Matthew as if she wanted to swallow him alive. All 10 toes on her fair little feet were clenched tightly. Clearly, she was extremely furious. However, when she heard the last sentence, her face suddenly turned pale. After a moment of silence, she asked coldly, "What exactly do you want?" "Annoying Oakman." Matthew said humbly, "Just a little compensation." The girl said impatiently, "If you have something to say, say it." Matthew looked at her with interest. "First, I want to know your honorific name." The soul of the rainforest originally had no name, but Matthew realized that the girl in front of him was a little special, so he wanted to know more about her. Matthew's question seemed to have stepped on the girl's little tail. She jumped up from the throne and asked fiercely, "Why are you asking this?" Matthew smiled calmly. "If it's not convenient, you don't have to say it." The girl pursed her lips and said reluctantly, "Suya." It was a name that sounded a little different from the common language of Ander. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Suya. Not Sophia or something like that. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, He smells like oak tree. Chapter 115, He smells like oak tree. Suya snorted, expressing her affirmation. "Who gave you your name?" Matthew knew that the naming of nature's soul was very particular. Ella's name was given to her by the goddess of moon, and those who were qualified to name the rainforest soul were not ordinary people. Moreover, the structure of her name was similar to that of the Sioux people further south. He was naturally very interested. "I'm not telling you." Suya said indignantly, "Why do you care, stinky oakman?" "All right then." Matthew didn't dwell on it. "Then let's discuss the compensation." Suya crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze sharp as a knife. "Say what you want, but you better know when to stop." Matthew said naturally, "I want all 3 abilities from the rainforest domain." Suya's expression, which had just regained its calm, instantly twisted. "You're shameless. How can you be so greedy? You wanted all 3 domain abilities. As expected of a disgusting oakman. You didn't even know the most basic sense of shame." Matthew was indifferent. "You can scold me even more harshly, but it doesn't hurt me. I'm just asking for a little compensation." "Impossible." Suya decisively refused, "This goes against the rules set by the will of nature." Matthew said with a playful expression, "But you have already violated the rules set by the will of nature." Suya's face turned pale as she tried her best to defend herself, that was not intentional. Matthew shrugged. "I'm afraid the will of nature will not think so." Suya slumped weakly on the black banyan throne. Her gaze was a little dull. After a while, she weakly supported herself with the throne and straightened her body. "At most, 2. Deal." Matthew readily agreed. Suya looked at Matthew in shock. You. Matthew, who had succeeded, tried his best to make his smile look warm and amiable. "Hint, you have acquired the domain abilities Vigorous and Arrow Frog Poison. You have obtained Poison Canister, Arrow Frog's Poison, XL." A small wooden jar appeared in Matthew's hand. It looked like a small medicine bottle, but it was made of hollowed wood and a stopper. There was nothing in the jar, but 7 days later, Matthew would be able to obtain a portion of the toxin extract of the rainforest arrow frog. This was a true poison. Except for the native species of the rainforest or people with high poison resistance, the arrow frog's poison could easily kill ordinary people or monsters. Unfortunately, he had to slowly wait for the bottle to fill. But no matter what, it was a huge boost to Matthew's crossbow. Other than the 2 domain abilities, Matthew also obtained a permanent status called Predator and a temporary status through the rainforest domain. Predator: when you attack in your shape-shifting form and successfully kill and devour a creature of medium size or above, you can digest it within 60 seconds and obtain additional stamina, mana, and health points. Cooldown: 6 hours. Irascible Soul: when you are in a state of anger, anger will also return your strength, all attributes +1 in anger. You can also transfer this power to your summoned creature. Duration: 120 days. Predator was a very useful recovery method, although it was limited. However, it was precisely the shape-shifting form that recovered the slowest after being injured. The winged dragon, wind god or moon bear would be a little more invincible in a prolonged battle with the predator buff. The more troublesome thing is that it needs to be swallowed raw. Moreover, it requires medium-sized creatures, meaning at least cows and sheep. Matthew thought about the scene of him swallowing an animal whole, and a chill ran down his spine. However, he knew that this only required a process of adaptation. The wilderness was different from humans, and he had to overcome this. As for the irascible soul, it was relatively ordinary. As a temporary state, not to mention the oak trees, double harvest, even the hand of paleness given by the undying domain was much stronger than it. All attributes +1 was indeed a very powerful increase. In a sense, it could also be used to save on attribute improvement scrolls. But the problem was, Matthew's temper was too good. He rarely got angry. Even if this ability lasts for 360 days, I probably won't be able to use it. Matthew shook his head in his heart. At this point, Matthew had already dabbled in the domains of oak, undying, temperance, dragon slaying, and rainforest. It was reflected in the Tai Chi symbol, which was the addition of 2 small commas in the green commas on the left. It symbolized nature and its 2 subdomains, oak and rainforest. There was also a small comma on the right side of death, undying. Dragon slaying and temperance were in the form of small commas on the outside, surrounding the Tai Chi symbol in a symmetrical manner. It looked like many stars surrounded the moon. According to the current trend, Matthew would become a domain integration master sooner or later. However, he was not pleased. Ronan had said that the domain was only a tool and that one should not delve too deep into it. These words were reflected greatly in the gods. They had elevated their domains into divinity and possessed incredible power, but this also meant that they were limited by their designated domain. Even without the arrival of the Calamity Mage, the gods might not be able to proceed down the divine path smoothly. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, He Smells Like Oak Tree. Chapter 116, He Smells Like Oak Tree. Thank you for your gift. After packing up, Matthew politely prepared to leave. But before I leave, I have a small request. Suya, who was seated on the throne, had long lost her initial vigor. She replied weakly, "Speak." "Next, I'm going to pass through the rainforest. Although I've just entered the domain, it's not safe, so I hope to obtain a little blessing." Matthew's attitude was quite frank. Suya stared at him in disbelief. "What do you think I am to you? Do you think you can take anything you want?" Matthew sighed. "You're making me too sad by saying that. I happen to have the oak domain." Pa. A white light flew out from Suya's body and quickly entered Matthew's body. Hint, you have received the blessing of the soul of the rainforest, Suya, Suya's joy. Suya's joy, when you walk in the rainforest, most plants and creatures will show you a friendly attitude. Duration, 18 days. Now, get lost. The girl gritted her teeth and shouted. Matthew had no reason to refuse. As you wish. A strong light flashed. Matthew's body turned into bubbles and disappeared without a trace. On the throne. The girl's body suddenly curled up slightly, and her slender neck involuntarily leaned back. Her face was deeply flushed, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her hands hung weakly. After a long time, a satisfied moan sounded. The humiliation and helplessness on Suya's face had long since faded away, replaced by a deep joy. At this moment, a little flying squirrel descended from the black banyan tree above the throne. The little flying squirrel looked up at Suya and asked in confusion, "Lord Suya, you clearly deliberately imposed that trial on him. Why did you act threatened by him?" Suya glanced at the little flying squirrel, and her face was flushed with disdain as she said, "What do you know? He smelled like oak. And I hate oak the most." I could sense that the soul of the oak beside him had yet to take form. "This is my chance, I'll take him away from the oak." The little flying squirrel said thoughtfully, "So you still haven't gotten over the shadow of that incident?" Suya glanced at him. Suddenly, a kick flew up. She kicked the flying squirrel far away. After a while, the second flying squirrel jumped down from the banyan tree and looked at the throne curiously. "Lord Suya, if you want to snatch that man away, why don't you be more straightforward?" Suya held her chin with one hand and said in a tone full of disdain, "What do you imo?" A truly brilliant hunter usually appeared in the form of his prey. Besides, I'm the soul of the rainforest. If I want to snatch a man, I'll either conquer him or be conquered by him. There's no third possibility. Little flying squirrel number 2 nodded affirmatively. Then you've probably been conquered. Bang. Suya skillfully launched a powerful volley and kicked flying squirrel number 2 to the horizon. After a while, the third flying squirrel landed. This little flying squirrel looked rather honest and was only reporting diligently. Lord Suya, the people of the Black Banyan tribe have held 2 sacrificial ceremonies. They are begging you to hold an advancement ceremony for the blow archer named Lumiere. Suya's big eyes rolled up. Let him wait. I am not free. Little flying squirrel number 3 said awkwardly, but that Lumiere is determined. In the past few hours, he has killed and sacrificed 8 wyverns or monsters of the same level. It's not good for you to neglect your duties like this. Besides, what's so good about that man? Why don't you take a look at me? Is there something that man has that I don't? Little flying squirrel number 3 suddenly puffed out its chest and looked at Suya with a burning gaze. Suya sized up little flying squirrel number 3 and immediately sneered, "You're too small." As she spoke, she stood up with an unfriendly look in her eyes. Don't kick, don't kick. I can fly away by myself." Before flying squirrel number 3 could finish its sentence, it heard a whoosh. It was kicked into a black shadow and flew far away. It was even kicked out of Black Banyan's dream realm. Suya stood on the throne, her gaze gradually becoming sharp. No one or anything can stop me from snatching a man. Do you hear that? Accompanied by her energetic declaration, more and more flying squirrels jumped down from the banyan tree, forming a waterfall of flying squirrels. We heard it. We'll go and get some information for you now. For a moment, all the little flying squirrels in the Black Banyan dream realm swarmed out of their nests and into the rainforest. Deep in the rainforest, by the river, Matthew met up with Lorraine through Ella. The moment the latter saw Matthew, he gave him a big hug. This made Matthew feel a little touched. It's great that you're alive. I'm really worried that if you die like this, I won't be able to get an answer to my second question. Lorraine joked. Matthew simply asked, "So what is your second question?" Lorraine shrugged. "You're a necromancer." "I have confirmed that. But I noticed that you can use several shape-shifting forms. This can't be explained by coincidence, right?" "Of course, I'm just curious. If this involves your secret, you can refuse to answer." Matthew smiled. "This is indeed my secret. However, I would have told you this secret later, so there's no harm in telling you now. I yearn for life, but I also chase death. I know the undead, and I stand with the oak forest. This might seem like a deviant act to others, but to me, it's my way of equilibrium. This is my path of legend." Lorraine looked at Matthew in surprise. However, before he could speak, a trembling voice came from the forest beside him. "Wait. Are there still practitioners of the art of equilibrium in this world?" Matthew turned around. Old Lucky was wearing a forest disguise and was looking at him with a complicated expression. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Gold Coast. Chapter 117, Gold Coast. You know the art of equilibrium. Matthew looked at Old Lucky in surprise. Old Lucky patted the branches on his body and walked out from the bushes. "I've met an envoy of equilibrium several times. He saved my life twice. A very great man." Matthew hurriedly asked, "Where is the envoy of equilibrium now? Is it convenient for you to reveal more?" Old Lucky said regretfully, "I don't know where he went either. In fact, I only know a little about the art of equilibrium. I only know that it's a path created by the Sioux in the south. About 100 years ago, when the Sioux and Django were still friendly, the Django shamans and the Sioux elders had a very deep exchange of knowledge. At that time, the two sides had built many houses on the Gold Coast, and they were very close. It was said that the Sioux was also encouraging the Djangos to build a ship that could cross the sea with them. They claimed that as long as the ship was built, they could bring back the wealth hidden in the depths of the sea and share it with the Djangos. Many of the Djangos were tempted. They yearned for the Sioux's superb technology. The two sides were working together more closely, and the art of equilibrium was probably a product of that time. But when the feathered serpent god got angry, the Djangos had to cut off all contact with the Sioux. Later on, there were no more practitioners of the art of equilibrium in the rainforest. I heard that the Sioux themselves lost the complete inheritance of the art of equilibrium. The one I met when I was young was probably the last envoy of equilibrium of the Sioux. His final destination seems to be the sea. I'm not sure. Matthew was slightly disappointed. So, you're here for the art of equilibrium. Old Lucky unconsciously rubbed his tobacco leaves. Matthew nodded. Then I advise you to lower your expectations. Old Lucky sighed and said. The number of the Sioux has been greatly reduced. A considerable number of the Sioux are only willing to believe that the other side of the sea is their home. They are unwilling to integrate into the life of this continent. These people's final destination is the sea. A small number of Sioux who were willing to integrate here lost their ancestral skills and became island natives, not much stronger than the Jangos. Matthew quickly adjusted his state of mind. Thank you for your reminder, but since I'm already here, I should continue to try. Old Lucky didn't say anything else. Lorraine, who was beside him, asked curiously, what do you mean by their final destination is the sea? Did they turn into Nogas? Old Lucky coughed twice. He didn't want to answer, but when he saw Matthew's curious expression, he said, it's a secret ritual of the Sioux. They firmly believe that the souls of their ancestors on the other side of the sea will guide them on their way back. Therefore, before they die, or when they feel a strong calling, they will step into the sea empty-handed. Lorraine was shocked. Is that not suicide? Old Lucky frowned. In our opinion, this is no different from sending themselves to their deaths. However, it has an extraordinary meaning to them. They consider themselves to be wanderers who were abandoned by their homeland. In order to return to their homeland, they are willing to do anything. In this regard, the Sioux have a particularly strong obsession. Is there such an obsession? Lorraine asked in surprise. It's really puzzling. Old Lucky immediately warned, in any case, when you're in alien territory, reselecting their customs is the most basic Cortez and survival rule. The Jangos are like this, and so are the Sioux. It's fine for us to discuss a few things behind their backs now, but we can't say these things in front of them. Lorraine pursed his lips, but he soon became happy again, as if he had new material. Let's go. Matthew reminded them, this rainforest shouldn't cause us trouble anymore. As he spoke, as if to confirm this point, he walked towards the two piranha flowers that had been fighting. Be careful. Old Lucky shouted. It's all right. Matthew replied casually. Then, Old Lucky and Lorraine were surprised to see Matthew walk to the piranha flower unscathed. The moment he got close, the two piranha flowers actually stopped fighting. Moreover, they did not attack Matthew. Instead, they kept swaying their bodies as if they were yearning for something. Didn't you say that this rainforest hates you? Lorraine looked as if he had seen a ghost. I think she doesn't hate me that much now. Matthew smiled and stretched out his hand. The two piranha flowers frantically rubbed the back of Matthew's hand with their flower buds as if they had been domesticated for many years. This scene was too horrifying and bizarre. Old Lucky almost lost his grip on the pipe in his hand. Magic, you must have used magic. Lorraine shouted. Why don't you move aside and let me try? Matthew took half a step back. Before Lorraine could step forward, the two piranha flowers snapped with fury, and they started to pinch each other crazily. One of the flowers spun around in a big circle after the scuffle was too intense. It suddenly brushed past Lorraine's trousers. The serrated edge of the flower bud suddenly extended and scraped off a few pieces of cloth on his body. Matthew. The duration of your spell is too short. Lorraine shouted. But at this moment, Matthew turned around and walked into another bush. He could feel that he had entered a strange state. Before he could even do anything, the bushes automatically parted to the sides. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Gold Coast. Chapter 118, Gold Coast. A viper groveled at him, and two burrowing owls greeted him. For some reason, a little flying squirrel with a bruised nose and swollen face raised a few berries to him. He could clearly feel the direction he was heading in. The path would be smooth and unobstructed. From then on, even without Old Lucky as a guide, Matthew could successfully cross the rainforest. Suya's joy is indeed delightful. Matthew thought. Recalling the encounter in Black Banyan Dream, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Mistake? Who would believe that? The process of transferring the advancement ritual that originally belonged to a Tier 4 adventurer to a Tier 2 mage was like forcefully stuffing a utility pole into a Coke bottle. This process was extremely rough. It couldn't be a mistake. Suya definitely did it on purpose. The Rainforest soul's temperament was unpredictable, but Matthew guessed that it was most likely related to his high affinity with nature. In the Black Banyan Dream realm. Although Suya's attitude towards him was very bad, scolding and fierce, her gaze never left Matthew, not even for a moment. Matthew understood that look too well. In short, boys had to protect themselves when they were alone outside. He knew that once his high affinity with nature established a connection with nature's souls and spiritual creatures, they would involuntarily want to get close to him. It was fine for people like Lulu and Ella. However, the soul of the Rainforest, Suya, was no pushover. Her possessiveness was even more obvious. Conquering the soul of the Rainforest was not an easy task. Matthew did not have that level of self-conceit, so he would rather believe that Suya was acting. It's sometimes quite troublesome to have a high affinity with nature. However, on second thought, it was better to be high than low, right? It would take a lot of effort for people with low affinity to communicate with the soul of the Rainforest. Thinking of this, Matthew turned around and urged, "Let's go." The two of them, who were stunned by the unbelievable scene in front of them, finally came back to their senses. Practitioners of the art of equilibrium are indeed born unusual. Old Lucky sighed and then silently followed Matthew's footsteps. Lorraine spread his hands. "So, should I change the title of my work? Matthew the Equilibrium Master. What do you think?" 2.5 days later. The group passed through layers of rainforest and arrived at a large lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. This is Dalong Lake. Plesiosaurs often appear by the lake. Someone once saw a prehistoric thunder dragon in the center of the lake, but that was a legend from a long time ago. The further they went to the center of the lake, the lower the temperature became. Old Lucky leisurely introduced, "However, we won't stay at the Dalong Lake for too long. Next, we'll walk along the rainforest on the eastern shore of the lake. It'll take us at most 2.5 days to leave the rainforest and arrive at our destination, the Gold Coast." He had been very relaxed as a guide for the past 2 days. Even a fool could see the love the rainforest soul had for Matthew. Wherever he was, no rainforest creature would dare to offend him. Old Lucky only needed to lead the way in peace. The only one who was dissatisfied was Lorraine. It was less fun, but when Old Lucky suggested that he take him on another path away from Matthew, he immediately kept quiet. After a while, he said that he would fight side by side with Matthew and would never give up on his companions. A group of people was resting by the Dalong Lake, enjoying the beautiful scenery while drinking fresh water. It was evening. The surface of the open lake glistened. Matthew noticed that many animals were drinking water by the lake. Wolves, honey badgers, bears, foxes, monkeys, rabbits. These animals seemed to completely ignore each other when drinking water, and the scene was very peaceful. But very quickly, this peaceful scene was broken. A plesiosaur suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the lake, causing countless splashes. Many animals were scared away. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly charged out from behind a rock on the shore. His speed was as fast as a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the shore. Then, with a leap, he directly rode on the neck of the plesiosaur. Hiss! The plesiosaur let out an angry roar. But soon, the roar turned into a wail. Matthew saw it clearly. The half-naked Django native with a few blow darts hanging from his waist suddenly grabbed the neck of the plesiosaur. As the latter struggled, he suddenly slapped the neck of the plesiosaur with his right palm. Pa! 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 The speed of the native's palm strikes was extremely fast. In about 3 breaths, he had slapped the dinosaur over 100 times. Immediately after, the 3 of them saw the plesiosaur's neck seemingly lose its support as it fell weakly to the shore. All the beasts on the shore fled in fear, and the sand and dust flew everywhere. When the 3 of them passed through the sand and approached the shore, they found that the overly strong native was dragging the plesiosaur's neck into the rainforest. The plesiosaur was already dead. Not to mention Matthew and Lorraine, even Old Lucky had never seen such a strange and effective dragon hunting technique. He's a blow dart user, but he doesn't use blow darts. His strength is astonishing. Old Lucky speculated. It's also possible that a monster of this level isn't worth him using his weapon. Killing a level 13 plesiosaur with his bare hands, this person was too strong. The three of them looked at the native warily. Chapter 119, Gold Coast. Chapter 119, Gold Coast. On the contrary, the latter greeted them generously. Hey, outsiders. You'd better not stay too long by the lake. There's a nest of plesiosaurs here. They're very vengeful, but they often can't recognize humans, so they'll attack you indiscriminately. Hurry up and leave this place. Old Lucky took a few steps forward. Hello, child of the Rainforest. May I ask which tribe you are from? The men smiled and said, Hello, my name is Lumiere. I'm from the Black Banyan tribe. But don't worry, I'm different from them. I'm not as xenophobic as the old guys in the tribe. I'm a man who wants to become the king of the rainforest. I know how to improve. If there's a chance, I'd like to see the outside world. Seeing that his attitude was not bad, Lorraine also went over and asked curiously, What are you doing? I'm trying to please the soul of the rainforest, Lumiere explained patiently. I'm asking her to help me organize an advancement ritual. Advancement ritual? Lorraine was intrigued. Can we watch? I haven't seen the advancement process of the rainforest warrior. Lumiere smiled embarrassedly. That won't do. It's not that I'm xenophobic, but this is our tribe's tradition. It's not convenient for outsiders to visit. Moreover, for your safety, you'd better leave quickly. Although most adventurers who could enter the depths of the rainforest had some skills, the Dalong Lake is different. There is a completely different ecology here from the rainforest. Even the soul of the rainforest could not control this place, so we had to be careful. Old Lucky nodded, indicating that he would leave as soon as possible. Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, Lorraine felt embarrassed to continue pestering him. Only Matthew had a complicated look in his eyes. At this moment, he had already guessed that this native in front of him was the unlucky fellow who had prayed to Suya for the advancement ritual. Although this matter had nothing to do with Matthew, and he was even a victim himself, he still wanted to get Lumiere's help as much as possible. How many high-level monsters have you killed? He asked. Lumiere thought for a moment. 21 wyverns, 13 patterned crocodiles, 2 jungle leopards, and some other miscellaneous prey. I've almost cleared the rainforest in the north of Dalong Lake. I was forced to come to Dalong Lake to hunt. Matthew thought to himself, I knew it. Suya was not in the mood to hold an advancement ceremony for others. Matthew felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about how the soul of the rainforest had been staring at him for the past few days. He wanted to help Lumiere even more. Matthew said, How can you be sure that you can move the soul of the rainforest in this way? You've killed so many wild beasts, but she's still indifferent. Don't you think there's something wrong? Lumiere was stunned for a moment, and for the first time, an unhappy expression appeared on his face. Do you know more about the soul of the rainforest than I do? Outsider, I grew up here. I know her better than you do. I am certain that killing is the only way to please the soul of the rainforest. Maybe you're right, Matthew said with a smile. But why don't you change your mind? In the past, it was always one person holding a sacrificial ritual, right? You're still hunting a plesiosaur, which means that the soul of the rainforest has not responded to you. Why don't you let the three of us outsiders accompany you this time? Perhaps we can bring you good luck. Lorraine also tried to persuade him. What he said is not without reason. Perhaps you're just lacking a little bit of luck. Coincidentally, I'm known as the Bard of Good Luck by the Cloud Elves in Cloud Edge City. With me watching, your rainforest soul might even respond to you. Old Lucky frowned. He wanted to stop the two of them from acting rashly, but when he thought of Matthew's peculiarity, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Lumiere hesitated. Matthew struck while the iron was hot. Tradition is meant to be broken. If you agree to let us watch, then one day, if you leave the rainforest and can't integrate into human civilization, you can come to Rolling Stone Town to find me. I'll give you some help. Lorraine waved his hand and said, Hell. You can go to any city. As long as you say Lorraine's name, you'll have a lot of friends. Well, it might bring you a little trouble. There will be a lot of women looking for you. You just have to tell them that Lorraine has been buried in the sea. Lumiere looked hesitantly at the two in front of him. After a while, he finally agreed. All right, I do need a change of luck, but you can't make any noise during the ritual. You can't offend the soul of the rainforest. She is my goddess. The two nodded in agreement. Lumiere was swift and decisive. He soon brought them to the place where he was holding the sacrificial ceremony. It was a damp crypt. Beside the crypt, there were piles of wyverns and other creatures' corpses. Some of the corpses had already rotted and stank. The sacrificial ritual was quite simple. Lumiere was soon ready. He stabbed 3 wooden stakes into the plesiosaur's head from 3 different angles. Then he lay on the body of the plesiosaur and took a big bite. Then he chanted a long chant in Django language that no one else could understand. A few minutes later, Lumiere spat out the scales from his mouth. His eyes were filled with disappointment. As expected, it still doesn't work. Matthew walked over and gently stroked the plesiosaur's corpse. Suddenly, a dark red light emerged from the corpse. Matthew immediately ran away. Lumiere, on the other hand, pounced on it happily. Whoosh! The red light entered Lumiere's chest. The rainforest in the distance began to tremble violently. I feel it, I feel it. The soul of the rainforest has given me a response. He knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes. I knew my devotion would move my goddess. I'm going to hunt that dinosaur now. After killing it, I'll become the true king of the rainforest. In addition to joy, from the corner of his eye, Lumiere saw Matthew fleeing. He couldn't help but shout, "Hey, foreigner, I still don't know your name." "Matthew, my name is Matthew. Remember, Matthew of Rolling Stone Town." His voice came through the thick leaves of the rainforest. Lumiere repeated the name in his mind. Then, he stood up with a determined look in his eyes. He roared and ran in the direction of the earthquake. I'll go take a look at the outside world after I conquer the rainforest. Tremble, Dinosauruses, the king of the rainforest is here. Even if he ran far away in one breath. Matthew and the other 2 also heard Lumiere's long howl. The king of the rainforest, huh? Lorraine didn't seem to like this title. There's still a hint of barbarism in it. Matthew revealed an appreciative smile. I quite like him. After all, who doesn't like a confident man? 2 days later, the group finally left the rainforest. The lush scenery along the way was left behind by them. The sea breeze with a salty smell greeted them. On the boundless sea, small islands were faintly discernible. The waves crashed against the golden beach. Shells, coconuts, fish, and shrimp could be seen everywhere. Matthew bathed in the sea breeze along the coast, and a strange resonance surged in his heart. Prompt: you have discovered the Aruni Sea/Gold Coast. You have sensed the domain, equilibrium. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Equal Stream Island and Noga. Chapter 120, Equal Stream Island and Noga. The domain was a fixed, continuous, and covered form of presence. It was similar to a magic array. Once it was set up, it only needed regular maintenance to be effective for a long time. Matthew stood by the sea, quietly feeling the faintly discernible power of equilibrium. Someone set up a domain field here, but it hasn't been maintained for a long time. This was what his perception told him. At the same time, more information surged into his mind. The equilibrium domain field was designed to correct the natural deviation and harmonize the balance of the elements. Those who lived here for a long time would have their bodies and minds balanced and would be healthier and happier than living elsewhere. Other than that, what other uses did the domain have? Matthew could not sense it. The domain was temporarily unable to resonate with Matthew. Being able to grasp this fleeting opportunity was already a manifestation of his agile reaction. Hint: you have communicated with the domain field, equilibrium, left behind by the envoy of equilibrium. You have obtained the elements of the domain of equilibrium, coordinated. Accumulate more elements, and you will obtain the opportunity to enter the equilibrium domain. This wasn't Matthew's first time obtaining an element, but what was different from before was that the coordinated element directly triggered a change in the Tai Chi symbol. Matthew saw that the two large commas, nature and undying, had sunk a certain distance. A trace outlined by a dotted line appeared in the empty space above. It was a large comma that was exactly the same size and shape as nature and undying. Equilibrium. Matthew knew what it meant even without the words. At that moment, he could feel that there was a force that filled the last piece of the puzzle for him. As expected, it's not easy to master undying and nature at the same time. Only by introducing a third party's equilibrium can the path of legend be complete. Matthew's heart was filled with an uncontrollable sense of satisfaction, as if a missing piece of his heart had suddenly been filled. That feeling was indescribable. However, he did not stay in that feeling for too long. Because in reality, it was time for the trio to bid farewell as they traversed the rainforest. In front of you is the Evening Wind Pier. You can recruit boatmen there to head to any island in the Aruni Sea. I will stay in the nearby forest for 15 days. If I don't see you within 15 days, I will return to the rainforest. After saying these two sentences, Old Lucky contentedly filled his pipe with tobacco leaves and stopped to watch the two leave. Thank you. You are the most reliable guide I have ever met. Matthew thanked him politely. Old Lucky laughed. Have you met many guides? Matthew said honestly, you are the first. Old Lucky nodded. Then what you said is not bad. As they spoke, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Lorraine walked over while stretching. Dear Matthew, I'm afraid I won't be able to travel with you anymore. Old Lucky looked at him curiously. From your attitude on the way here, I thought you would keep pestering him until you succeeded. Lorraine widened her eyes and said unhappily. Hey, Old Lucky, what nonsense are you talking about? Matthew is my brother. I'm not the kind of guy who would take advantage of his brother. Old Lucky raised his hands in surrender. Then what is your real purpose in crossing the rainforest? Matthew asked. Lorraine said with a beaming face. You didn't expect this, did you? I had actually successfully deceived Old Lucky. The Django women were never my intention. The women in the jungle had a wild beauty, but I was a little obsessed with cleanliness and could not accept their dirty bodies. The reason why I was willing to go through all the hardships to come here was because a friend asked me to go to St. G Island to play. He said that there were moderate Nogas, sea elf women, and stone elemental beauties who were willing to have sex with humans. One had to know that it was too dangerous to take a boat to St. G Island from the sea. It would pass through the territory of the radical Noga. Therefore, I specially thought of a genius plan. I would reach the Aruni Sea through the less dangerous rainforest. After that, I would head all the way east and meet up with my friends at the agreed location. After that, it would be a good day for me to go out to sea. Matthew's expression turned strange. That friend of yours, have you met him in real life? Lorraine shook his head decisively. No, we mainly communicate through messengers and confide in each other. He has a good personality and is an upright person. Matthew couldn't help but ask, so, you believed everything he said unconditionally? Lorraine smiled and gave Matthew a big hug. Don't worry about me, Matthew. You have to know that I've also trusted you unconditionally these days. Matthew wanted to say something, but he stopped. He only wished Lorraine a smooth journey and hoped that she could sleep with a few more foreign women. He recalled Lorraine's actions along the way. Matthew knew that he was not the playboy he looked like. Lorraine's true strength might be much higher than his own, and this did not include the magical tools in his hands. It was indeed unnecessary to worry about this guy. Take care, Matthew. Just wait to hear the story of my return from the sea. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Equal Stream Island and the Noga. Chapter 121, Equal Stream Island and the Noga. Finally, Matthew waved Lorraine off. Then, he walked alone towards the Evening Wind Pier in the west of the Gold Coast. At this moment, suddenly, there was a flash of light behind Matthew. The image of the sword dancer slowly appeared. What's wrong? Recently, he had been acting solo so much more than before. Matthew turned to look at Soldier. The latter didn't say anything. He just took out a long string from his cloak. Matthew focused his eyes and saw that there was a skewer of struggling flying squirrels. They were trapped together by Soldier like dumplings. When they saw Matthew, the little flying squirrels looked at him with tears in their eyes, as if they were begging him to let them go. You mean? They have been watching me. Through the spiritual fluctuations of the summoning contract, Matthew could barely understand what Soldier meant. Soldier nodded. The little flying squirrels immediately panicked. They could not help but wag their tails and beg for mercy. Their large eyes were filled with tears, and it was easy to soften people's hearts just by looking at them. Matthew rolled his eyes and immediately guessed that these little flying squirrels were Suya's spies. However, he had already left the rainforest. It was extremely difficult for Suya to keep an eye on him, so he did not have to be calculative with these small animals. So he said to Soldier, "Put them back in the rainforest." Soldier nodded blankly. The next second, he shook his wrist, and the knots on the rope fell off. The little flying squirrels fell to the ground like eggs. After landing, most of them fled in panic and disappeared into the rainforest in a short while. At this moment, Matthew suddenly realized that there was a little flying squirrel standing in front of him, trembling with fear. It only used its hind legs to support itself, its front claws retracted in front of its chest, and its eyes were filled with fear. "Eh? It's you." Matthew recognized it. Wasn't this the little flying squirrel that seemed to have been beaten a few days ago? It had even offered Matthew berries in the bushes. Most of the injuries on the flying squirrel's face had already healed, but its eyes were still slightly swollen, making them seem even bigger. "Why didn't you go with your companions?" Matthew bent down and asked patiently. The little flying squirrel spoke in human language. "Lord Suya doesn't even treat us, little flying squirrels, as humans. No matter how good our work is, she always punches and kicks us. I can't live another day like that. I don't want to stay in the Black Banyan dream realm anymore. I want to follow you, Lord Matthew. Please give me a chance." Matthew looked at it playfully. "Why me?" the little flying squirrel boldly said. "Because only you have the hope of conquering Lady Suya. I hope that one day, when you really do that, you can let me, as your servant, have a share of the profits." Matthew was surprised by the flying squirrel's ambition. "What do you want to do to Suya?" The little flying squirrel immediately laughed evilly. "I want to kick her hard." Matthew looked at it with interest. He realized that this little flying squirrel was different, so he asked again, "What's your name?" The little flying squirrel said, "I don't have a name, and so do my 3,000 compatriots. Usually, Lady Suya can't even tell who is who. She only knows how to say, 'Hey, hey, hey,' very rudely. I've had enough of that woman. I want to defect. Please accept me." Matthew wanted to agree, but considering Suya's cunning, he had another layer of consideration. "If you want to follow me, it's not impossible. I need you to prove your loyalty to me." "How do I know that you will not betray me like you did Suya?" Matthew asked. "That's easy. Aren't you a mage? You can cast a curse on me. If I betray you, I will be crushed to pieces immediately." Little flying squirrel said somewhat sorrowfully, "Actually, I also suggested that Lady Suya cast such a spell on us, but she didn't even have the interest to cast a spell on us. Damn it. How much does she look down on our little flying squirrel? I have to take revenge on that woman." Matthew rested his chin on his hands and thought for a moment. "There's no need to cast a curse, but you still need to go through a small test. I hope that you can return to Suya's side now and pretend that nothing has happened. Didn't she want you to monitor my every move? I hope you can monitor her every move for me. I will pass by the rainforest in a while. If your performance can satisfy me, I will consider taking you away with me." The little flying squirrel thought for a moment. "Sure, but how should I pass the information to you?" "There's no rush. Remember it first. On the day I return to the rainforest, find an opportunity to pretend to have been captured and report the information you've gathered over the past few days to me." Matthew encouraged, "If you really do a good job, then I won't be stingy to fulfill my promise." The little flying squirrel immediately became excited, but soon after, he had a troubled expression on his face. "What's wrong?" Matthew noticed this. "I now have a chance to escape from the sea of misery," the little flying squirrel said. "But I still have many brothers. If I escape alone, and they are still sinking under the violent rule of that bad woman, I will be very sad. Matthew was helpless. He could steal one squirrel from the soul of the rainforest but not a whole bunch. Otherwise, if he really angered Suya, he would never be able to enter this rainforest again. I'm sorry for making things difficult for you. The little flying squirrel was depressed for a while before it regained its spirit. I will return to Lady Suya's side and monitor her every move. However, before I leave, I have one last request. Can you give me a name? I don't want to live namelessly like the other little flying squirrels. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Equal Stream Island and the Noga. Chapter 122, Equal Stream Island and the Noga. Matthew quickly said, that's easy. Since you're a flying squirrel, I'll call you Hoodlum. Good. Although I felt that this name was ordinary, it was probably because my standards were too low, and I couldn't appreciate it. After all, I was just a little flying squirrel that hadn't seen much of the world. From now on, Hoodlum is me, and I am Hoodlum. No one can mix me up with the other flying squirrels. Hoodlum cheered for a while, then solemnly extended his front paw at Matthew. Pinky swear, I learned it from you humans, Hoodlum said seriously. Matthew smiled and hooked it with his pinky. Hoodlum bowed respectfully and ran into the rainforest. This little flying squirrel is quite interesting. Matthew looked at Soldier. So, where did you get this rope? Soldier looked confused and started to twist subconsciously. Matthew had to check the data panel as he walked. Finally, he flipped to a message from a few days ago. Hint, your summoned creature Soldier has used the Bondage Master's ability. He peeled the tree bark and emitted it to make a strong rope. Your summoned creature Soldier is extremely satisfied. Bondage Master. That was a real ability. Matthew was slightly surprised. Recalling the scene of the flying squirrels being strung up, he suddenly realized that he should prepare a magic rope for Soldier. This ability might not be as indecent as it seems on the surface. As he pondered, the gray lighthouse with mottled walls in front of the coastline was already close at hand. There was a small dock on the east side of the lighthouse. At this moment, only two figures could be seen on the dock, one old and one young. Matthew walked over quickly. Evening Wind Pier. Under a row of lush palm trees, an old man was resting with his 8 or 9-year-old child. Both of them had black hair, black eyes, and dark skin, but it was obvious that they had been tanned by the abundant sunlight on the Gold Coast. Their skin color was still yellow. These were the typical characteristics of the Sioux. Hello. Matthew greeted from afar. Is it convenient to take a boat? I want to go Equal Stream Island. The child looked at Matthew curiously. The old man slowly stood up from under the tree. As he put on his straw hat, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Matthew. Equal Stream Island doesn't welcome outsiders. Matthew explained, I have a friend who is a distinguished guest of the island. I have a letter of introduction from him. He is a warrior monk and should be famous in this area. Without waiting for the old man to speak, the child spoke first. The monk you mentioned, is he the one who likes to talk nonsense and always likes to go into the sea to catch turtles to eat? The monk did have a full mouth of nonsense, but would he go around catching turtles to eat? Matthew could only probe, is his name Li Weiqi? Yes. It's him. The child said unhappily. I heard that he ate all the turtles on the island by himself. Do you know how ridiculous he was back then? He's just a martial monk. The old man walked over and interrupted him. He said to Matthew. Li Weiqi is indeed a distinguished guest of the island, but I'm afraid that the island is very different from when he was there. If you insist on going, we can take you there. Matthew nodded. The fee is 1 gold coin, the old man said. Matthew asked as he took out the money, do you accept the 100 cities Alliance's gold coins? The old man nodded. Yes. He took the money and took out a very short flute from his waist. He put it to his lips and played it silently for a while before putting it away. Wait a moment. Perhaps to relieve his boredom, the old man continued the topic. There are many small city-states on the shores of the Aruni Sea. Most of the civilizations of these city-states came from the north. Some of the city-states here are very rich, while others are relatively poor. However, they are all within the influence of the 100 Cities Alliance. Actually, if you walk around the Gold Coast, you will find that other than the unique customs of the locals, other places are no different from the 100 cities. Matthew asked curiously, how many city-states are there on the Gold Coast? The old man pondered and said, I don't know. There are fewer cities on the North Bank, but the South Bank is very prosperous. There are at least a dozen famous city-states. Among them, Torch City, where the Golden Sacred Lord was located, was the most famous. The other small city-states also had their own characteristics and cultures. However, the South Bank doesn't seem to be peaceful recently. If you're thinking of traveling, it's safer to stay on the North Bank. However, you should never enter the Rainforest and do not provoke the Django people and their feathered serpent god. They are a bunch of lunatics. Matthew noticed that the old man's tone was full of resentment toward the Djangos. He wanted to ask more questions. At this moment, the child stood at the edge of the dock and waved at them. The boat is here. The boat is here. Matthew looked up and saw a white line coming from the sea and sky. When he got close, he saw that the turtle hidden in the white wave was the size of a basketball court in his previous life. Let's go, young man. The old man gestured for Matthew to follow. Xian Kunzi will take us to the island. Under the old man's guidance, Matthew tried to get on the turtle's back from the dock, but when he passed the edge of the turtle shell, Matthew slipped. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Equal Stream Island and Noga. Chapter 123, Equal Stream Island and Noga. Fortunately, Soldier was behind him. Matthew stepped on Soldier's face and climbed up smoothly. Be careful. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Recently, I've had a lot of strange creatures growing on my body. Although Old Ollie and Little Stone helped me get rid of them, there's always some slippery mucus left behind. It had a nice voice, but the only drawback was that it spoke very slowly. Matthew knew that it was the turtle under his feet talking, so he replied curiously, Are you Xian Kunzi? Yes, this is the name my master gave me. Oh, he said that this is a Taoist name. Unfortunately, my comprehension is not high, and I have not achieved much, so he did not bring me along when he left. The turtle said gently, however, I'm not interested in the balance of heaven and earth that he talked about. Being able to sleep in the warm seawater every day is the happiest thing in my life. Matthew asked, Is your master an envoy of equilibrium? Xian Kunzi replied. Yes, but I haven't seen him for 30 years. Perhaps he has returned to the east, the land he has always been longing for. Perhaps he had died in the depths of the sea, just like the other Sioux. Sometimes, I feel that the Sioux's obsession with their homeland is actually a curse. What do you think, Old Ollie? Old Ollie was silent. After a while, he said, When I'm older, I'll walk towards the sea, just like my compatriots. I don't care if it's a curse or not. I only know that this is not my home, never. As they spoke, the turtle slowly left the dock and swam toward the depths of the Aruni Sea. It was noon, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was blue. A few small islands could be vaguely seen scattered on the surface of the sea in front of them. The milky white beach reflected the bright sunlight. A tall coconut tree grew in the middle of Xian Kunzi's turtle shell. A group of people was currently sitting under the coconut tree, enjoying the shade. Matthew, Xian Kunzi, and Old Ollie were chatting casually while the child named Little Stone was curiously walking around Soldier. Soldier, who had always been dull, was very patient at this moment. He played with Little Rock for a while and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Wow! Little Rock cried out in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. In the next second, Soldier reappeared with a big coconut in his hand. Are there coconuts on my back? Xian Kunzi exclaimed. Speaking of which, my master is really unreliable. Back then, in order to make it convenient for him to ride me, he actually planted a coconut tree on my back. Can you believe it? Everyone laughed. Soldier cut the coconut with a short knife in front of Little Stone. Then, he handed it to him. No, I can't take it. Little Rock seemed a little reserved. My grandfather said that we can't take things from guests. Soldier was dumbfounded. He only knew how to offer the open coconut. Matthew was about to help him out. However, at this moment, Xian Kunzi's voice sounded with a hint of unease. I think we might not be able to go to the island today. Old Ali asked, are you getting lazy again, Xian Kunzi? You haven't reached the standard for exercise this month. Xian Kunzi said slowly. No, it is not me. It's the Noga. Matthew immediately stood up. On the surface of the sea in front of him, there were layers of white waves. On each layer of white waves, there was a Noga holding a sword. Recently, the Nogas have been very restless and have been patrolling the sea. I'll try to speed up and shake them off. Xian Kunzi said with great effort. However, 5 minutes later, the turtle was surrounded by a group of Noga warriors. Sigh, if I hadn't been lazy when I was in class with my master and learned a few more tricks, I wouldn't have been caught up by the Noga. Xian Kunzi let out a long sigh. Now that things have come to this, we can only surrender. I hope they can arrange a more comfortable sea prison for me. As they spoke, a small leader who was taller than ordinary Nogas approached. Where are you guys from? Where are you going? Answer quickly. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Gravestone. Chapter 124, Gravestone. Nogas were a strange and evil humanoid creature that lived in the deep sea for a long time. They had the ability to walk on the waves and had a strong concept of territory. They would often mercilessly expel or destroy human ships that passed by. Matthew had heard about this race when he was chatting with Master Ronan. It was said that the appearance of the Noga race was related to a twilight creature, who was sealed by the gods in the early days of the Age of Enlightenment. The twilight creature hated the gods, so he wanted to steal humanity from the gods. He lured some humans into the sea and taught them evil cannibalism rituals. During the cannibalistic ritual, humans who believed in the twilight creature mixed themselves with a large number of snakes. The power of the ritual made the flesh of humans and snakes indistinguishable. In the pain, excitement, and unclear ravings, the first Nogas were born. They were known as the original Nogas. The original Nogas were highly praised by the twilight creature and inherited the most evil power from the latter. Every original Noga had the power of a lord. Then, under the orders of the twilight creature, they went to different seas and established huge Noga tribes at the bottom of the sea. However, the Nogas that were born later did not have the chance to receive the blessings of the twilight creature. Although they also had strength and qualities far beyond humans, they were far inferior to the original Nogas. The Noga that was born later was called the derivative Noga. The Nogas that were now dominating the many seas of Aender were mostly derivative Noga. As the original intention of the twilight creature was to transform more humans into Nogas, the Nogas often left the underwater tribes to plunder the population. Because the Nogas were matriarchal, over time, there was a saying that the Nogas liked to snatch men. Of course, this was not a rumor. Due to the influence of the twilight creature, the proportion of females in the Noga race was extremely high. After losing the inheritance of the cannibalistic ritual, the Noga tribe had to ensure that a fixed number of foreign males integrated into it every year, or the tribe would be at risk of extinction. Other than that, Nogas were generally strong and good at using weapons. They also had several natural spellcasting abilities. On the sea, if one encountered a group of Nogas, fleeing was the best choice. At this moment, in front of Matthew, the number of Nogas surrounding Xian Kunzi had already exceeded 30. They had seaweed-like green hair that reached their waists. Regardless of gender, the upper body of the Nogas was always naked, except for the waist, where the human part joined with the snake tail had a large string of colorful shells. Below the shell was the snake-like lower body of the Noga, but at this moment, it was blocked by the white waves below, making it difficult to see clearly. I'm a traveler from the Gold Coast, and I want to visit Equal Stream Island. Matthew said kindly, they're just sending me there. The Noga leader narrowed his slender eyes and said, this is the territory of the Noga kingdom. Outsider, your appearance here means that you have offended the Noga queen. I'm afraid that the endless sea prison is your only destination. At this moment, a female Noga behind him reminded him, the endless sea prison is full. There are only a few empty seats next to Big Mouth August. Isn't that even more interesting? Bring them to see August. The male Noga revealed a cruel smile. Matthew noticed that Little Stone's face turned pale when he heard the name August. He asked a few questions in a low voice and found out that August was a sea beast that had once caused trouble in the Aruni Sea. He was known for his greed and gluttony. It was once the nightmare of the nearby people, but it had been subdued by the Nagas. "Throw your weapons over," the Naga leader ordered. "There's no need for that. We can talk." Matthew's face was full of smiles. "I'm a traveler from afar. I've collected many unique small items along the way. Don't you want to hear about the interesting stories of my journey? I'm willing to share it with you." The Naga leader sneered and wanted to say something. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and said to Matthew, "Then come here. Let's go over there and talk. I hope your story will be interesting." The two of them came to Xian Kunzi's tail, and the other Nagas tactfully dispersed. Matthew fumbled around in his luggage and immediately handed over a medium-sized bag with a smile. There were a few mirrors and some berries in his pocket. Apart from that, there were also gold coins. "You're very tactful, young mage." The Naga leader snatched the bag from Matthew's hand and said with satisfaction, "I can let you leave, but you must remember that the great Naga queen is about to unify the Aruni Sea. Our Naga kingdom is taking shape, and this is unstoppable. If you want to travel on the sea, a few interesting stories might not be enough. You had to go to see the queen, bow to her, and beg her for special permission. Only then could you travel on the sea without any problem." Matthew pretended to be grateful. Thank you very much. If I have the chance, I will definitely visit the queen personally." The leader was even more satisfied. He could not help but say a few more words, "A traveler like you must control your curiosity and not wander around." It was inevitable that there would be bloodshed in the process of unifying the Naga kingdom, but it did not mean that you'd be safe once you leave the sea. Chapter 125, Gravestone. Chapter 125, Gravestone. As far as I know, the south isn't peaceful either. The Golden Sacred Lord wants to unify the cities on the south bank, and a group of people who call themselves the Order of Calamity want to do some evil ritual. A lone traveler like you will easily become their target. Matthew nodded again and again after hearing that. He flattered the Naga leader until he was on cloud 9. However, he was puzzled. The Naga queen wanted to unify the Aruni Sea, and the Golden Sacred Lord wanted to control the southern cities. This was an unprecedented sign in history. Could it be that the civilization lock is failing? Or is this part of the heavenly change? Matthew was puzzled. As for the Order of Calamity, it also gave him a déjà vu of, "Why are you guys everywhere?" Taking this opportunity, Matthew chatted with the leader for a while and learned about some of the recent events in the Aruni Sea. As he spoke, the leader suddenly glared at Soldier, who was behind Matthew. "Skeleton, why do you look like your brain isn't working well?" He kept staring at me, and I didn't like it. Matthew was stunned. Then, he realized something and quickly ordered Soldier to restrain himself. In the undying contract, a faint sense of grievance and anger was transmitted over. Matthew glanced at the data panel. Hint: you have successfully avoided a prison sentence by bribing the Naga leader. You have obtained the elements of the bluff domain, bribe, flatter, and accumulate more elements. You will obtain the opportunity to enter the domain for the first time. Warning: your summoned creature Soldier is extremely eager to kill this group of Nagas. Because of this encounter, he had awakened a portion of his memories from his previous life. Soldier is dissatisfied with your orders, but he understands your concerns, so he's just a little aggrieved. Did Soldier have a grudge against the Nagas in his previous life? Matthew comforted through the contract. Now is not the best time to act. We still need to stay in the Aruni Sea for a while. When things are done, I won't stop you. Soldier nodded blankly. Soon after, Matthew watched as the arrogant leader led the other Nagas away on the waves. Not long after, a faint sense of direction appeared in his perception. He knew that the spell mark he left on the gold coin and pocket was taking effect. Equal Stream Island. On the beach, Xian Kunzi lazily stretched his limbs. On the side, Old Ali handed Matthew a firecracker-like object that was as thick as an index finger and as long as a palm. This is the soaring sparrow. It's a small toy that we, the Sioux, made ourselves. We light it with fire and release it into the sky. It can be seen from very far away on the sea. If you want to leave, just fire it. Even if we don't see it, the other boatman will come and pick you up. But be careful. It seems that the situation in this sea area has become quite tense. I'm not sure if this will attract the Nogas again. In fact, they should not have appeared here. Previously, they were mainly active in the deep sea. The old man sighed deeply. Matthew took the sky sparrow and watched as the old and young boarded Shen Kunzi and left. Only then did he turn his gaze to the slightly dilapidated island in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a raven and looked down at the island from the sky. A spindle-shaped island appeared in front of him. It was long from east to west and narrow from north to south. The tip of the eastern island happened to meet an ocean current. The cliff there divided the ocean current from the east into two, one facing northwest and the other facing southwest. Perhaps the name of the island came from this. The island was high, and the trees were flourishing. There were many seabirds living on the eastern cliff, and there were many wild animals in the forest on the mountain. The sandy beach on the southwest side was relatively flat, and there was a small bay. Matthew saw a dock there, and there were a few dilapidated fishing boats docked there. The natural conditions of this island are not good. It's not very suitable for humans to survive. Matthew found that the human buildings on the island were mainly concentrated on the two large flat lands on the southeast and southwest sides. There were a few other places, but the mountain was too steep and not conducive for starting a settlement. The Sioux people gave up settling there after trying for not long. Along the way, he saw many islands with better geological conditions than Equal Stream Island, but they were empty. This meant that when the original Sioux people chose a place to live, they discovered other mysteries on this island despite its harsh geographical conditions. Matthew flew around the island. He could sense that the domain here was stronger than in other places. Living here, even if he did not successfully advance to the equilibrium envoy, he would still have the opportunity to continuously accumulate the elements of the equilibrium domain. The power of the domain is truly magical. Matthew transformed into his human form and stopped near a stone house that looked like a ruin. This should be the village of return that Li Weiqi had mentioned. Although he was mentally prepared, Matthew was also depressed by the dilapidated scene in front of him. There were rows of stone houses, but as he walked, he found that at least one-third of the houses had collapsed. If a house collapsed, the house next door would be affected. Therefore, the area around the collapsed stone house was uninhabited. There were few people in the village. Matthew walked for a short distance and saw an old man squatting at the door of a stone house, smoking silently. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were numb. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Gravestone. Chapter 126, Gravestone. Matthew tried to greet him, but he did not get any response from the old man. He did not even look at him. He could only continue to move forward. Finally, when they passed by an intersection, Matthew heard painful moans coming from a larger stone house. "Excuse me, do you need my help?" Matthew stood at the door and asked. The door of the stone house was open, which allowed him to see the scene inside at a glance. As soon as he finished asking, Matthew decisively walked in. Because he saw an old granny fall to the ground. At this moment, she was rolling around weakly with her arms propped up. "Are you all right?" Matthew went over and slowly helped her up. Then, he sat by the bed. Realizing that the old lady's body could not stand sitting for a long time, he immediately made some bedding from the side and let her lie down. "I just wanted to get up and drink some water by myself." The old granny said gratefully, "My husband went out to pack his fishing gear. He will be back soon." "Thank you, child." Matthew poured her a glass of water and carefully helped her drink it. Then, he shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter. You don't have to thank me." Matthew asked with concern, "Is there no one else who can take care of you? For example, your children?" "My children?" The old granny snorted. "They have all gone ashore. Torch City in the south, Ashes City in the north. They have gone everywhere, but none of them are willing to stay on the island. However, they did not do anything wrong because the other young people on the island did the same. Anyway, this isn't our hometown, so what's the point of staying on the island?" Seeing that she was in good spirits, Matthew chatted with her for a while. Not long after, the husband of the old woman named Jinju returned. To Matthew's surprise, he was not a Sioux. His appearance was more like a mixed blood of Django and coastal humans. His name was Orjan. Orjan looked a dozen years younger than Genju. After learning about the old lady's fall, Orjan was very grateful to Matthew and insisted on having him stay at home for dinner. During lunch, Orjan began to talk about his origins. He was originally from Les City on the southern shore, and because of a trade, he had an inexplicable relationship with Genju, who had recently become a widow at that time. Under Orjan's persistent pursuit, he moved to the island a few years later and married Genju. After that, the two of them gave birth to 5 children, 2 boys and 3 girls. These children left the island after they became adults. In the beginning, they would come back to visit once a year. As time passed, the 5 children discussed that one person would come back as a representative every year and take turns to visit their parents. Now, Orjan said that the last time a child came to visit them was 3 years ago. I don't blame them. They've grown up now. They have their families and their children. It's impossible for them to waste time on an old woman like me. Do you still remember? Orjan, Molly, and the others once discussed raising money to bring me to the big stone city to retire and live a good life. It's just that I'm too stubborn and unwilling to leave. The old lady couldn't help but interject when Orjan was recounting his experience. Yes, yes, yes. Our children are very filial. Let's not talk about this anymore. Child, why did you come to the island? Matthew told him the reason for his visit and placed the letter of introduction written by Li Weiqi on the table. Orjan opened the envelope, but he didn't read it himself. Instead, he handed it to Genju. After reading it, Genju sighed and said, "You're late. Village chief returned to the embrace of the sea last year. No one in the entire island knows about the inheritance of the art of equilibrium." Matthew had already expected this. Although he was depressed when he heard the news, he was not too upset. It's fine. I'm just here to try my luck. He tried to make his smile look more relaxed. Genju returned the letter to him. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay on the island for a few more days. There are many empty houses here. I'll get Orjan to clean them for you. Leave after the Lantern Festival, child. Matthew had read about this festival from the information Samantha had collected. However, she did not explain it in detail. She only noted that this was a very important festival for the Sioux. Matthew thought about it. Since he had no other clues, it would be good to stay on the island for a while. He could experience the island's scenery, continue to perceive the domain, and even tutor himself on spells when he had time. Hence, he agreed. In the next few days, Matthew found a stone house not far from Genju and Orjan's home. It had to be said that the climate of the island was very pleasant. According to Orjan, even in winter, it was still warm as spring. This made Matthew think of Peggy while enjoying the climate here. Back in Rolling Stone Town, every winter, Peggy would complain that she was freezing to death and ask Matthew to keep her warm. Matthew had touched her bones before. She was indeed freezing. It was useless to add more clothes or burn the fireplace. Of course, what puzzled him more was how could a skeleton feel cold. This was also the first time he noticed there was something unusual about Peggy. Matthew couldn't help but feel sad when he thought of Peggy. During this journey, he had eaten very poorly. It was either dry rations or exotic food that could not be eaten. The food on the island was better. Orjan's cooking was not bad, but Matthew couldn't be so thick-skinned as to freeload on the old couple's food every day, right? Days passed. The Lantern Festival was getting closer and closer. One evening, Matthew strolled alone on the beach in the south. At this moment, the sea breeze was slightly cool, and the setting sun was golden. The waves hit the beach and the reefs, forming a harmonious movement with the flying seabirds. As he walked, Matthew suddenly noticed a black object on the beach in front of them. Moreover, its appearance was very different from the shells that could be seen everywhere here. He walked over and bent down to pick it up. Hint, you have discovered a gravestone, Bright Sandalwood King. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, So Happy. Chapter 127, So Happy. Gravestone. Matthew was slightly stunned. This thing did not conform to the burial customs of the Ander civilization. When he saw the additional remarks, he was relieved. In the information provided by Samantha, there was a port city called Bright Sandalwood. It was located on the east coast of the Endless Ocean and was once a very prosperous port city. The city lord of that city was the Bright Sandalwood King. He was also the leader of the first batch of Sioux clansmen who had brought people across the sea to settle down in Ainder. There is an underwater tomb near the island, and it might have been opened by someone. Otherwise, this gravestone wouldn't have been washed here by the sea. Matthew had a reasonable suspicion that Bright Sandalwood King's tomb was not far from the island. It might even be on the island. Because this gravestone was obviously very heavy, it was impossible for it to drift with the waves for a long time. Would the inheritance of the art of equilibrium be left behind in the tomb of the leader of the Sioux? Matthew thought that the possibility was very high. It was a pity that his divination skills were terrible. Otherwise, he could have tried to obtain more clues. He picked up the gravestone and continued to walk along the beach. These days, he had been to many places on Equal Stream Island and had some small gains. Although they were not meaningful, they were all interesting. The beach was littered with shells, and from time to time, a few stranded big fish could be found. Matthew couldn't tell what species they were, but he knew that they were fat and thin. He put the fish in bags and handed them to Orjan when he returned to the village. Orjan was a friendly person with good craftsmanship. The fish on the island were fat and delicious. After his treatment, they were steamed, boiled, smoked, or roasted. It was a feast for the taste buds. This beach wasn't big. Before he knew it, Matthew had reached the end. The coastline ahead suddenly became rugged, and the soft sand was replaced by huge reefs. Orjan told Matthew that every day, when the tide was low, one could find seafood in the reef area. The taste was even more exquisite. Unfortunately, the tide was high, and the seawater could surge at any time. The reef area was relatively dangerous. Matthew stood on a large reef and looked out for a while. In the end, he walked to a higher place. Not long after, Matthew found a large area of abandoned buildings. The architectural style here was the same as that of the village of Return, which was made up of large stone houses. The only difference was that this place had been abandoned. In the middle of the circle of stone houses, there were a few low kiln houses. This was an abandoned kiln. Through the traces left on the mottled stone walls, it was not difficult for Matthew to know that the Sioux had once burned kilns there on a large scale. The warehouse next to it was filled with colorful pottery. These pottery were printed with various lifelike animals and everything else. But Matthew looked around and saw no porcelain. He didn't know if it was because the porcelain was more expensive and had been taken away or if they couldn't restore the craftsmanship of the porcelain there. Even so, the craftsmanship of the Sioux was much better than that of the craftsmen in Rolling Stone Town. Since it was an abandoned kiln, Matthew simply took 2 sets of pottery and asked Orjan if he needed to pay the fees later. He left the abandoned kiln. Matthew continued to walk up the mountain, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. His perception was triggered. Matthew turned around and saw a short plant on the hillside behind the abandoned kiln. The plant seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its branches and leaves were charred black as if it could die at any moment. However, Matthew could feel a vigorous vitality from it. Hint: you have discovered a tea tree, alpine green tea, lightning struck. Green tea. Matthew was overjoyed. He quickly walked over and found 7 more tea trees behind the one that had been struck by lightning. The last 7 tea trees were full of tea leaves. From the shape and texture, they were already a little too old to be picked. Regardless, Matthew picked some tea leaves and brought them back to the village. He boiled a pot of hot water with his newly acquired pottery and made himself a cup of steaming green tea. After a while, he took a few sips. A refreshing feeling that he had not felt for a long time surged into his forehead. Hint: you have consumed a cup of blessed alpine green tea. Your temporary focus +1, learning speed and casting speed have increased by 15%, lasts for 45 minutes. Blessed green tea. Whose blessing? Matthew was curious. This enhancement effect was much stronger than the coffee he often drank. There were tea leaves in Ainder, but most of them were black tea. There were very few green tea leaves that suited Matthew's taste. After drinking a cup of hot tea, Matthew began to have ideas about the tea trees. In the afternoon, Matthew found Orjan and talked to him about pottery and tea trees. As for the former, Orjan said that the Sioux in the village did some pottery many years ago. For some magical reason, those who used the pottery would have their rate of aging greatly slowed. Matthew could take some for free for his own use, but he could not use it for personal gain. Otherwise, the pottery would soon be damaged. This was also the reason why the young people on the island did not take the pottery with them when they left. As for the tea tree, Orjan's reaction was blank. It was not until Matthew showed him the tea leaves and described the exact location of the tea tree that he finally reacted. You mean that row of short trees? Are those considered tea plants? Matthew nodded. Orjan sighed. I'm sorry, I'm afraid that even Jinju and the other elders in the village don't know the effects of these trees. Perhaps the village chief knows, but he didn't take care of them when he was alive. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, So Happy. Chapter 128, So Happy. The people of the Sioux on the island have forgotten too many things. At this rate, they will soon forget themselves. Maybe it's because they don't belong here, and drifting here was just an accident, but I'm grateful for the accident. Without it, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet my true love. Then, he said that if Matthew was interested and had the ability, he could transplant those trees. The elders in the village would not stop him. Matthew was naturally happy to get permission, but he quickly asked about Jinju. In the past 2 days, he had occasionally visited the old lady. The conclusion he came to was not optimistic. She looked like her life could end at any time. However, Orjan was very positive. He smiled and said, "She's been in good spirits these days. I think she'll be in this state at least until the Lantern Festival." Matthew sensed something else from Orjan's laughter. He patted Orjan's back gently. Then, he returned to his room to learn spells. 11 days later, the Lantern Festival arrived as scheduled. On this day, a red lantern was hung in front of every stone house on the island, adding a festive atmosphere. Matthew noticed that the old man who ignored him on his first day had also hung lanterns in front of the door. He went over to greet the other party, and the latter actually responded with a faint smile on his face. In the past few days, Matthew had greeted all the old people in the village. Perhaps it was because there were few young people in the village, but the old people were all very friendly to him. Only this one had always been indifferent to him. Matthew had thought that the old man had a mental problem or was unable to speak. He did not expect a response today. He immediately chatted with the old man, but he did not expect the latter's reaction to be even more intense. The old man patiently told Matthew about the process of their sea fishing. Later on, the old man even told Matthew that he would take him out to sea in a few days when the weather was better. There was no logical problem with the entire conversation, but the contrast between the old man before and the old man after was amazing. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Matthew's 2 main meals were at the old couple's house. Contrary to usual, not only was Jinju wearing beautiful clothes today, but she was also in high spirits. On the other hand, Orjan, who had always been enthusiastic, was silent. He even injured his finger twice in a row when he was cutting vegetables, and the blood kept flowing. Fortunately, Matthew had a hemostatic ointment with him. The small episode quickly passed. The dining table was also filled with joy. But Matthew had already realized what was going to happen next. Sure enough, in the evening, Orjan found him. "Let's go to the eastern beach. LNE Real Lantern Festival is 8 out to Digran." Matthew noticed that he was holding an oval-shaped pottery in his arms. There were many holes in it. It was a musical instrument called sun. Matthew didn't say anything. He followed Orjan to the eastern beach, which was adjacent to the easternmost cliff. A large number of seabirds wandered in the sky. They often built their nests on the cliff to avoid sneak attacks from enemies such as poisonous snakes. The 2 of them found a reef and sat down. The tide gently slapped the beach under their feet. The twilight gradually deepened, and the evening had passed. Bright lights began to light up in the forest by the shore. They were old men carrying big red lanterns. They looked like they were trembling, but their footsteps were very firm. They walked very slowly, but their eyes were firm, and their faces were calm. The first person to walk was the one who had ignored Matthew before and invited him to go out to sea to fish earlier that day. The old man walked past Matthew with a lantern and smiled at him. This day has finally come, hasn't it? I'm about to return to my homeland, where the grass is full of fragrance. I can't wait. He was the first to walk into the sea with his lantern. The tide gently patted the old man's body. His steps began to stagger, but his direction remained firm. East. He faced the east and walked into the sea. The waves were turbulent, and the seagulls were silent. Gradually, the old man's figure completely disappeared from Matthew's sight. It was unknown if he was swept away by the sea, swallowed by the darkness, or if he had really returned to his homeland as he said. After that, the dying old men walked out of the forest one by one. Their expressions were very calm. Some had tears in their eyes, while others were filled with yearning. They all had a deep desire for the East. One by one, they walked into the sea. Just like the old men from before, they disappeared without a trace. Not long after, Jinju walked over. She was wearing the most gorgeous clothes and had a faint smile on her face. When they passed by the reef, she put down the lantern, hugged Orjin, and nodded at Matthew. You don't have to be sad. This is more like a release for us. We were born with an endless desire for our homeland, but that feeling of not being able to get what we wanted tortured us for our entire lives. I can't go back, I can't go back. I am unable to return to that continent when I'm alive. But my parents, my grandparents, my siblings, they are all waiting for me there. I'm going back, I'm going back. My hometown, the hometown in my dreams. Jinju carried a lantern and sang an unknown song in a raving tone. There was a low whimper on the beach as if someone was crying.